Hey, it's day 3 of
Day 3. That's this many.
yeah. So the first panel up is freelancing with Christian. I'm not gonna say your last name,
Aluas?
so I'm gonna just put you on now.
How you doing?
Did I say it right? Is it a loss?
No, not even close.
A loss?
No,
Aluas?
Aluas?
that's closer. Aluas.
Aluas? God damn it, that was the last guess. Yeah, Aluas.
Yeah, but it's actually the S is Aluas. It's like
Oh,
an SH sound because there's a cedilla under it. Yeah.
Greg, where's the cedilla?
Well, it's on the book, like
near
like
the
on the
quesadilla.
a cedilla. Oh, what's a cedilla?
Oh, I know what it is. The little thing.
Yeah, it's like a little comma. You see?
I've never noticed that.
I noticed it.
It's not a mistake. So maybe people that look at the book, they go, "Oh, what? He screwed up."
Okay, well I'll be back, but you guys can talk.
Greg, to make him like the bigger screen, to be big screen, small screen.
Like,
Yeah, like that.
okay, so I'll be back.
And then how do I share my screen?
I think on the bottom there's a little share button.
Oh, there's a share.
And
Okay.
then after you click that, I think there's like you select your screen, and then right next to your face on like the bottom left, there's like a picture of your share screen. I think you just click that.
Okay. Well, I see the share screen option, and then so I'll
nice.
try
You have
it.
slow fade lights in the background. I was like, what the hell's happening?
Yeah.
It's fading on.
Yeah. So I guess this is a warm up. So if anybody joined, then they just get to see this backstage thing. Yeah, because I made some notes, so I thought maybe if I could share the screen, go through the notes, so then I don't have to look anywhere else. And then maybe there's a little picture of me in the corner. That'll be fine. And then maybe I could switch out now and again. Mm-hmm. And then I already prepped some of my online profiles to go through. So I'll kind of give an intro, give an outline of what I'm going to cover, and go through profiles, and then we'll see if what we have time for at the end. Maybe I could give a short example. I don't know how short I can make it, of actually bidding on a project.
Yeah.
So I've got a few things, and then it's just a matter of how long everything takes.
Nice.
And then questions, if there's questions.
Yeah, Q&A time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. So after you hit share screen, do you see something next to your the little icon of or the little version of yourself in the bottom left?
Well, I see. Okay, let's see. Share screen. Click on that. Entire screen window.
And that's up to you. I always just do entire screen because then I don't have to worry about.
Yeah. Entire screen, and then I see
There you go. Yep.
Okay. So then, does this mean I'm sharing my screen? So if I click on this.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
So it's live. And then stop sharing. Okay,
good. So you're on the left, and you and me are on the left. Yeah, see, we're over here.
Okay, yeah. This is my screen.
Then,
excellent.
Yeah, and then it shares the screen.
So let me stop it for now, as I know, and then I'll just do intros and then. So you're going to be in the background, during it?
Yeah, in case you want to go, hey, does that make sense? And then I can be like, nah, that sounds crazy.
By the way, I have
please,
I have to give you permission to share the screen. So.
Oh, he did it a second ago.
No, I literally clicked it.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Wait, why not go after this one then?
I guess I can do that.
Yeah, just go after this segment, because for the next one it's a much longer segment, so you can go during that.
That's strange because I actually I saw the option, I clicked.
Oh yeah, but then I have to actually share the screen.
Oh, you have to allow me. So I choose to.
See, Greg, that's weird because I did it yesterday when you were gone, and it worked on my end.
I might have still let you in.
Maybe, I don't know.
Eh.
Anyways, Greg, make
is that all right then? You're all right to stick around, Greg?
Yeah, I could just wait.
Hey, okay. Maybe you had it right the first time. Yeah.
Maybe after I go through these. If there's once it's Q&A, it should be fine. So, because the idea is like probably 45 minutes, I think, I should accomplish everything, like solid. So anyway, should we go? And then, Dylan and Greg, if you're stick around, if you come up with anything, just like make a little mental note. You can interrupt if you like, because I'll be going from like kind of an outline, and so then it's easy to kind of pop back on. So if you think of anything that you know, feel free to ask. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay. There we go. Share. All righty. So here we go. So I made a little outline. It's not really like a formal presentation, but it's like an outline of ideas. And I want to just kind of before I get into like who I am and then my experience, I want to kind of give you an outline of what I'm going to cover. So I'm going to introduce myself. I have kind of an interesting question to begin with of a recent experience, and then next I'm going to talk about the invoicing system that you will need as a freelancer because you have to be ready to get payment, contracts, and then I'm going to outline one by one like the 4 platforms, mostly 3, because I'm going to skip over like Fiverr because I don't use that as much. I'm more like of a bidder, and then actually almost 5 with in-person dealings and communication with clients, and then like packaging files, and then scheduling while working. So it's like kind of your daily regiment, and I have an example here that I'll break down for you guys. And then there's like final notes, which I called improve in all areas. And then there's like a lot of things, including intellectual property of your own. So it's that, and then if depending, like I want to make it like as jam-packed as possible. So depending how like how much time there is, maybe I'll hop on one of these websites and see, like I could show you guys an example of how I actually bid. Okay. So currently, there isn't a little thumbnail in the corner of me. It's just like only full screen, right? I can't hear you, Dylan.
Oh, whoops. What you see in the middle box is what everyone else sees. So like, see how you're on the top left, and it's like, see up there. So it's you, Greg, me. Like this.
But when I'm here, like it's just the screen.
We still see you. Yeah. Like you don't see it, but like we still see you, Greg.
Oh, you still see me? Okay, good.
Yep.
Because I only see the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. I may switch to the other screen. Anyway, whatever. Okay. So a bit about me. I'm a freelance artist. I started out in Ottawa, Canada, almost 20 years ago. 2002. I studied animation before then and creative writing. I worked in the animation field for a few years, also supporting myself through university while I was in animation. I worked on some TV shows like Franklin the Turtle, which was very popular in the 90s. Another notable show that I worked on was Ripping Friends, which you may not recognize, but the creator, John Crickfalusi, had created Ren and Stimpy, and that was like a big cultural phenomenon in the early 90s. So I worked with him. He was actually from Ottawa, had gone to California, made all these shows, came back to Ottawa to self-produce for the Teletoon, which was like the Canadian cartooning network, to produce Ripping Friends. And so I worked closely. He was like handing out scenes from his basement, basically, a house in Ottawa that he had. And he had like these house parties and cool little fun little things that were inspiring to me as a youth, starting out in art. Anyway, so then I was working in different studios. I worked on a feature called Le Triplet de Belleville, and I have a great story, if you ever get to talk to me personally, of how I got fired from that. the quick gist of it was I was sleeping on my desk. So which kind of like, which kind of set the tone of like, me wanting to work for myself. Like I had a certain level of talent, and that I still kind of nourish and what you call it, build and keep learning. But I had a certain level of talent and I guess a certain amount of ambition, but it wasn't as much ambition as like a spirit of independence and control. And I also didn't like in animation how my name was like on this long list. So, of creators. So when I decided to be an artist, because I had studied fine art and creative writing in university. And so then when I came back from university, I decided to be an artist, like in the grandest sense of the term. What I knew was like Picasso, Dali, but I didn't know how to go about it. And I knew a lot of literature, Dostoevsky I liked in those days. Who else did I kind of admire? Like that was maybe modern. McCarthy, maybe. Anyway, so I just started my career and then I struggled for a while. But what happened was that I was trying to make paintings and print a book. So I had a small press as my first business. And a few years later, I registered a corporation that did business as Masterpiece Art School. This was in Canada. So my first business was a small press, which was like printing books. And the idea was to make fine art on a larger scale and then print the artworks in a sequence and to make kind of a grander graphic novel and to have the two linked. And I'm still essentially doing that. And I'm relaunching my art school, which is masterpieceartschool.com currently. And I'm doing that, and I'm working on a couple of new book projects. So I'm still essentially doing that. But the idea originally that led me to supporting my artistic ambitions with freelancing were that that I wanted to be an artist, and I wanted to develop my own creations. And it was very hard to do that with no capital at the beginning. And then what else didn't I have? I just didn't have anything. And I just wanted to do it on my own. So I didn't want to depend on a studio. I wanted to just kind of be my own entity and be an entrepreneur. And that's why I stayed on my own. So then I was trying to sell artwork in cafes, and that didn't go that well. I mean, I sold, but like you sell a couple of $100 like here and there. That's not enough. You need like several thousand a month to really live comfortably. So but I scraped by, and then what happened was all I had was like a dial-up internet connection at the beginning because it was free. You could just get free dial-up with your phone contract. So I had that, and then I had a website which I couldn't afford the graphic designer for, and then so what happened was I had to learn web design, and then so in that process I was like talking to my host and for the host company, and then he's like, well, he's just answering questions for free for a while. And then getting annoyed and said, why don't you just hire a freelancer? He didn't know I had zero money at the time. So he's like, why don't you go to like scriptlance.com, which is now freelancer.com.
What was it called?
Scriptlance.
Scriptlance.
Script.
Yeah, like writing a script.
Yeah, so they go, why don't you go there, hire somebody to help you with your website? Because I'm just a admin, or I'm just a customer service guy at this hosting company, So so I'm like, oh great. So then I look around, I had $0. I mean, I remember like once picking up a dime in the lobby of my building, and somebody catching me and feeling embarrassed, So. I used to, yeah, I couldn't afford a bus pass or bus ticket. So anyway, so then I got an idea. So I look around and there's all these profiles and stuff, and some of them people needed like logos, and like mascot logos were very popular. So then let's see. Let me just hop on. There we go. Yeah, so then like I'll come back to this, like the profiles, but I mean I ended up doing a lot of, like, you see logos here. So I managed to like create a profile, and then started out with a kind of illustrations, and I had to teach myself Photoshop and some coding. And then I just started to design websites, and then there was a lot of Flash animation being needed during that time. So I used my animation skills to make a living. And then over time, I got to like be more selective about the sort of work I was taking on. And you'll see you're going to encounter very few artists that are as diverse and experienced in so many different aspects. Like you see in the corner here, this is one of my art shows, and some murals, and so I've done those. And then I've done like vector illustrations. This is like an old vector, kind of movie poster artwork, graphic novels, all types of stuff. So that was the beginning of my freelancing career. The first thing that I want to emphasize. So now I've been at it. Well, first I started in Ottawa, and now I'm like living in Upper Manhattan, New York, which is pretty thrilling, And then so like I'm kind of like living the dream in a way. I make like a decent living. I'm not a millionaire. I don't claim to like that you're going to be a millionaire. That's why my book is called It's a Living, because it's the foundation of how to be an artist and a freelancer, and to use freelancing as a way to support your creative endeavors. But there's really like, sorry, I sense the question, but there's really it's really fun to like deal with clients, and then you're going to get a sense of that soon.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. So basically, you found out about the opportunity to freelance because someone suggested you hire a freelancer.
Yeah,
that's really cool. Just like the idea that you started looking for something and you're like, oh wow, wait, I can do these other things. Like, that's such a cool idea.
Thanks. Yeah, like I mean, I was broke, so when you're like, I mean, if you I'm kind of in love with being broke because it's like I love struggle. I love not like being miserable. That's not what I mean. I mean like I love having ambition for more. I love like having goals, and I feel like I always try to aspire to something new at every stage of my life, because I thrive on objectives. So
yeah, it's like that. It's like the chip on your shoulder. It's just like it's something to fight against, and it makes it a lot more enjoyable. I've always heard like basically life is a struggle, but you can choose your struggles, and when you can choose one to enjoy, it's a lot better.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly. So when I went solo, and I turned down a lot of like, at the time it was like I was easily clearing like 4,000 a month as an animator. Just picking up freelance scenes. I could go to the studio and work under their supervision, but and then I was zero broke, so I turned down that work to struggle for 4 years. I was under the poverty line for 4 years. Like I didn't make over $10,000 for 4 years, and I stopped dating. I couldn't take out a woman for coffee. Um, it was like it was a very formative time. So yeah, so the key thing, but freelancing gave me a lot of opportunity, and then I also started to teach, and that was like kind of like an outside of freelancing thing that brought in income, because I love sharing my experiences. So so yeah, so freelancing really made it for me, and it's actually like, at its best right now, and it's actually really exciting because it's like you're helping people, and you know, I make more money now, and I it's easier to negotiate. It's easier to like charge better rates now. So I made some sacrifices. So discipline.
Freelance is like your boon in the hero's journey. You like discovered it and brought it back to the people.
Yeah. So the first thing I noted here was like discipline in all areas is the key to making money as a freelancer. So you have to be very disciplined. And then what I mean by that is like, well, you have to make some sacrifices, and you have to be your own boss. You have to wake up at like a fixed time each morning. You have to go to bed by a fixed time. You can't go out like wasting your nights hanging out with friends that maybe have like a 9-to-5 jobs with higher incomes. Because you're not going to make that much money, especially at the beginning. You have to take modest work, and and you have to build certain habits, and it takes time at the beginning to build certain habits. Like, so when I started out, and I'll come back to like kind of your daily routine later, but when I started out, I woke up every day at 8 o'clock, and I was doing something, and I was painting, I was bidding online. I was still trying to like get art shows, and I was keeping busy. So now I don't even use an alarm clock. I just have a mental clock. So I always wake up. Actually, my default is 8:20 for some reason. I don't know why 8:20. Maybe I used to snooze back then. And then a few years ago, I set a mental time to wake up earlier, like at 7. So what I typically do is like, without an alarm, I just wake up at 7, and then I'm still kind of tired, and I use the restroom and go back for another hour. I try to. Sometimes I can't fall back asleep. So you got to build those habits. Okay, so you're providing a service, not selling a product. That's going to come in play later when people, sometimes they want a refund, when you've done all the work, it's like, you spent the time, so that's why you have to make sure you deliver on all your promises. The quality is high, and then that way you never have trouble for going to mitigation for any disputes. This is kind of a question that maybe we can come to later, but I'll read it to you because this happened recently. So there's a young student that I'm mentoring, and he graduated about a year ago, and I had an offer for a job for $2,000 for about like a lot of panels, 130 black and white comic panels. And so I thought it was a great opportunity for him. So I forwarded it to him. And he had to, like, he said he was negotiating. He was almost going to turn it down. Last I heard, like, he took it. And when he told me he might turn it down, I was like kind of disappointed, because I thought, like, if you've been out of school like a year and a half or so, like he had, and he's doing some other job that's not art, but he's got a talent, like, you got to jump on every opportunity. So this is like the thing, and you have to ask yourself, would you take an art job that broke down to $15 per hour? Okay, so it's like $2,000 to draw 130 black and white comic panels. Would you take it if it meant breaking into the business, let's say you were working some unrelated job that paid $15 per hour or even $30 an hour, but your dream was to be an artist. So let's say it paid more, $30. Knowing that as you build your reputation for quality, you can increase your rates and be able to afford turning down low budget projects. Would you still take it? So knowing that, like, okay, look, I'm going to make a sacrifice. I know this is like, it's going to take me longer than if I was more experienced. Like me, I could like shoot these out, but still, for me, I didn't want to do the project because it's like I know I can make a lot more an hour because I work fast and I can get like quicker results. So, but I thought for him breaking in, this would be like his first, like, decent sized contract. And he could get like his first review on one of these sites, So let's say $15 times 6 panels, it's about like what, 92 per page, black and white digital inked. So this is a question you guys would have to answer after. Would you take this job but know that you have to work harder, and then once you get this under your belt, you have you have a profile on a site. So let's say here I am on Upwork. So on Upwork I have 40K total, but I started late on this, like 20K. I started late on Upwork, like maybe only 2-3 years ago. And I've been longer on Freelancer with over 400 excellent reviews, but I'm not sure if it tells like the total amount there. And then Guru, I was actually longer in for 67,000 reviews, and obviously I had a lot of in-person clients. So so you got to break in somewhere, and that's like kind of the question. The reason I noted this, it was a kind of a late addition, was that
it's kind of like getting paid to work out to be an athlete. Like you got to realize that, like the first part, you gotta get paid less until you can show you're worth something.
Right. I mean, you make time, and I think what people don't understand is like they think, oh, I think they compare themselves with others. They go like, well, if that guy's charging this much, I would be embarrassed to say like I charge less or something. But this isn't bad. Like this is like a decent minimum wage, but you're doing what you love, and then know that the actual average statistically of what freelancers make is like $28, $29 an hour. That's what it breaks down to. So, and then experienced ones like me, I mean, I list now. I list 95 an hour, but actually I would ideally be charging more, like 200, 225 at least. But the reason I actually list 95 here and on Upwork is because it's just a number under 100 that doesn't seem like too steep, and it's like negotiable to clients. It's strategic because I don't want them to write me off. I want to be able to negotiate with them, and
it gives you room to go up or down. Like if they're like, oh, well, I want this, it's like, well, that's a lot more, like, but it gives you.
Because I know they're going to like my work, and I know they're going to like my reviews. Like here I'm top rated, on Upwork. So I don't know if they search for certain criteria, like based on my portfolio, I would show up to the top, and I do get invitations. And lately I haven't really bid because I've had so many recurring clients that I think all of this past year I haven't had to look for a new project. So okay, so any questions so far? Because I know I'm adding a lot. Okay.
No, that's good.
Okay. So so first things first, you need to be prepared to receive payment. You can't dilly-dally around. And I made that mistake early on, where I remember I had like an in-person client that I knew through different contacts, and I had to design some flyers for him. And I think I had a half deposit, like initially a few $100s, but then I was also printing the invitations and like, setting like 1,000 invitations together. So he picks them up and he's like, oh, I'm going to come back and like pay you. I didn't even have an invoicing system. So then what happened was like he had like a fender bender in some parking lot, and that was his excuse to like not like pay me and rather like take care of his car. And then he avoided me for the rest of his life. Like, I remember there were social situations. I remember there was a social situation like 5 years later or something like that. And then my friend's like, oh, I invited him. And then she, I guess, told him that I might be showing up. And he's like, oh, he can't make it no more. so it's embarrassing for all involved. So the problem at that time was I was like just emailing him like, could you please pay me? And then I kind of wrote in the email like, this is what you owe me. And so I didn't have like a formal invoice. So, and I think I was a bit of at a loss. So I made the mistake of like not charging enough, half at the front at the beginning to cover not only like my time, but then also my production cost. And then the final payment would be the gravy, like it would actually add to like the greater value of what I've provided. So you need to understand like escrow and milestones for these websites. Escrow is like, do you guys know what escrow is?
Yeah, it's like money set on hold, right? Like money, official, specifically dedicated to paying you for this project.
Yeah, like people when they buy houses and things, money's in escrow. So once like all the paperwork goes through, then it's like released.
Guys, escrow is a really good way to explain what is it, Ethereum, like the contracts. Like that's kind of what it is. It's like it's tied to a contract that when it's completed, it's paid as opposed to being able to hold on to it.
Yeah, so when you're getting paid through escrow or milestones online, it's like they set the money aside into this like neutral account, which is held by the website, and the client that puts the money in there, they're the only ones that can release it to you, and then you're the only ones that, as a freelancer, that can refund. So if the guy goes, oh, you haven't done the work. I mean, like you haven't started really, but I put the milestone, but then something changed. Could you just like refund that or refund that milestone or refund a partial, then you're the only one that can do that. So you have some negotiating power. Both parties do. So there's that. And then you have to like, have an invoice template. Oh, geez. I don't have it prepped here, but I've been using the same invoice for so many years. Let's see.
I've been using what's it called? PayPal's like basic one, like that it's set up with, and I just like put in the information in there.
No, I use PayPal, the PayPal invoice, and like I have an invoice, like my accounting here, invoices, receipts, but I'm not going to open up one of those invoices. I'm disclosing too much. But I have a template that's actually I think I show it in the book. Yeah, I show it in the book. So I've been using the same Word document template for like 15, 20 years. So, you just need a basic one. And don't ever accept cash. Like, because if you don't have a receipt is actually a really, really good thing, because you have a paper trail, and if there's any dispute, you and the client know exactly what he paid for and what he got. But then if you don't have a receipt, you can get into arguments. Like I saw this at a gallery. So it was in Canada. So I show up at this gallery, and then the gallery owner, who was a terrible bookkeeper, is in the middle of a fight with an artist. The artist is like, well, you sold one of my paintings and you didn't pay me like the total. You still owed me $500. He's like, no, I paid you the whole thing. He's like, no, you didn't. So they're like at each other's throats, because they didn't keep any paperwork. It's just like, here's the cash. Don't forget, you still owe me the rest. It's like, yeah, I won't forget, and then
The nice thing about that PayPal one though too is like, so I've used the PayPal invoicing and then still been paid cash or through Venmo or whatever like was easiest for the client.
Right.
And then you can just mark it, and then you just, because
Right.
they'll send an email to the other person, they can see and confirm how much
Yeah.
it was. Because very recently, not for a freelance gig, but there was something where a company I'm involved with and another company were paying for something, and they paid us partial up front, and we had to track that. So we're like, oh, here's how much was paid here. You owe us this much after this event. And like being able to keep track of that's so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've had the same thing. I've received like Venmo without much detail, like just like, comic pages, that's all it is written. Like, I think like last summer it was like 3,000 for like one project, where like they could have had a more detailed invoice, but they were just like easy for them. But we know what it's for, and we had like our emails as contracts,
Yeah. Oh, one other thing I was just thinking of that happened to me about the accepting of payments is that if you're going to go under like a business name, make sure you open a bank account in that business name, because one of my very first freelance clients I ever got, I told them my business name and that's what they wrote the check to. And I had no bank account with that name. So I couldn't cash the check for like 2 weeks while I tried to set up my bank account.
Yeah. Well, at least you had the business registered,
Yeah, it was something that I mentioned in passing, and I didn't know like how he'd pay me. And then he's like, "Okay, here's the check," and I'm like, "Oh, like I didn't know he was already going to give me the check." I go, "Cool, thanks." I walk away, and I realize it's in my business name. I'm like, "Oh, uh-oh."
Yeah. That's that's interesting. Yeah. But you managed, and you learned quick, especially when you want to get paid. You figure out a way.
Oh yeah, I think the scariest thing that happened was like when they gave it to me and I went to go create a bank account with my current personal bank. I asked them like, "Oh, how much is it for like? How do I set up like a business account?" And they're like, "Oh, minimum of $5,000, or we charge you $35 a month." I'm like, no, thank you." So I had to like go around to a credit union until I found a place that had,
I know it's always a premium. That's very frustrating with businesses. There's just it's so expensive to run one.
So yeah, if anything, keep your name instead of doing a business.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, that's what I learned with the corporation. Like, it was it was expensive for me for accounting in Canada. Like, it was like about 3,000 just for an accountant, and she didn't really do anything, and she still needed like me to have a bookkeeper, and I was my own bookkeeper. So it's like, so she didn't actually, like when I gave her the receipts, she didn't actually like put everything in order and actually create the bookkeep. It was actually a waste of money. And then I also had to pay about 3,000 based on what I was making then. And I was making, when I had the corporation, it was like, I mean, you can make a better living for less in Canada, but I was only, I think I was maybe making 33,000 or something like that in Canada during that first year. And it was just like too much expense, I thought, and then I learned later that really like you should make about 65 or over to justify registering a corporation because of the expenses involved. Otherwise, you might encounter what I encounter, which is like the fees for the accountant and the taxes you're still going to pay for any money you took out. It's still it's going to be kind of just annoying because it's going to be kind of steep, and it's not going to feel like really a benefit.
But when it comes to bookkeeping, is there a software that you use?
No, I kind of do it old fashioned because I don't make that much money. I'll admit here I haven't made over 100,000, but I make between 75 and 100 consistently. But yeah. So for me, as a freelancer, if I'm just like if I'm just bookkeeping my own stuff, I just do my own taxes. So I keep receipts, and PayPal is really easy because I only have like a couple of venues for receiving income. So I have PayPal, I check Venmo, and then it's the expenses that take time to log because I buy things like whether I write off books that I buy on eBay or I furniture, office furniture and things. So I check that. What else do I check? Well, I have like receipts from restaurants that I take clients out, or like even if I go to like artist meetups, I write those off. And then so I keep those. And what else? Expenses. Oh yeah, credit cards. So I double check credit cards, and then like transportation, I can just search through my bank. So it's kind of a long process. It's actually like when I do my taxes, it's kind of like a 2-day process.
I was gonna say what I use is was it Intuit QuickBooks Self-Employed. It's like 60 to 120 a year, depending. I think they always do like a 50% deal or whatever. But I just link like all of my bank accounts and Venmo and any like thing that like PayPal all hooks up to this one place, and then I can see all the transactions and I just label them. And then at the end of the year, I print it and just, my dad's an accountant, so I just send it to my dad, but I would just send it to an accountant. Yeah. And it like the time alone that I save is like tremendous. That's why I was curious if you used anything like.
Well, I tried to use Mint, and I was like keeping every receipt, logging every single transaction. But then some things got like either misplaced, and it was like showing too much income coming in, and I was like, from all the so it was like it was incorrect. So
transfers was the biggest thing. I finally figured that out. It kept tracking transfers as like income and but I figured out how to fix that in QuickBooks, and eventually you can set up a ton of rules where like, let's say I pay for Google Gmail, like, so I have like at Art Dev Design for like my email account, and it's like, I don't know, $6.49 a month or something like that. And I can set up a rule that when I see this much charged from this account, to label it as business app expense or app software expense, something like that. So it's pretty cool. And like I said, even if it's the 120 for the year, it's like really worth that time at the when you need it, because it's a pain.
Yeah, if I could fix that mistake, then I would need to, and I do need a system as I make more money, and because I'm growing my business, and I foresee breaking 100,000 like very, very soon. And awesome. So I know I need a system, because but I just, the ones I've tried so far weren't helpful. So maybe we'll talk about that, because
definitely we can chat about that later.
So so there's always room for improvement. Contracts. There was a thing. If you want to make money, you need to have the confidence to ask for it and the means to receive it. That was the thing about like invoicing. So don't be shy. Like sometimes you meet with clients in person, and then like they're like, okay, great, and you don't know how to close. You have to be able to close, and the way to close is to ask to be paid. When they ask you how much you want for what they need done, you need to not stumble your words when you say it, and you need to know exactly what you're asking. And if they have questions, you need to answer and give a breakdown of that. It's not just some made up number. And some people kind of have this intuition of like what the cost is, but then they get annoyed. Unprofessional artists, they get annoyed if they have to like then justify or explain it. They're like, oh, come on, like you should know is like how much stuff is. No, break it down for them. You have to take the time. It's called bedside manner.
So it's your job to sell yourself, not their job to buy it.
Yeah, like it's a relationship. It's like sometimes it's like a relationship, like another person, or sometimes even a child. You have to kind of be soft spoken, and like if they truly don't understand, like why is this, why is it this price, then you go, okay, well this is like the process, so first I provide you with preliminary, then we review it, then I do like the ink version, then like you sign off on that, and then I can do the coloring and then the lettering, and then we can still tweak it a bit, but like once you approve each stage, makes it harder to make changes later, so it's very important that we take this, the early stages, seriously. And then so then they like, they go, okay, I get it, because, so then it's that's actually part of the fun, because you're communicating with people and you're helping them, and sometimes they really don't know, like they're not stupid, they're not like being ignorant for no reason, they just don't know, but they're open and they got money, so I often deal with a lot of individuals. I deal with like small businesses a lot, and it's only recently that that I'm dealing with more corporations. Well, actually, I've dealt with corporations over the years, but they're like, a few clients that are not that recurring. And actually, I have a client now, knock on wood, but I'm negotiating. I've been working with them for a couple of years now, and then I've been very consistent with them over the summer, and they with me, like as in terms of like what they needed, and then like I'm on the verge of like signing like a 25,000 contract with them. So that's kind of like that's going to be my biggest one for one client in a season. Yeah. So yeah, because usually the size of contracts that like that I usually deal with are like I think on Upwork I think it says like largest client. So let's see. They're like six to 10,000 is like my average. Where does it say? Because I remember seeing on one of these profiles, largest client. Oh, there we go. Largest employer, 13,000. So I think I know the one that was for. I think it was like this client here, which was like Amerinox processing in New Jersey. I did several projects over them for them over the years. That's a different one. I remember this project because actually this project is right when I registered my corporation for the school, and I remember like getting like it was like a few $1,000s in like the spring of I forget like 2010 or something like that, and it was a good pay rate for I think it was like 2 character designs and like a 1-page ad, and including this image here. And so my rent in Canada at the time was about 700 or 733, I think. And so I just paid all the rent ahead of time for the whole summer. And I just turned down project after project. And then I just worked on my business plan. And by August, I registered my corporation. And then by late August, I was already flyering for art classes in the fall, which I knew was going to be the biggest season. And then I had a full load of children's and adult classes running Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And
very cool.
Yeah, so it afforded, like those were rare. Now they're actually more common clients like that because I'm more selective and I can turn down projects, or I can just not bother to bid on projects. I kind of have a better eye, and actually it's funny because when you're starting out, a lot of people can make the mistake of bidding on very common projects that are very, very competitive. So I write about this in It's a Living that if you come to a project and they've already had like 20 plus bidders, you could tell, it says on the side like how many people have already bid, and you're too late. Like you need to be early to it, and also like everybody and their dog can design logo designs, or they think they can. So it's like extremely competitive to do general projects like logo designs, because everybody's a designer. It's like really easy to get that into that market, but hard to be like really good and get to like a high price point. So everybody goes for those easy things. So when we get to like the part about like the platforms here next after contracts, but Fiverr is very, very competitive for certain niches like, logos or like comic book pages, or caricatures, or concept art. Those are very, very common niches. So if you don't already have like 500 excellent sales reviews, because with Fiverr you have to create these little packages, for at a certain price point, and then upsell for different price points. So, like you'll get 3 renditions of a logo for $10 or something like that. If you don't already have 500 reviews, then it's like extremely competitive for you, and it's like you'll never even come on anybody's search engine. So,
I actually only did Fiverr so far.
But you have better luck?
I stopped after a while just because I just did. I think it's work, whatever. But I had the first job was not comic related at all. It was SEO. And all I had to do was put it into our website and use the Yoast thing. And then there was another person that came out of nowhere and was like, "Can you write 10 pages of a comic?" I was like, "Yeah." And then he just kept hiring me. It's sick.
I was gonna say, it's the traction's so important. Upwork's the one that I use, and that one it went from not being able to get me one. I got one client, and immediately I got another one.
Upwork's great. The only my only note is 20% commission on projects under 500,
which is pretty brutal if you're charging a low amount too, and it's even more brutal for the higher amount. But it's tolerable until you make over the 500 mark.
I mean, and you got to keep it within the same project, because if the client opens up a new project, it's really annoying. I had this one client, and she usually kind of opens new projects, but she's got so much work. I'm not going to give it away who she is, but I guess maybe might show up here, but in reviews. But I remember her first listing was also low, kind of low budget for what she was asking, because it was illustrations for books, and it was this example that I gave earlier, where it's it breaks down potentially to kind of a low wage, but I think I can work so fast and I can get it right the first time in almost every case at this point, that because I listen well and I really reread things, and I ask questions before, and so I make sure that anyway. So when I saw the project, and I forget if I got invited to it or I was bidding, just looking through stuff. I decided not to try to negotiate too much, and the reason for that was that I think she's a manager for an agent, because her profile already had spent $300,000 on Upwork. So so I thought hey, I'm just going to shut up, and hopefully I win this first project and I knock it out of the effing park, and then she'll never forget me. And sure enough, she hasn't. So every few months she'll come back and I never say no, and I can negotiate a bit. Sometimes she's really, really she can't budge. So I just but so some later projects were a little bit easier, but they all kind of look good. So I could still use them in my portfolio. One thing. Did you want to say something?
I was saying that's great though. Yeah, it's just getting that first bit of traction with somebody. It's super helpful.
Yeah, don't take pay attention. Don't be ignorant. You go, oh, that's it's too low or something like that. Look at the person. Look who's hiring. If they have a bad review, it could be troublesome. You don't know how difficult they might be. So read those. Judge them. Also, you could see on Upwork how many projects they've done before, and their kind of hourly breakdown. So it's if they've hired 200 people, but then they've only spent 2,000, then they've their average project size is $10. So it's you need a little more diversity than that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think the two things I've looked for, because I keep getting them in this realm, is someone who's actually new to Upwork, who's basically hey, I'm lost, I need help, those kind of people. Mm-hmm. And basically I feel like they've come here as a last resort, and for whatever reason not a lot of people bid on those, and so I've been able to get a couple like that. And then the other one is if yeah, like you just said, like they've hired a ton of people, they've paid a lot of money, and they're very descriptive in their request. I know that not everyone's going to read the whole thing, so I make sure to read the whole thing and just respond to every point in it so that they understand that I also took the time to read their thing.
Yeah, you have to address everything. Yeah. And I totally agree too with new clients. There's nothing wrong with new clients either, because these are the two examples. And I actually love new clients. Like, I love taking them by the hand, and I love like giving them like their first great experience, you know? So usually, like, a lot of times it's like it might be their only experience, because it's like, you know, they just have one little hobby project. Like I have one client that is like making some cartoons about Sweden, like just different jokes about Sweden. But she's like some American that kind of I forget what she does exactly, but she travels a bit, and it's just like a little it's just a little hobby. She doesn't even know how to market the thing, but she's enjoying like just her and I, you know, discussing things, and it's a decent rate. You know, it's like I think like $250 per one panel cartoon. You know. So, you know, like she takes care of me, and like I take care of her, I give her a good experience. One thing, like once you get more experience, I want to just show you. I keep a folder called, well, it's just tentatively called my favorite logos, but I keep like a folder of like my work. So I have like just different categories, character design, like my best stuff over the years. And then so on Upwork, like a website like Upwork, when you bid, um, you should only attach like your best work. Don't waste people's time with anything that's irrelevant. Not just your best work, but relevant to whatever the hell you're bidding on. If it's like a character design, only show them characters in the genre they want. You know, so I keep all these. Let's see, I have one like the one folder called logos is kind of a big one. But
Yeah, I set up portfolio for what is it, website and for branding. Like those are the two big ones for me. And it's like I set up little display panels where like for the branding I'll market and stuff, and that seems to be cool. But definitely having quick access to these to upload them is great.
Yeah.
Ice cream?
Sorry, Instagram?
Oh, I said, was that ice cream, that snowball that was coming down the hill?
Oh, no, it's like some sort of like invoicing thing. Like there's invoices in it.
Oh, if they're piling up like a snowball? Is that
yeah. There's two versions of it. I think the client couldn't decide like which view. And then it had to be done in a certain style, because like that's the thing. That's me personally. Like it helped me working in animation, because it made me a very good mimicker. You know, so I can mimic any style. So I usually prefer, like in these projects, to make it easy for me. Just the client shows me the style that they want, and I'll just do something similar. You know, but for them. So you know, so I don't know what
That's a really good point. Like animation is probably extremely helpful for being able to create exactly what somebody wants, because the whole point is you have to continually replicate the same things.
Yeah. So I have a good eye for that. I'm very lucky that way. This was an original concept that I came up with, and I have to sell the client on it. This is a recent book. It's on Amazon. Very good book, and a local New Jersey client and author. And I had to sell him on this. He had some other stupid idea. Like the book is called Humongous Allies, and he wanted like little characters hanging on the letters, you know. And I told him, look, it's a bad idea. Like, I'll do it for you, but please, I beg you, let me do this cover idea for you. And I did a free sketch for him to just show him the concept, and he wasn't sold on it still. And then I said, like, please show it to your wife, show it to like somebody else, get their opinion. I'm telling you, this is the way to go. And then and he couldn't, like, it wasn't totally sold on the sketch. And then he eventually his wife saw the sketch and said, like, okay, I'll chip in too to get this final concept. And then when I did this, like, he blew up. Like, my phone blew up. Like, he was like, you know, like going off, trying to call me, like, oh my God, this is amazing. So those are
Yeah,
kind
it
of
looks
like
awesome.
yeah, those are the experiences that I love as a freelancer, is like kind of helping people, making them extremely happy. And I charged him more, like than he was initially comfortable with. But then at every stage, I delivered, like over delivered, like I did this for the book. These are all from his book. There we go. So I over delivered at every point. I don't know. That's a friend of mine. Okay. So yeah. So keep everything like organized, and then I have like a general thing, and I mean, you know, keep everything organized. So let's see. Let's kind of get to the end here. So and then in-person dealings. Um, geez, there's a lot to cover, and like 1 hour isn't enough.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for online, make sure like I should mention just packaging files. You should have like a system for packaging like all the necessary files, and you should be willing to give like source files. I'm
You mean like zip folders and stuff?
Yeah, like, well, yeah, zip it, but also provide PSD files. I actually had a dispute with an animator that I outsourced to, where he didn't want to give me the source files even when I paid for for the project in full. He wouldn't give the source files, and I thought that was really, really shady, because it's like he must have had some bad experience where like maybe somebody took advantage of him, and then he was afraid of not getting the client back. So it's like he used the source files as a way to build like dependence.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot before. And like my biggest thing is working on trying to, like if you're the freelancer in that situation, like you should be providing such a quality service, not just the product, like you're giving them that drawing. The service should be so good that they
Yeah,
don't want to run off and work with somebody else. But yeah, some
that's
people are very nervous about that, like that you're gonna basically hire them, get the one thing you need, and then just pay someone else to replicate it or do whatever you want with it, where
yeah.
they want to be the ones to handle it.
It was kind of sad, but also very frustrating. But it was exactly that, and yeah, and I believe what you said is, and that's how I serve clients is, you know, like I make sure that they can never even dream of anybody else, like, and sometimes, I mean, well, actually, and I've also rescued a lot of clients where like they had a bad experience, and then they finally found me, and then man, like I blow them out of the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's something that for like marketing, like I always tell people like all like basically if your client is gonna work with you long term or work with any freelancer long term, like you can't change that. And if they're going to like you can change whether or not it's you or another one, but you can't change whether or not they're gonna work with someone long term if they're just gonna pay for one thing and then run off with it.
Mhm.
And so like for me, it's like I share as much knowledge as possible. I want them to be super comfortable talking with me because if they're going to run off and do it on their own, they would have paid somebody else to do it. Instead, I got this one payment, right? That
Mhm.
just got another freelancer and done the same thing. So I'm not going to get hurt about it if they want to run off and then use the work I created to have some other freelancer, repurpose it or do whatever they want with it.
Mhm.
And if they're going to work with me, it's because the quality of service, what I offer was so valuable outside of just the image itself or the website itself or the marketing service itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I truly believe in that. Um, like but I don't abide. The only thing I don't abide with too is like I outsource to some colorist overseas, and this guy, like I ask him multiple times, like, can I deposit half and then the rest upon complete? He's like, no, just pay at the end. And I don't like that. I would never do that. Like I don't have that much trust to just like do the complete work and then like wait to get paid at the very end. I always, in my experience, it's always safer to get a deposit. So one thing I want to show is like I always in the files package, I always include like a copyright transfer, and it looks something like this. I don't know if this is updated, but like my latest copyright transfer includes that like the only thing, like the client owns everything. So it's very clear, even though like a freelancer, like once they pay in a freelance system, it's assumed that like they paid a service and they own it. But like, well, you know, at the end of the service becomes a product, you know, like that you've created, and they own that product because they've paid for it, you know. So that's kind of like, you know, the freelancer.
It also makes the person who hired you more comfortable, like, you know, hey, by the way, just, you know, this is the handoff, so now it's officially yours.
Yeah, so they get like a document, you know, it's like a certificate. So this is my basic one. I've used it for years. I wrote it myself. It's very simple. So basically, like that, and it applies a lot when I used to draw things on paper and then like Photoshop them. So I would sometimes keep the nice drawings and take them out to like book fairs, and just I would have like folders, and people could just kind of flip through those and maybe buy one for a modest price. So I could still kind of resell those. Well, what I do is like, because so much of my work is like digital, that I have a clause that like I could repurpose the artwork as long as I give them credit, like repurpose it for educational purposes. You know, and
I was going to say the other one you should do as a freelancer as well is if you're writing something like this, is making sure like you say that you can show it as work that you did.
Yeah.
Technically, if you don't ask for that, technically the client can say, "Hey, you can't use it because they paid higher."
Yeah, I think it says like for portfolio purposes somewhere in here. Otherwise, project including artist signature that you are selling the drawings of paper. Then you know, letting the other whoever buys that original, you know, I let them know that like, hey, don't use this drawing for your pizza store because somebody already owns that character.
Yeah.
So yeah. So there's a lot more on, and there's like a big section here. Man, we should do a part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because we got the other guys waiting in the lobby.
Okay.
We'll pop over in a second. But yeah, before we leave though, where can everybody find you? Where's like the main place you want them to go?
Let me come back here. There we go. Well, masterpieceartschool.com. I still have content that I'm ready to launch in the background, so I have some courses. But I'm bringing in a lot of courses that I've had on Udemy and Skillshare. I'm consolidating them, and I'm redoing some of my big courses, like the freelancing one and the comic book publishing, indie publishing one that I'm re-recording and adding new content to. So I have my book up there, and it's on Amazon, and I have a new how-to book. Yeah, I have a new how-to book. Can I show you? Can I reshare and show you? Wait, do I have it? No, I don't have it on here. Yeah, never mind. Because I don't think I have images on this computer. But
is it on the website?
No. Because I'm working on a new book. It's a how-to drawing book, and it's gonna be really freaking awesome. It's so dense with like amazing content. Each page, like, because when I had my art school, I would give handouts, especially when I was teaching children. I learned that like if I have my back turned to them too long, it's like madness back there. So then what I would do is like the night before, I would like make these handouts with the assignment and like examples, and then I would hand them out, only spend 10 to 15 minutes like explaining things, and then go supervise. So in like many years of doing that, I had about like maybe 40, 50 of these little handouts. So then I took each one of them, elaborated on them, and then broke it down into like kind of like the buildup of a lot of my cartooning and illustration courses, where it's like from character building to storytelling.
That's awesome.
It's going to be like, it's really good. I'm so excited about it. And a lot of the pages are like kind of like handouts, but like they can stand alone. You can like either print it out or pin it somewhere. And it's going to be epic. It's like kind of like very iconic, almost like Wally Wood's 22 panels, you know, very iconic imagery. So that's what I'm working on. So that's coming out like soon. Again, like through masterpieceartschool.com, and then there'll be courses more courses too. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, and then like I'm here like on.
Oh, and then he froze.
That's crazy. It was like perfect the whole time.
It's perfect until the end. Cool. Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, like froze somehow.
oh, sorry about that.
Oh, it's whatever. So we're gonna actually be having guests on our Sierra Nova podcast again next year. So if you want to like come back and do like part 2 of that,
I would love to. You know, like I always like I try to build like you saw like there was a lot to cover in that outline, and then it's
plus,
never enough time.
We're opening our like services stuff on our website next year.
Yeah,
so that's
great. Maybe we could like cross promote.
Yeah. We're basically we're gonna try to have like a combination of like a job board and all that stuff up there, and like like the big thing is that the idea is to kind of turn like or create an Upwork freelancer, but solely for the comic book world, like so that all of the stuff is directly through that.
Yeah, I'd love to help with that too, because it's like I'm moving more towards like mentoring, and I'm enjoying that. So it's like I think like long term with the school, I like to build enough content to have memberships. That's like my long term play, and then I like just like counseling people like. Like the mentor I was helping with this project, he's just like a friend of mine. And it's like, I just love to help people, but it's like, as detailed as possible. So anyway, so
it's very fulfilling to mentor people.
Yeah. Like, it's good to be in a point like in my career, like where I could kind of give back without like, any expectations.
He's like fading into his own background.
Yeah.
Nice.
How you doing, guys? How you doing?
Yeah. Hey. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming. It was awesome.
Yeah. So I have a lunch at 2, and I'm going to rush to that. It's in Greenwich Village. So
enjoy your lunch.
I love you guys. Thank you for having me. And congratulations on your first Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is our second one.
Yeah. Second. I don't know if you were.
Congratulations on your second.
Yeah, you were on the first one.
Oh, was he on the first one?
Yeah, he was on the first one.
Oh, yeah, you were.
Was it? Okay.
I think
what did I do on the first one? I forget.
Yeah, you were promoting your Indiegogo.
Oh. No, I didn't have an Indiegogo then.
No? Oh, I thought you were on there.
I think you were still on there.
You were on for some reason.
This one was done.
I think it was just an interview, maybe.
Like it was on our YouTube somewhere with a bunch of other people.
Yeah, this year was done way more professionally though. So this is like, we got it all cleaned up.
I like it. Yeah.
Our first legit one.
I love it. Thanks. I love you guys. You guys are so easy to talk to too.
Yeah. Like I said, awesome to have you. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun.
Have a good one. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Happy Black Friday.
Yeah.
Hey,
Greg, Peter, Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan's last. Well, I'm gonna go for like a few minutes, so you could talk to him and Pete and Katrina's in the comments, I guess. Yeah, so I'll be right back. But start talking about your destruction of a world or whatever you got going. And then the Kickstarter thing that you were talking about to me.
Yeah, I tell you why I mentioned this. And of course, I'll do whatever you guys like. I always love talking about sci-fi. But the thought occurs to me, there's like 4 or 5 of us that are right in the last, 30 hours of Kickstarter campaigns.
Yours, I think, ends the exact same time ours ends.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah,
how'd that happen? Because I was following you the first time, and then it like overlapped a little.
I have no idea.
Yeah, because this one was shorter. I must have got on at the end of your first one and then the beginning of the second one, I think.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, like I'm ending at 7 p.m. tomorrow. That way, like I could kind of do a video if I want, if I feel like it, tomorrow before going to work. So,
Right.
Also, just because again with the epic titles, I gotta read the description. This is the Comic Creators and Letterers Symposium.
Yes. I mentioned that because generally speaking, I kind of hang out with a lot of letterers. That's something that just sort of happened lately. Like when we went to the Baltimore Comic-Con, it was myself and Justin Birch and Dave Lentz. And the plan is for next year, I think it's okay to say this, cross your fingers. I've got Matias coming from Argentina. He applied for his work visa, and we're going to do like an international letterers. It'll be the three of them, like a panel. I'll be there because I'm promoting the new book. I'm not a letterer, but anytime you can do something that helps the convention organizers, sometimes it's beneficial for you. Maybe you'll get a corner table, stuff like that. I'm still kind of fighting to get a corner table in Baltimore,
That's awesome. I like the international thing. One thing I mentioned on the first day of the convention was something we want to do in the future, and I'm hoping I can do this relatively soon, is to be able to do a map on our website of all the different creators so that you can like find the creators in different countries and then see the comics from that area.
Oh man, that's a great idea.
Yeah, because like we have creators all over Europe, all over the States, in South America. We have them everywhere. So it's just like, I think that would be absolutely incredible to have like a map of a bunch of pins of the creators, and maybe even like regional search, like everyone in the U.S. or West Coast or East Coast, everyone in South America. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's a terrific idea. I would love that, and it'd be interesting for us too, because I'm the only American. Well, the two of the letterers are Americans, but no, I'm the only one. Other than that, it's what you got? Irwin's Filipino. There's 2 Argentinians, 2 Brazilians. Matthew lives in Japan. So
where's Shodi? He's out of Brazil, right?
He's Brazilian.
Yeah.
And he's one of those interesting characters. Did you know about this emigration from Japan I guess it was in the mid 1900s, and he's one of those transpats or whatever you call it. Like it's actually, they're Japanese folks, but they resettled in Brazil. And
that's crazy.
Yeah, isn't that wild? They did it as some kind of economic push, and that's why it's like a huge, I want to say like a Chinatown almost, but it's not even that, because of course it's been so long now, it's its own culture and they got their own music. It's like the Japanese Brazilians.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah,
that's actually funny. On our like own universe map of our planet, our Japan is near like South America.
Oh yeah,
near our South America. Yeah.
Greg, where are you from?
Upstate New York.
Oh, no kidding. For some reason, I thought maybe you were Canadian. I was wrong, but I was born in upstate. I was born in upstate New York.
Too much.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
But I was born in Canada.
One artist is Canadian, and then our letterer is Canadian. So. Jerome Gagnon, however you say it.
Yeah. I just met that fella. I think he was on the. I think he worked on the. Did he work on the Periwinkle book?
I don't know about that, but Holiday Spirits.
I'm sorry, I got it mixed up.
It's both Christmas.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the 2 Christmas books. Yeah, it is that one. Yeah. That's how I met him. He reached out through that, and we.
He's technically part of like Orange Cone with Travis, but like I steal him away at times.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
that's cool. Well, I was saying I was born in Canandaigua, so I'm a pretty. Do you know where Canandaigua, New York, is by any chance? No.
What are you saying? Canandaigua? Are you saying Canandaigua?
Yeah, it's close to Rochester. They all have Indian.
Is that west? Yeah,
it's a subsidiary of Canada.
it almost is.
Yeah.
It's like this Canada and Canandaigua. It's just like it's right here.
Right.
Oh, Canandaigua.
It's a upstate New York, tiny town, But hey, I had some stuff that I wanted to show you guys. If you wanted to talk about this, I thought it might be interesting. Over the course of the year, and I never had a chance to do this before, but I said, hey, man, I want to share out some of these books and rewards that from the top Kickstarters of the year. And I actually have them with me. And, of course, I never did anything with them. But if you want to, I'll show them to you guys.
Yeah.
Sure.
That'd be pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
So, and some of these you'll probably know, and I know Pete will know a couple of them. The first one I got there, the OZ by David Pepos. You guys know the OZ?
I do not.
That's a heck of a good one. And you're going to see a lot of this kind of thing. Essentially, what they are, they're reworkings of Yellow Brick Road type
Yeah,
stories.
I just saw the castle and the green castle on the
Yeah.
I just like Peoples because he takes all my money. Kind of like that fling guy, and
well, we're all in it together, aren't we? You know what I
Yes.
mean? I think
Get up and take my money.
yeah, and I got to meet him at Baltimore Comic Con, and he was actually a pretty cool dude.
Mhm.
This one I think you'll know also, Hocus Hocus. You guys know that, right? Yeah. And I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure our boy Dave Lentz worked on that book.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I met this fella too, the writer, but I kind of forgot his name. That must have been, I imagine that was either Alan Dunford or Will Radford that I met. So just give him a quick shout out on the name. Hope I got your names right, fellas. So I'm at Baltimore Comic Con, and I meet a guy by the name of Kevin Powers. Do you know Patriot?
I don't.
Yeah, it sounds super familiar.
Yeah, it's really good. Peter, you'd like this too.
Yeah.
And by the way, it was written by Kevin Powers. I don't think maybe he would like my assessment of it, but if you like Rainbow Six type, GI Joe type, military ops.
military. Yep.
Yeah, and it's really well done. Got great colors, and it's got like real tension in the panels and stuff.
Freaking enabler, Tim.
Yeah. and he was a pretty cool dude. That's Kevin Powers, TJ Comics, he calls it.
Cool.
Okay. Now I got one of my personal favorites. I guess you guys are kind of like this, and I know Greg is, and we just got to be friends a couple days ago. But you try and support the people that you see in your Kickstarters, right? And not to put too fine a point on it, we're all in the same water together, and we're hoping to try and make something out. Maybe a little brotherhood helps each other out.
Yep.
So it gets hard, right? Because pretty soon there's so many, you got to decide which ones you really want to back. And what you do, and I know that Pete's like this, and I bet you guys are too, you start to gravitate toward what the better quality of the material is, right? And they tend to be things like people developing their own world, their own horror world, their own sci-fi world. That's what we start to discover, right? Man, one of the people who I think is doing the best world building out there, Boston Metaphysical Society.
Oh yeah, yep.
It's got a whole audio drama.
Yeah. By the way, I backed that one too, but it's still in the pipe, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I backed the last one, and I didn't want to spend too much time on each one, but I'm headed gently toward, I'm also a pin collector. I think I told you guys that. So
Yeah.
I'm going to display the books and the authors and the art, but I do have a couple of pins to kind of show you if you dig pins, right?
Sure.
So, but the thing I wanted to say about Boston Metaphysical, sorry, I hit my camera there, is that, when you talk about the world building, and I know that Pete and I talked about this, it has to be able to carry across the issues, right? But you still have to be able to read each issue and it's interesting without having the other one. And I think that's one of the challenges of world building, because what we all want to do, or maybe I'm speaking for myself here, the writers, we say, oh, hey, I want to explain everything, and there's going to be a sign there, and they're going to be talking about it, and there's all this exposition describing what's happening. But here's the thing, readers, they tune all that stuff out, right? So you got to try to find a way to say 10 things in maybe three words of dialogue, and you got to try and infer it. And one of the best examples is this Boston Metaphysical Society, and how she does it. It's like loosely historical kind of, which that helps you dial in the time period, right? And the other thing that's really cool is the color palette on these books, right?
It is cool. It's got like a sepia look with like the like disease or something for like the bubbles. It's just like it looks.
Yeah, and it's almost got sort of like a watercolor look, right? And a little more subtlety. And I will tell you this, that when I saw that, I was like, oh man, I like that little more subtle coloring look, because I was always like trying to do the most eye-popping colorist too, right? We always do that stuff. And that's why I gravitated toward this last guy, Angel, I was telling you about yesterday, Peter, which he does the subtle kind of watercolored look. And my guess is that next year and the year after, we're going to start to see more of these subtly colored books that look like it's coming back, sort of. Like I think we can all agree, like the last couple of years has all been about these eye-popping, they burn your eye out to look at the book, kind of. And I'm as guilty as other, man. I love that stuff. That's what I always pick the first time. So I thought Madeline did a terrific job on that. And her Kickstarter is always really well run. And I saved the best part for last. She's one of those people that puts her money where her mouth is. She's supported all of my books. And so I'm inclined to try and support hers, It's like I say, back to that brotherhood thing. This one, I did bring the print. Some of these prints, man, I'll just show one or two.
Wow.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. Right? And I just got a couple here. I'll show you. This one's pretty cool too. It's got like a cool lighting effect. Right?
I think that soft inking or coloring like also makes it look it looks like it's old, but it's clearly like nice and clean and fresh. It just gives that
it's got like a classic sort of look, right?
Familiarity to it, yeah.
Okay, the next one I got, Uranium Age Comics. Okay. The Salve. You guys know the Salve?
I've heard of that. I didn't back it, but
that artwork is phenomenal, right?
Yeah, and this guy's pretty cool too. I believe the artist there is Carlos Villa. You guys know Carlos? I've never worked with him. I know who he is though.
Wait,
and
is he in the States or is he? Throw that up.
I think he might be. I assumed he might be Mexico.
Because there's a Carlos, well, he might be Villas, but that I've worked with that's down in Mexico City that does like crazy freaking like 3D renders.
Yeah, this is the guy, man.
That's the guy?
Yep, Pete. That's him.
I love that dude. Yeah, I've worked
his
with him.
Stuff is really awesome.
Yeah,
and I've never. Did he do a Big Jack cover?
No. He did a illustration, black and white illustration for my Brachistron kind of fantasy adventure, and then also another fantasy adventure that I'm working on. He did a bull man that's holding up a yak's head. I should find this stuff, but just I don't know. I think I saw him on ArtStation, or something, and I'm like going, "Oh, dude!" So I kind of got a hold of him and started talking, and he does amazing. So that's his book.
Excuse me, he was the cover artist. The guy who writes the book. His name is Javon Jordan, and he is also he's a designer. He does variant covers for Image now. He's kind of broken open in a way. He also goes by a stage name because he's a rapper. He's the Illest Illuminati, I think is how you say it.
Oh, I know him.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And he's a super good guy too, man.
World.
Yeah, and I also believe he's kind of a younger guy. I thought to look at him, but for what I meant by that is for having accomplished so much, right? Like he's a rapper and a cover designer and a writer, and he's got 5 issues of his book out already. The guy's a hustler, obviously, because he's getting it done, right? So, and one of the reasons why I like him is he does sort of these historical interpretations, and I'm drawn to that. I know you guys are too. And they also come with a trading card set, which I'm sometimes a sucker for the trading cards.
Those, some of that stuff, it's just cool beyond.
Yeah, we're doing that for every Kickstarter now. So
yeah, I've done that too, and I didn't do it on Lost at Sea though, and I tell you why, because I figured that the people already had the first 2 things of trading cards, and I got the next book coming up, number 3, and it's going to be it's going to be every character in the Water Wars universe for a stretch goal, and I think because now there's something like 12 characters or something like that. So there's enough to where it would make a pretty neat set, right?
Nice.
So I am doing that. And I also, like I was telling you guys yesterday, I'm always developing these maps now. That's become a thing for me. And I guess I would say
I like maps.
Yeah, to circle back to my Kickstarter, if you don't mind. Hey, I got 30 hours left on Lost at Sea. And of course, we're going to be known for the musical themes, and the maps are the things that we provide along with our books.
Grab some.
And go ahead, Pete. Particularly, I always tell people, if you are running a Kickstarter and you even want a musical theme for your Kickstarter, it's going to be a service that we will provide. And definitely depending on what kind of sound you want, we can really generate some quality musical themes. How do you guys do theme songs, or do you use public domain, or how do you guys do it?
We have not used theme songs yet, but definitely in the future, probably.
Yeah, and the music that's on Chronicles of Horror trailer is actually J.R. Harris. He used to have a band.
Okay.
And that was actually an old song that he made like years ago. So it just fit.
Yeah. Well, and it's perfect if you can get some kind of a song where I guess the challenge I would say there is you want to make sure it like matches your subject matter. And like you could just see in like the horror book, like I'm not trying to sell you a songwriting service, but you can say, oh man, it's going to have the theremin, it's going to be spooky, it's going to sound like the theme song of the Munsters. And then before you know it, you're kind of having fun making it. Because what we do is like we sit down first with the writers, right? And the writers explain what kind of tone they want for the Kickstarter. And then they share the images, and you say something like, it's got a picture of this being a movie, and you'd be scoring this scene basically. So it's pretty fun to do that.
Let me.
Hey, is Katrina still out there?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, she just sent a message.
There's her book.
I'm gonna wait if she's. Hey, there she is. I think I can't see if she's watching or not.
Yeah, I think she's watching.
She's watching. She commented. So. Hey,
Pose Army. And I stumbled across Katrina because she's an editor. And we were in some kind of, what it was? They were trying out one of these hangout rooms with Russell Nolte. And I guess he was trying to see if it would work. And it was like a thing where, there she is. Hi, Katrina. And so I kind of met her accidentally, right? We were in there testing to see if the hangout room would work. And it was like a little Zoom chat room where a bunch of people could hang out. And that's how I first learned that she was an editor, in fact. And this would be a good place to mention organically how important an editor is. And she asked me yesterday or 2 days ago, she said, hey, I noticed a lot of you guys don't mention the editor in your credits or in your, this kind of thing. And she kind of had a point, right? You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, good for you, man. Okay.
Yep.
And I don't know, when you get to a certain level, this is my third one, right? And I remember saying to myself at the time, when I talked to Katrina about this, I said, I think I'm about to the level where I want to get an editor. Because I think I'm a decent editor, but of course it's like anything else, right? You want to get, the more eyeballs you get on it, the best effort is going to be collaborative.
Yep.
And, it's something that I've been wanting to try. And of course I know Katrina now, and I know Chuck a little bit too. You guys know Chuck, There you go.
Yep. That's how we mentioned the editor.
Yeah, he's not on the cover because he doesn't matter. But
we looked into a lot of covers and saw like what they put on the cover and what they would put in like the thing, like
Sure.
who worked on it. And the editor should definitely be on like the who worked on it. But on the cover, it's more like what's the artwork, like the writer, the illustrator, the colorist, the letter.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that it's something that I'm still learning, right? And I will tell you that Matthias is my editor, which he is a very capable writer himself. But of course, he's already the one who is still involved with the storytelling and the lettering. Like ultimately, what I want to do is like what Katrina does, where it's another teammate that has a fresh perspective and hasn't already, looked at lettering and art and something totally fresh, So I will say that that's definitely something I'm going to try and do for issue number 3. If it doesn't shake out for number 3, because that's actually in production here. It started yesterday, actually. It will be, it definitely in time for number 4. I'll do it.
Yeah. I was actually talking.
What Matthias does, he does things like, I forgot to tell you, he's a pretty good writer too, right? And a lot of the good lines I take from him. He's good at like these kind of disturbing horror lines, right? And his command of English is very good too. He speaks English and Spanish. And he always says things to me like, I'll give you for instance, and this is what a good editor does, right? We got this character who's like a 7-year-old girl, 8-year-old girl, and she's not afraid of things. And she talks in a way that sounds like she's not afraid. She's an intelligent girl. Well, Matthias mentions like, well, hold on, really what you're creating there, she's starting to talk like she's 35 years old. You've still got to have a couple of little things to make sure it sounds like a kid talking. And he's right, and it actually took somebody maybe it even took somebody that wasn't maybe a native English speaker to notice that how ineffective the dialogue looked at first. So we did, of course, change that passage, and he's right. It is the passage is stronger. Is stronger for that editing. So, I like to think I got an open mind about, I know writers are sometimes touchy about editors, right? I've had a couple of run-ins that were maybe bumpier than I hoped they would be, but it's something, it's like anything else, you got to learn, right? So I think that once you work with an editor a couple of times, my guess is you'd start to have it dialed in a little bit, what to do and what they're looking for. I've only ever, like I say, I've worked with Matthias on editing, and I was edited a little bit for the Cthulhu book. I forget if I told you guys that story. There was too much breastage being shown by the female goddess. It was Renan Shoddy. He actually has this very beautiful depiction of the female body, but it's an all ages book. So, they were concerned about, people are funny, right? You can show everybody on earth being murdered, but man, you can't show the suggestion of a nipple, And by the way, I'm not objecting to that. I totally understand why they made that decision. And I think it was the right decision. Again, if it was an all ages book, I'd hate to be the one that people are writing in about, hey, this monster's not wearing a bra, So, which is really what it was, So, but that was the kind of thing we fixed it, not necessarily with script editing, right? We did it with like smoke effects. And then the one thing, there's like lightning striking all around it, just so you can't, it de-emphasizes the female form of the goddess.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, our artist, Luke, he's doing a remastered version of Seer Chronicles 1. And
nice.
The dude, when he comes back to life, is like, he's naked. And as he's like, his skin is forming back onto his body, there's like a lot of shadowing to hide his groin area and all that.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's like, I want to kind of make that like PG.
Yeah, and that's a great example, and I think you just made a good point, Greg, because that shows again why an editor would be needed. Because sometimes that's the kind of thing gets past us as writers, right? We're just telling the story, and you see the art, and you go, "Wow, that looks cool." But an editor's going to say, "Whoa, hold on a second. I picture this as being marketed to." Like the new thing is the Comixology calls it 15 plus, I think they call it. Which is just, it's like the equivalent of like a little harder than a PG-13, obviously.
Right.
But, as comics can also get pretty hard into the R and, even to the X, depending on what kind of comic you're doing. But I think I would pretty squarely put myself in the 15 plus category. There's always adult situations, and I'll have soldiers dropping 1 or 2 F-bombs too. I'm not afraid to shy away from harsh language. Sometimes that makes it sound realistic, right?
Yeah.
But I think the long story short was that so I knew Katrina and I backed her Kickstarter, and the book is absolutely beautiful, and she will be the next person I talk to about editing.
Cool.
So one of the things, I'll go to the next one. We had talked earlier in the year, and maybe Greg can give us some thoughts on this because I know he does this. And it was actually, I'll refer back. This was Russell again who said it. It was for beginning creators to submit to anthologies, right? So I was like, okay, I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to start submitting to anthologies, and I'm going to start buying a couple and, try and learn more about them. So one of the first ones I got was a science fiction one by the name of A Cold, Dark Universe. You guys know that one?
No.
That's a pretty good one too. It's got a little heft to it. And anyway, man, is it good. And I followed this one, honestly, because my friend Luis Santamarina is in it. He's for us, he's primarily designer, logo, and cover dress, but he's also a respectable artist and writer and publisher in his own right. Like he does all this other stuff, right? So I wanted to back his story, and it's called Rob Robertson, and it is kind of like this tripped out, freaky colored version of this robot / Lord of the Rings / buddy picture that, man, it's really neat. So, and that got me in the spirit of following anthologies. So that's how I started to do a little bit. And that's from a company by the name of Black Hole Comics, which, I mean, it seems like they're doing a pretty good job.
Cool name.
Do you know them at all?
I'll just say it's a cool name.
Yeah. But the reason why I mentioned it is I know that you guys are anthology guys, and I thought maybe you'd like to share some thoughts about that right there.
They're cool. I wasn't we were thinking of doing them at some point, and then like Matt Myers came to us last year, and he's like, I got an idea for an anthology. It's like, cool. And then he gave me like the 4 stories that he wrote for the first one. I was like, okay, so if you want to make this an anthology, very short one, we could put it on Kickstarter and see if it like does well, and it did like well enough. So then I'm like, cool, it'll be a second issue, and it's going to be an annual thing. But I think he was like talking about to me, it only might be 4 to 5 issues total for that, and then there's going to be spin-offs because there's actually some characters people want to see have their own thing, like my turtle character.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, anthologies are pretty cool. Like Cthulhu Invades Oz, Cthulhu Invades Wonderland is coming out next year by Travis Gibb. So
right. That looks like good stuff to me. I don't. Before this time of me telling you, I hadn't really backed or followed anthologies, and now I'm kind of even into it, you might say. So some of this stuff, as you know, you figure it out as you go. And the other thing that came up, I guess, since it came up organically, we're going to be, and we get to Water Wars 5, I guess this will be by the time, is going to be a little bit anthology style. And what I mean by that, it'll be giant sized again, and we're going to be hosting some special writers. One of them being Mr. Peter Welmerink right here in the room with us, who's got his own story. It's a terrific story, and we're really excited to develop it and bring it to you. And the idea is we'll have this stable of characters that'll be, in our universe, and eventually it'll be like the Brady Bunch, man. We're gonna have all these happy characters together, right? All surviving in this post-apocalyptic trauma.
Would you ever cross over with Big Jack?
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because thematically, I mentioned this to Peter before. I think the styles are a little bit similar. Mm-hmm. Like I don't think anybody would say, "What? This doesn't," like they'll be like, "Oh, that's the guy from the Water Route, and that's the guy from the Dust Shovel Alliance." Like it all kind of matches up in a way, and like it'd be a couple hundred years before. No, it's like 100 years before, I guess. Big Jack is. Right. But like I was saying, it even makes sense, right? Because with what we've been doing with Water Wars, it actually started at 2288, and it's each chapter is writing backwards. It's the chapter before it. So, maybe by number 6 or 7, we'll be right to.
Hey, there you go. Could at least have like a cameo or something like that.
Yeah.
That'd be.
Yeah, I think that would work. And
like, what's up?
When we get to 5, my hope is, are you ready for this? If this can actually work, I'd like to have it be 5 different writers. And I'd be one of them, and Pete would be one. We'd pick a couple others, and 5 different artists. Like it wouldn't all be the same person in the issue.
Nice.
Which Pete's got Irwin spoke for, so I'll have to pick somebody different.
I have Irwin and Renan and no.
Yeah. Renan's a good one too. He'll be busy. He's working on the. Trust me, I'd be hitting him up to do this, but he'll be working on this. We got this Western we wrote. So that'll be our next thing.
I'm tapping him for my Blue Delilah Sword and Sorcery. Yeah. So he actually, and since he worked with you on Water Wars with Angel,
right? Number 3.
Yeah, I've also gotten a hold of Angel, and Renan said how well he and Angel work together.
Right.
So I'm going, why break the team up? So anyway,
that's a great team.
Yeah, that's going to be my little one-shot project that I'm working alongside with the third issue.
That's a great job. I should mention right there, the reason why we like Angel is because he's one of the people who does that subtle watercolor thing. Like you can do. I don't know what you're going to be shooting for there. I most always go to the brighter stuff anyway, but he can do he does this other thing with his colors, which is pretty cool. Like if it's in the background, he'll adjust the like the opacity of it and put a little blur on it. So when scenes that are like futuristic, like if it's the computer room, there's like a little blur. It's neat. It's a neat effect.
Yeah.
So and that's always the secret, right? Especially for sci-fi, is to get somebody that makes it look a little different and yet familiar at the same time. So I think he would do great at Sword and Sorcery, brother. I think he would do great.
Doing the Matrix green look on top of stuff, like having that what's it called? Just like they was it green when you're in the Matrix, blue when you're in the real world.
Right.
Like having that separation is really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, but hey, good luck with that one, Pete. I'll back that project too when you do the Sword and Sorcery.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, next I got SPI's Among Us. That's the classified handbook. That's by Alan Silverwood. Do you guys know Alan?
Oh,
Oh.
you keep mentioning people I don't know, and I thought I knew like a lot of people.
Yeah, this guy, I don't know him too well. He's a Kickstarter guy. Used to work for Marvel Comics. He was an editor, I believe, editor on some pretty big titles. But same thing for this one. How I got involved with them, we sort of shared an artist, which in this case was David Dion. He was the guy from Water Wars 2. That's actually, you see this behind me, that's a David Dion character right there.
Oh, nice.
And what he did with this one, it's put together kind of like it's like a who's who of the Marvel universe. Or I guess that's
nice.
DC that did it that way. But yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
So the thing that I kind of like to mention each thing that I kind of liked about the person's project. The thing that's cool about Alan's project, it's the interconnected universe, right? Like it's like the Avengers almost. All his characters know each other, and they team up when they need to. If they're walking through New York City, the two people know each other, just like Daredevil and Spider-Man, which that's usually a way to hook me in. And also he's doing the top-notch artists. How are we doing on time? You got time for a couple more? I think I have.
You're until like 3 o'clock, so you're.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I hope you guys dig this. This is kind of interesting, right? You like it?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so this next one, and like I say, some of these people I don't really know too well, but I know them from the community. This is Brian Hawkins, Stellar Odyssey.
Yeah. I have that.
Yeah,
Nice.
And that's a pretty good looking book. And how I knew that is by the artist, which is Elton Tomasi, who was the first artist I worked with on the Socket title. So, man, I just love this guy. And he does all kind of stuff with these big splash panels. And the other thing that Elton does is really neat. He's a big force perspective guy. You're looking at everything from 10 blocks away and it's all stretched. He does that often. Here's another example. And it's just really cool, these perspectives that he puts in. You know what I mean?
Wow.
That's a good scene right there.
I think perspective is probably one of the like in the indie comic book world, when you see real perspective done really well, like it definitely captures your attention, because it's not very often used, and like that pulling of like the narrowing of the focus by doing that, it's such an awesome effect.
Yeah. And I think they did a terrific job with that book. That's issue 2. I didn't have the other issues. I came kind of late, and that's one of those things that I was trying to I'm trying to support the right teams and to find out who's going to make it to the finish line. And I know that when you make these super teams, like in this case, it's the spaceship crew from Stellar Odyssey. It's kind of hard to promote it's hard to get them to 4, 5, 6 issues, right? So I always want to follow along and see how people were doing that. Because, I tried to do that with the Socket book, my first book. I got 3 issues of that, and it's sort of stalled. Like I've reached a stage where that's not profitable. Like Water Wars, I have in the Kickstarter world, and it's kind of got its own momentum and can keep going. Like I can print enough each time that it almost fuels itself, if you know what I mean.
I thought it was cool that you had that in what's it, Antarctic Press.
Oh yeah.
I'm like going, what? How? It's like that was freaking awesome.
Well, I tell you, I kind of got lucky there, and because it shows you, like each issue for me was a different character. It's not necessarily continued. Like you can put them together and it's continued, but if you want to, you can just grab number 2 and read it and like it. And see, that's what helped me, because now he's Ben Dunn, by the way, from Antarctic Press. Do you guys know him?
Yep. Well, I don't know him personally.
Well, like he's not coming to my house for Thanksgiving or whatever.
Right.
But
I know the name and what he does. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. He's a nice enough guy. You can chat with him about it. And what I do, look, I'll just tell you. I emailed him, hey, Ben, I know submissions aren't open, but are you looking for any books for your anthology? And, of course, I give a Dropbox link. And he said, hey, I'll go again on number 2. And, that's an oversized book, Pete. That's 44 pages. So it's actually being serialized across 2. It might even be across 3 issues. So I might be in 3 issues.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll be cool. So anything like that is good for me, because it's the distribution, you see, to get the books out there. That's how I'll get books into California, and
Yeah, we're gonna be starting to do stuff like that next year.
Well, I'm gonna pair up with you guys then, so I'll send a shipment over. And are you doing? What's your convention plans, or is it too early to say that?
Still a little early to say, just because everyone keeps changing their last minute stuff. So like, yeah, we're probably going to wait to see what gets released in the new year.
Okay. Yeah, I will. I'm trying to talk Pete into coming down to Baltimore for the next one, and if we get anything like that that's close,
it'd be coming over there. So hey, listen, we drove to Virginia this last year for a family vacation, and so I'm like checking out. Okay, where are you at as far as York? And then I'm like going, well, no wonder you went to Baltimore. It's like you could throw a stone.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, okay, Pittsburgh. Okay, I've driven to Pittsburgh before. It's like, okay, I could. So, yeah.
But I'm really closest to South Central Pennsylvania is what it is. I'm about 35 minutes north of Baltimore. So if you are, the nice thing about here, and I mentioned, I got Matthias coming this year for this International Letterers Symposium, right? And I know I love that important name. But when he gets here, really what it's going to be is we're going to visit Washington, D.C.,
Nice.
Then we're going to visit Philadelphia, and then we're going to visit Baltimore. And, if you're coming from another country, D.C., and those are pretty good choices, right? If we have time, maybe even a day in New York City.
Nice. Yeah.
So we'll show them around. I'll go up to upstate New York, and Greg will put us up. We'll sleep on his couch.
There you go.
If you're ever down in Nashville, definitely come check us out. So.
Are you right in Nashville?
I'm in 12 South in Nashville, yeah. I'm like right in the South District, yeah.
Okay. Boy, I'd love to see that. Maybe I will someday.
Yeah, Nashville's phenomenal. And actually, I found out there's like a couple of conventions that are around here. There's the Smoky Mountain one in June or July, and there's like a couple other ones going on.
Nice. Okay. The next one I got for you. And like I say, some of these I was trying to focus a little bit on science fiction, because the title and everything. But I am open to lots of things, as you know, I'm also a horror fan. And if somebody has like where's Katrina? She's Michigan or something, I think.
Yeah, it's somewhere in Michigan.
I'm in Michigan.
She's somewhere in there. There's a bunch of children surrounding our house in a cornfield.
Katrina, Michigan rules, man.
Yeah, I've never been to Michigan.
That's where I'm from.
But what's the temperature where you got, Pete? What's your temperature?
Over there. I think it's probably in the low 30s right now. We did get some snow.
Yeah, it's like
last night, so yeah, so like a smidge of snow. So
yeah, that was when I'm
on the west side of the state.
When I lived in upstate New York, I lived close to the Finger Lakes, and they have what they call lake effect snow. And I'm not kidding you, when the snow would blow off the lake, you would come out of your house, and the side that faces the lake, it would be up over the door. That's how high it would be. And I can remember times we would have to go, I'm not kidding, go out a window out of the back, and then you have to come out and shovel that was at my dad's place. He lived right across from the lake. It would be almost up. You need the snow blower in that neighborhood.
Oh yeah. We get the lake effect snow, big time. So we're like 20 minutes away from Lake Michigan. So yeah, we get some good levels. So if we get snow, I mean the last couple of years, hardly anything. So
lucky.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I was saying that it doesn't necessarily have to be sci-fi that I'm focusing on for our purposes of today. It's a lot of sci-fi, but I'm willing to take a look at any creator, and I try to keep an open mind. Sometimes how I can get better at something. And one of the writers who I just recently started following is a guy by the name of Frank Martin, and this is his sci-fi tale, Polar Paradox. And I'll just take one or two quick things that I kind of liked about this book. And he's a pretty prolific guy too. It seems like he's putting a book out every month or two, practically. So I guess he must write full time. But the artwork, the first thing is it's very kind of what I call science-y, which I kind of dig. And what I mean by that is a lot of world building, right? Lots of graphs and maps and worried-looking scientists explaining what's going on in rushed tones. That's always great for sci-fi, right? And then there's, as you go farther, it could only get better, which is, undersea monsters. Yeah, you got me here, man. This is good stuff.
This-
So
I was just gonna say, here's the other thing. The thing I noticed that made old animes better than new ones is the amount of detail they put into the background. Like that's one of the biggest things I noticed was like sometimes like unnecessarily done. Like it's just so beautifully drawn in the background that the entire scene is put together in such a way where you're like, I don't know what it is. I just like, this is beautiful. It's the background that's like, they didn't just blur out something. They really spent time. Like they have an entire team of artists just for the background. So
That's
it's like, that's, you know, that's like when I see like comics like that where they spend a ton of time in the background. Like I don't like it when it's like just two characters fighting and it's not what's it called? It's not showing you know, like the background scenes shifting as they fight. Like that makes it so much more dynamic. And you can even see that in film where like when someone's in a fight scene, the thing that makes it more intense is when there's camera angle, and the thing you notice is the background changing, not the different angle of the characters.
Right. And you know, that's a really good point, because when you're writing the fight scenes, and I actually try to do this, you know, you can emulate the scene maybe from a movie, and we know all the time what's cool about the anime or and in some cases Western movie scenes, like it tends to not really focus on the combatants of the scene. Like the first scene might be from way far away and you see the two silhouettes and it's a sagebrush there. Then the second scene, it's real close and he's just got the sword. It's like all, you know, kind of
the eye shots, the dust, or what's it called, the tumbleweed, right? It's like,
yeah, right. And I always try to do at least one, like if somebody's getting ready to fight, I always try and do what I call the high noon panel, which is where you're standing right behind the one guy and you can only see his arm like he's getting ready to draw for his gun. Right. So I always put those in, yeah. And that's one of the things I think that the Asian comics do better than the American comics.
That back shot, tons
of the stuff that like whenever we're writing up our story, and like once like so, I think we mentioned it on the first day. Like the way that we do our story writing is that Greg basically writes out the main idea of the story more novel format. Like there's what's it called, talking, like there's dialogue, but it's a lot more dense in words. Then we take that, we break it apart into a plot point. So like,
sure.
Plot, and let's try to figure out how quickly or how much time do we need in order to properly showcase this plot point, and then we rewrite it again. And as we're rewriting it, like what I'm trying to do outside, like that's why like I'm like the editor is like, as I'm like writing like the scene, the main thing I'm focused on is stuff like, where's the camera angle, like where are we looking? Because if we're looking right at somebody's face, it means something else than if we're looking over his shoulder as he's talking to somebody. And like that's like a huge difference. Like if anyone who's ever worked with us as an artist, like has seen our script writing, and it's like bird's eye view over the left shoulder of this character, looking at the toes of this character. Like we're being like very specific. Worm's eye view upward towards the burning building. Reflections off the water. Like it's.
Have you ever seen any of these articles where they give a breakdown of what an Alan Moore script looks like?
No.
He's one of these guys who, like, just for one panel, and we all have, like, first of all, I agree with you. I like to have a lot of detail written about what's going to be in the panel. But he would write a panel, and it would be, like, so dense. It's like a full page just for each panel.
And like describing dust moat in
what
the
graffiti's
upper
on the wall.
Right.
It's like super crazy. So you can Google it if you ever want to see one, but it's almost like it reads like an exaggeration of what a script would look like. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh, like that would usually freak the artist out,
Well, like the thing that I kind of noticed was that so if you give an artist complete freedom, sometimes like it's almost it's not helpful. Like they might not know what to draw. Where if you're very specific about what you want, but you let them draw it in their way, typically it comes out really good. Like, and it's like the whole concept of discipline equals freedom. Like when you're disciplined on your work, you actually grow faster, so you get more from it. Yeah. So if you narrow the focus of the artist, and you're like, okay, like here's the view, right? And then like for a small example, one of our comic panels, one of my favorite panels in the rework of issue 1 of our comic, is there's a scene where our character's walking down an alley and a van is following them. And what I was like, ooh, would you be cool if we could see from like the window of one of the apartments in this alley? And our artist, because I didn't write this, would put a plant there, like in the windowsill. And that small detail is so incredibly like beautiful. Like it was really well done. So it's like I love being specific. Like I'm like view from the windowsill, but I'm not being specific on like what the windowsill needs to look like.
Yep.
Or whatnot.
Right. Yeah, I usually when I've worked with Evie Cantata with the Big Jack stuff, and I think I do this with even the other guys I work with on some of this. I'm doing some superhero stories, very light, some humor for Yeet Magazine or Yeet Presents out of Howell, Michigan, and it's just like for the love of type book, it's an anthology. But I like doing, because I kind of know what I want to see, so I'll take my paintbrush program and I'll make like a little sketch or whatever. Usually stick figures because I can't draw, but anyway, and kind of show the artist kind of what I'm looking for, and it usually works out pretty good. Where it's like, okay, I don't put like all the details in there, but just enough to give them a little direction versus just going right. Here's the scene. And then, and it usually, like with Evie Cantata, man, we work so well together that I do something like that, and he has pretty much nailed it every time.
Yeah, his layouts are great. His layouts are great, Peter. I think so.
Yeah, I got a response from somebody that originally did not like black and white artwork, and he said, "I got Big Jack #1," and he goes, "I'm sold. It's cool." It's like, awesome. So
you were talking about like getting inspired from like movies or whatever shows. I actually have some fight scenes in like Seer Chronicles and stuff that are inspired from like Daredevil, like the staircase scene and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Totally from that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys this is going to be loosely connected in a second. Did you guys see Shang-Chi yet?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah. What'd you think of it?
It was awesome.
Liked it.
Yeah, It was good, right? Yeah. And did you think that the choreographed fight scenes, they really put the love into those scenes, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. It's better than Iron Fist.
I was about to say, like, I think the main reason that show, like, Iron Fist sucks is because, like, I'm not, like, some master in martial artist. I only took it for, like, 5-6 years, and I know I could do those scenes better than that actor. Like, I found out later, too, apparently the actor, like, half-assed his way through some of the training, and like you are a martial artist. That is the main purpose of your character, and you flaked off on the martial arts training.
Yeah, he didn't feel like Iron Fist to me.
He didn't feel like a martial artist, let alone the greatest
the main one, right? Yeah,
like that's why, like the girl, the one who owned the gym, like she was an actual martial artist, and she made him look embarrassing. And like when you put them side by side, you're like the cut scene in the beginning looks better than everything else that he does in the show. Like the animation.
See, I heard that wasn't a very good show out of all the ones that they did, so I never watched it.
I watched all of it, but it was like it's the worst one of all of them because
it started pretty good, but it's like I say, once he was Danny something or other, Danny Rand.
Danny Rand. Yep.
Yeah, he really didn't. Dylan's right. It didn't carry the character.
But it's the martial arts because like that's why I'm glad you said that because I haven't seen the say the name again.
Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi. Yeah.
Yep.
So I haven't seen that one yet. So like I'm glad that because like that's again like he should be an excellent martial artist. Like that's very important. And so I'm glad that's a thing.
Yeah, it was fun.
And where I was going with it was, when you write or it was actually Greg mentioned this, when you write the panels out, you can pattern it after like a movie scene. And usually, you're writing this stuff down, but I'll tell you in this new book, there's like in the battle that's between the two robots and where it has sort of like that feel of the old Western, I actually used the panels. I had Googled them and laid them out. And I said, Erwin, it's going to be like high noon where he's standing at the OK Corral. And he's like, oh yeah, man, I get it. Except it's two robots and they're standing in the pouring rain. Those are the two differences. And it came out great. So I'm going to try and do more of that stuff. Like there's not always a movie that exactly, depicts what you're trying to say sometimes, but you can kind of fudge it a little as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, that was Frank Martin. It also came with a pretty cool print. I'll show you real quick. And we were saying, the prints are something that we all do as a way to beef up our Kickstarters, right? And that's why I'm going to tell you guys, hey, man, we're trying to stick close to that sci-fi theme, right? I'm going to be sticking close to these things that are kind of like prints that have some kind of enhanced feature. And after talking to these two last night, I'm really interested in some kind of AR/binary, some kind of thing like that. So because remember, I got one coming up here in March, and it's going to be the new map. So let's maybe 3D, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll wait and see. Okay,
so what size are those prints when they? Because on my first big jack, I did I forget what size the darn thing was, but I made the mistake of folding it. Wasn't quite right kind of ink, maybe too thick paper stock, and left I think it actually broke the color, so it didn't end up quite like I wanted. After I talked with the printer, he said there's stuff we can do next time to get away from that, but live and learn, I guess. So.
Yeah, and that's how you figure it out, right? I didn't, the first time we did the postcards, and people kind of it was like a little set of 4 postcards, and I think people like that because it's something you can kind of use.
I'm gonna do smaller prints because one of the prints that we have at Chronicles of Horror is 12 by 18, and it's because he drew one character like super tall, and I'm like, it's gonna be a weird print size.
That is a weird print size. Yeah. And I guess if you could do, and I forgot to bring it, but I backed The Few and the Cursed also. Do you guys know that one? Okay, perfect. And Pete, you don't have your map for that one, do you? Do you have a map for it? Pete saves the day. Okay, so
the minute you said map, I'm like going, I got a map.
Oh my God! See, that's what I'm talking about. Like that's that stuff where,
Yep.
You're gonna remember that for such a long time. You're gonna want to show people you have it. Like
and even if you tilt it, you can see, Pete, it's a little bit enhanced there. That's what I call Chrome.
Yeah, and I love the title on the top left, that red Chrome look, and like there's the gold filtered throughout it. Like, it's beautiful. Like that's incredible.
So I will tell you, not in any case of he has shown the way that it can be. Shipped efficiently and still come out looking cool. And one of them, it's like this. It's like an ancient paper kind of, which is neat.
Yeah, it's like a parchment.
It's like a parchment. And since we're all among friends here, that is the one that you will see coming with Water Wars #3. It'll be that size and like that.
Sweet.
Yeah, and I have been doing like the smaller ones. They're about that big, and you always want to try and change it up a little bit. So I'm going to see if people, I see good things, and I go, man, I'm going to swipe that one. So thanks, Pete. You saved the day on that one.
Yeah, it's cool. Very cool.
She's in the comments, John. That's where she is.
Yeah, that's a good one. Hey, and Pete, if you don't mind, crack open the front of that book and show them some of the artwork of. This is written by Felipe Canio.
Yep, I think I backed his. I think he's on his third one. I think I backed all of them. I believe. I forget because they come out like several months later. And then you forget what. Anyway, suddenly something shows up on your doorstep. It actually came with a cover protector, more or less.
Oh yeah, it does cover. So you got the that's the graphic novel version, right? It's like a 200 page or something.
This has like all 7 issues in it or something like that.
Yeah, that's the one I got too. And it came with like a gold card or something too, didn't it?
Oh, this one is why I'm busting tables right now. It's got this stuff. Got a bookmark. Has some of these cool cards.
Yeah, these cards came out great.
Got like a little coin.
That's what it was. That's what I was thinking of. A lot of guys are doing the Kickstarter coins now.
Yeah.
The coins are phenomenal.
Yeah,
those are cool.
Like challenge coins or something. I don't know if that's the same thing, but that's what they're doing on a lot of
different
Kickstarter.
packets
awesome.
of.
They're cool, yeah.
All sorts of stuff.
I'm gonna go for a few minutes, but
yeah, I was gonna say, man, I thought you were going to do something.
I got caught up in doing this.
Okay. Well, thanks for helping.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Anyway,
so now,
and this one too.
Oh, what's that?
I forgot about that. How do I show that?
What is it? I can't quite tell.
It's like an art print.
Oh, is that Few and the Cursed?
Watercolors.
Yeah, it's cool as heck. It looks like my favorite peach momoko, but it's not. But
oh, I see it. Yep. No, I got you. Oh, that is neat. It does look like peach momoko.
Yeah, I love her stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, and it's on a kind of a nice cardstock material. I don't know. I get nervous about doing this stuff in mine because I'm still feel like I'm a rookie and I'll end up losing my shorts. You know.
Well, you bring up a good point too, Pete, which is that at the end of the day, what backers are looking for. I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth for a minute. Is that okay? Because I'm going to say the opposite of what I've been saying for an hour now. We got to remember that at the end of the day, what the consumer really wants is the best product version possible.
Right.
So there is probably an element of diminishing returns of having lots of add-ons to something, which at the end of the day, it's a book in our case.
Right.
So, I'm all about additional content for the book. Maybe it's one more story. Maybe it's enhanced cover logo, blah, blah, blah. Yep. But I don't want to veer too far off into the add-ons. I understand it's smart too, because, heck, you gotta, that's how we make money, right?
The only thing I was going to say about the add-ons that's super nice is the fact that, it's like one of those things, if you get like a VIP ticket, even if it's a bag of stuff that costs a nickel, like people love like those little.
They like the freebies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but I liked what caught me was the book, and I've liked kind of the weird westerns. So that's why I got that, because it's like I like that kind of stuff. So
that is cool.
And they've got a cosplay model that is that frickin' character. It's the redhead that I think I back the variant cover with and usually I'm not into that kind of stuff. They do that a lot on Vaporella and Red Sonja and whatever for Dynamite and whatnot. It's like, I don't need the cosplay stuff. That doesn't. But this gal that is their main cosplay characters. I mean, she's the redhead. She's the gunslinger. So it's phenomenal. So
well, and when I saw that, Pete, too, I also was, I've been a little bit inspired about writing this Western, right? And I'll just bring this up briefly because we've been talking about sci-fi the whole time. And it'd be fair to say that I've got my finger pretty deep into the sci-fi worlds now. And, basically everything I've written has been in some form of sci-fi. Actually, somebody said to me, it might even have been Pete, that, hey, all these stories have robots in them. I don't think there was one yet that didn't have a robot in it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, wait a minute, man, I got to change that up. I'm going to get typecast, right? So
no.
But so the idea for the next one is what I'm going to just call a bone dry Western. And it's exactly set up like the Water Wars universe, but no powers, no robots. It's 1868. The South has won the war. And it's cholera is what it is. There's a cholera epidemic. And that's the North has been so poisoned that they collapsed. And so that's like the alternate past, right? So, and and by the way, the evil,
post-apocalyptic.
Right. It's a terrifying alternate past. And the concept, Pete, I think you'll like this. So once the North folds, and it isn't because they were doing good on the battles, but everybody got sick and the whole government just collapsed. It's like apocalyptic North. Well, the South quickly realized the way to make the most money, wow, we're really doing good with this human trafficking. Let's make it government sponsored. Right. So you see where this book is going. It might be a little bit controversial even, but they are the bad guys, and bad guys are supposed to do bad things.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because here's where this is going. Big shocker. The bad guys in this next story are going to be incredibly racist, incredibly corrupt government, incredibly capitalistic. You're going to hate these guys. And I think people might even have a problem with it because it's going to show some really racist stuff. And by the way, one of the ideas is we're throwing the Irish in with the enslaved persons this time. So it'll be African Americans and the Irish are the ones that are enslaved.
Oh, you probably don't want to piss off the Irish.
Well, and
I'm Dutch, so I'm not worried about it. So
it's funny because you always wonder how far to take that stuff, and even I'm hesitating on this one because it's going to be controversial source material, but I want them to be like Nazis to where you just freaking hate these guys. You know what I mean? And I think that a racial element might work, but I don't want to stir up any divisions if that's what people are touchy, about stuff. So I got to be careful.
But you got to create. If the story talks to you, just fricking do it. I mean,
right.
I don't know. People will read into it whatever. It can be a freaking Goldilocks story, I mean.
Yeah, I was gonna say what was it? The World of Warcraft or no? What's the card game? Magic got attacked for random stuff that was in it. Like you just gotta. It's like stand-up comedy. Like you can't be afraid to showcase your inner dialogue because everyone has all these types of thoughts, and the only thing you do by suppressing it is make it taboo. And when it's taboo, that's how you get like cultish followings around the weird.
Right.
Right.
That transport series that I wrote, there was a lot of stuff about how people are being governed and whatever, but it was just part of the backdrop of the story. And I had a couple of people say, "Oh, yeah, I can see what you're doing there with how the big guys rule and the little guys just get." It's like, no, that wasn't where I was going with that. There was no hidden meaning or, it's all adventure and what. But I guess on the flip side, they can relate to that, and that's what they got out of it. They weren't complaining. Right. They were just saying, "Oh yeah," it's like, no, but hey, it's cool if that's what that's what you get out of it. So buy the next book.
Well, and that's the idea is that in this one, there's going to be, it's not in the future. So the elements that are disturbing or that are horrible is the human trafficking and I think the racism.
I think that'll be okay because it's something in the past, it's not set in modern day where, it could be viewed as a alternate. Well, it is an alternate history.
Right.
Which is fine.
The tagline is going to be something to the effect of, we've done the terrifying alternate future. Welcome to the terrifying alternate past.
Yep. Yeah.
There's Mr. Corkum.
You're
How you
fine.
doing, sir? So yeah, that'll be the next issue. Okay, you guys ready for the next one?
Sure.
This is KJ Kaminsky, Sophia Saturn.
Nice.
And this one I actually have not even dug into yet, but I'm a fan of his stuff. So we're getting a good look.
Yeah.
So how I know Kyle was from, he writes another title called The Resistance, as in ANTS, The Resistance. And I had been following that book, and that's a sci-fi book as well. And just a super nice guy, right? I met him at Baltimore, and we sort of hit it off a little bit, and we occasionally chat and see each other. He hasn't been back to Baltimore for a couple of years now, but I look forward to seeing him again. And just a real supportive guy, and he's running a Kickstarter, and I'm going to jump on anytime he's doing one. I'm generally inclined to like sci-fi material, but he always has these great illustrators too. And I'll give you a quick art preview. Because that's part of the thing, right? If you're going to have these characters that are your own creations, you better have art that people are going to remember.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got great coloring, and let me get a good representative page here.
See, I didn't care about anybody else when I got hooked up with Erwin and Rosa, because my goal is to wallpaper my man cave with. So if no one else likes them, hey, I don't care as long as I get
the
my
coloring on that. Like the thing I love about like a good colorist is the lighting. Like when they when they do lighting well, like that looks really good. Like the way that the you know, the scenes are like being drawn to. Like the colors we work with, February, absolutely fantastic. And like these little details of like one of our scenes, we got someone in the background and there's a car driving by and they have their lights on, and like coating the background guy in lights so he's almost obscured by the lights is such like a like
cool.
You can't do that in the illustration phase. Only the colorists can do that part.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that's such a cool little detail. You know, yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, good stuff, right? So that's KJ Kaminsky's book, the Sophia Saturn. And let's see, what do I got next? The Axeman. And I got to tell you, I think this was the very first one I backed. And I'm sorry, I have to look and see what this fellow's name is. I forgot who the writer is. So I'm going to build a little suspense while I look. Maybe it's one of you guys and you forgot you wrote it.
Yeah.
Oh, Ryan Little. Sure, I remember Ryan. Ryan Little, the Axeman. And this is one of those, we were talking earlier about when you have things that are like the really aggressive colored battle scenes. And this guy works really well with the shadow stuff too. Let me get a good representative. Like it's not all super bright. He's got a lot of movement, you know?
Nice.
Yeah. So, you know, and the one thing I like about this fella too, we'll talk just a little bit about production because we're production guys too, right? I always like, you know, that 100-pound cover stock, right?
Yep.
So especially if you've got over 30 couple pages anyway, you're going to be better off with that thicker cover. So what I'm going to start doing, I'm going to start my Kickstarters at the base with the base pages and the base covers and have one of the unlocks as you go be 100-point cover stock,
nice
enhanced logo. And then eventually we're going to do one more thing. I kind of like Dylan's idea about the binary or AR, you know, something like that. Yeah, you can be my consultant. We'll do something. We'll do something cool on the next one.
I actually really like that idea though of having what's it called, the stock, like the added stock cover, you know, making it so that it's a thicker stock. There you go. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Like a stretch goal. It's a pretty cool, good idea.
And I had one more I want to show you, and here it is. I think I mentioned earlier too that I'm a little bit of a pin collector. So, but I didn't want to dominate too much time with that because I know we're primarily book guys. But I'll show you one that was one of my favorites and how this all ties together, which is this is from Russell Novelty, which I don't know if Katrina's out there, but she'll remember this. That's the Ichabod pin, and just look at the quality of that pin.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That
yeah, that's awesome.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. That's absolutely just gorgeous. And I want to give Russell a shout out too, because two reasons actually. Number one, he is a champion of the indie community, right? He coaches everybody and mentors everybody and supports all of our books. And he's kind of like the godfather of the indie people. He has been with me. And the second reason, he kind of gave me my first break or second, whatever it actually was, of, you know, getting published in an anthology. So I'm, you know, super grateful for that. And I wanted to mention it. And the reason why I have the pins, so for Russell's books, he puts out a lot of stuff. So what I typically do is get the digital version. Yeah, Katrina, you were the editor on that book, weren't you? I think she was on that book.
Yeah, she said she worked on Ichabod.
Yeah, and I think that's up to 3 issues or 4 issues, something like that. And so what I was starting to say was I always do the digital versions with Russell, and because I get the pin. Usually his campaigns come with a pin, and you know, it's one of my addictions is I like to get the pins, right? So I meant to bring the other one, which is Mike Tiener. I tell you what, we're on this subject. I think I got that one up here. If not, I'll run and grab it and I'll show it to you because it's close by. But it's I didn't want to talk too much about the pins because pretty soon we forget to talk about the books if we do that.
My favorite pin is the Hunchback of.
Oh yeah, yeah. We do
I got
now.
that one.
Yeah, I've been doing the pin pretty much for every book. There's the Hunchback pin, then the guard with the gas mask pin, and the new one is the Lost at Sea Bomber Girl, which that's pretty cool.
Man,
so that's going to be a while till it's out.
I'm getting all that.
Awesome. Where do you get those pins, by the way? And where do you get them made?
Well, there's two steps to it. The first one is I work with a designer by the name of Matthew Moss, and he's one of my favorite guys. And he's the guy who can make the design that really portrays the feel of the book. Because first of all, it has to fit our universe, right? And as you know, a pin doesn't necessarily work too well if it's just a picture of something that's in the book, right? It's got to be something that's stylized, something that can be expressed with fewer lines. Emblematic, yeah, a good way to put it. As a matter of fact, we call it that in the Kickstarter. They're the emblems of the Federation. But so once we get the design from Matthew, and by the way, he kills it every time. I'm super thrilled with him. I work with another person I met here on Facebook. Her name's Misty Bondi, and I was referred to her by this guy. Do you know Garrett Gunn? He's an indie writer. He works for Source Point Press, but he is his campaigns always come with a pin, and he's like, hey, you got to try this girl. And he had me working with her, and the pricing is attractive, and she always like modifies it just a hair so it holds the production costs down. Good stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Because when you go to make a design, it's one thing and it's got how many colors, whatever. When you go to make the pin, it's a little bit different. That like there's manufacturing issues that may arise, and you got to make sure you're using the right ink and the correct layer of epoxy. And that's the kind of stuff that Misty knows. So if you're thinking about running a pin, I definitely recommend her. And I got to say, it comes out to me something like, I want to say it's like $4 a pin, maybe not even $3 a pin. And, generally that's probably what's a pin, a $10 item now. You'd have a little shipping there, but probably not too much. So, and it's also fun. Like I get the Kickstarter essentially fuels the books and the pins and the stickers. And then if I go to a convention, I've got all my stuff, right?
Right.
So, and like I was telling you guys yesterday, I give a lot of it away at the convention too, because the deal is if you're a writer, you're trying to get noticed, not necessarily turn a profit, right? And in my case, it's not even, I submit to all the major publishers, but almost out of out of best practice more than any need to, because now with the Kickstarters, which are seemingly firing every time, I feel like I'm getting a little farther doing it myself. Like I had the one minor deal with a publisher before, and my experience with Antarctic has been very positive. But in general, it's 2021. You can do your own thing if you want. You know what I mean? The challenge is, how are you going to get books in the previews catalog?
Right.
I was going to say the fact that when someone goes to a convention, I think we were talking about this with Cristian earlier about like freelance work. Like if you're going to be doing freelance work, like you have to bite the bullet on the first couple, because without testimonial, like how can I possibly justify the cost, right? And so you need portfolio work and testimonials. And when it comes to like being a comic book creator and trying to sell your comics, like you have to already have some clout. And if no one knows who you are, no one's read your comics, like how are you going to get any clout? So like when you go to a convention, you shouldn't have the goal to like sell a certain number of comics per se. It should be to like talk to a certain number of people. Like that should be the objective. Like you should have everyone knows your name. People are like, you could recommend other people's booths. Like that's the other thing too. Like one of the reasons why we weren't afraid to put other people's comics on our platform is because we know that indie comics is already the niche of the niche of the niche, right? Like comic books, that's the niche of entertainment, right? And of the entertainment industry. Then in the comic book world, there's like the mainstead, the Marvel and DC, right? And then there's the indies, right? The Image, this, and everyone else. So now you're in that small little pocket. And then it's the genre of your independent comic. You're like so niched, it's insane. So there's 7 billion people on the earth. Was it 4 billion have access to the internet? If you can get people to look at your stuff, there is enough people out there that will like your stuff over other people's things. So we don't care that we have other people's works on our platform, because if someone comes to us and they would only read our comic once, but they would read one of our, creators on the platform like 100 times, I'd rather do that, because then maybe they send one of their guys to read theirs. They only read their once, but they like ours, and they would read ours 100 times. And like, that's what I want to do. I want to tell as many people as possible that we exist, because when it comes to like the hyper niched communities, no matter what the industry is, it's obscurity. That's your only weakness, is obscurity. Like if 7 billion people gave you a penny, you're a multi-millionaire, right? That's all you need. So like, that's the whole idea, is like, you just have to talk to people. Don't worry so much about selling every person that walks past your booth. And the smallest example I have of that was super recent was, I was telling, I think I was in like a networking call, and I was explaining to them how you want to make sure everyone you interact with knows you as that guy of something. And I said, like, my dad's a great example. My dad is an accountant. So if I hear tax, accounting, IRS, anything, the first thought that comes into my mind is my dad. And I told that to someone. 2 weeks later, they messaged me and said, hey, it's so funny because somebody brought up taxes, and the first person I thought of was your dad.
Nice.
I described it so well that when I think of taxes, the only thing that can come to my mind is my dad. And she didn't already have like an anchor for that word, and now it's going to be my dad apparently. And so when it comes to being the one that, if you want to be the person in the indie world, you want to make sure you're the guy that knows the best of all these things, even if it's not yours. So like, that's really powerful, is to be able to go, okay, like if you're looking for horror, like, my stuff is a little more action based, but I know a great horror person. So that way, when that person has a friend who wants to read indie comics, they're like, where do I start? Oh, you should ask this guy. He knows all the different comics. Super helpful. When you go to a convention, the goal should be to interact with as many people as possible, not to sell, until you've interacted with so many people that people are stopping by your booth. Then
I always heard what you should do instead of standing behind your table is to get out in front of it. And I only had one experience at a big convention like that. I was with like 4 other writers, and we were all like smushed into this booth. And so I needed to get out anyway, because I'm kind of a big guy. So I'd go out on the outside and say hi to people and, clown around, because I'm a clown too. And anyway, and I'd grab, there was like some guy doing a podcast or whatever. I said, hey, come over here and, check these people out. And he ended up talking to us, and I grabbed one. There was like a big children's writer that my kids had read, and he was there, and he went walking by the table, and I said, hey, Jonathan Rand. And he's like, what? And anyway, I brought him behind the booth, and everyone got a picture with him. Of course, the other people I was with that didn't have kids are like, who was that? It's like, anyway, and now I'm friends with that guy. In fact, I went up to his bookstore. He's in Upper Michigan, and I went in there, and I said, yeah, I met you at a con. And he goes, oh, I thought you looked familiar. It's like, oh, Jonathan Rand, remember me. But anyway, but it was because you get out in front, and it's not just about standing there going, engage with please sell or buy my books.
I told my son David, actually, I'll explain this to Dylan. When I go to the convention, my son goes with me. He's 14 years old, and he's like my tour manager, right? And he takes care of all the inventory and puts the banners up and down. And he's even got a little bit of podcasting experience. That's one of the things he does. Nice. And so I have him as sometimes you're at the convention, you're walking around to the people and saying things like, hey, I'm here promoting this book. Would you like to take a look? And you're kind of giving out your samples. Well, the instructions for the booth, when I'm not there, I always tell them, if you come up and you're looking at the book, and someone says, oh, this looks pretty good, how much are they? And you say, well, they're $5 or $10, however much. Like, oh, okay, thank you. If it seems like they liked it, but they couldn't afford it, just give them the book. That's your person right there. They like the book. They just don't have enough money. Just give it to them, because you're going to get a customer then. And really what you're going to be trying to sell is your next book. And, I bet you half of mine, I probably gave away like that.
And that's the other thing. Like one thing actually, I've been talking to like music artists about potentially creating comics for them. And one of the reasons why is like, you could even if it costs you money, like you can hand that out. Like that's like a really big talking point. Right? Comic books are a great like thing to talk about. And the other thing too is it's different than a poster. Like some people might throw out a poster if they're just handed one. It's kind of hard to throw out like a book. You know what I mean?
Or the other thing that's true about comics, if you give somebody one, even if they don't like comics, they will know somebody that does, and they will save it.
That's what I mean. Like they can't just throw it away because it's like it's very difficult to throw away something like a book. And there's artwork in it. You can see it was carefully made. So yeah, even if they don't like necessarily enjoy it, they'll definitely be handing that off to somebody who does. Like that's
Taylor, I appreciate you saying that. And that's, the main thing is, of course, you've got to take care of the fans first, right? If we didn't have any fans, they won't actually need us writers. So the other thing we have at our booth, this instruction, you'll probably like this. If it's a person that's handicapped, if they are in the service, or if it's a police even, it's no charge. We give it to them.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And that's actually any kind of disabled. I tell you why. I've noticed that with robot material, I often get a couple of customers that maybe have, like last time we had one, we had mild autism, or maybe something developmental, and we always want to make sure that they feel included into our robot world because they kind of like robots. So I always try to make that a very warm and like a welcoming place. If you're the type of person that doesn't quite fit in, Water Wars 2288 is your place. That's where we all fit in,
Yep.
So I do have one more book.
Ooh.
All right, and I saved one of the best for last. I got Mike Teener's book too, but I don't have it here at the table. So maybe if I take a quick break, I'll grab that one. But okay, this is he's over at the convention right now. This is Terrence Grace, who's a friend of mine and run a couple of successful Kickstarters. Arroyo Seco, When Coyote Was Human. Look at the artwork on this.
Wow, that artwork is phenomenal.
Yeah, and Dylan, you're going to love this interior too because of what you said about the colors. Let me find a good one because it's very it's a crime thriller is what it is, and it's very tersely written, and it has kind of this cool, evocative, kind of shadowy artwork almost.
Yeah,
right. This is right up your alley.
Yeah, see, like the lighting on that one, like that bottom one on your right hand.
Yeah,
like that scene, like that little details, the shadows, the light emanating from the windows to the edges of the walls, like that's beautiful.
So that's Arroyo Seco, and he's got a couple of great books, but this one, the graphic novel came out great, and again, it's got this sort of hard quality cover. Trying to get to where I can show you the spine. Came out really good.
So many good books.
Yeah, so that's Terrence Grace, and he's a heck of a good writer too. So I've been following him, and that was my Kickstarter roundup for 2021. That's everybody that I've got so far, and I also, I have some digital stuff too, but the digital stuff is not as, you can't explain it as well without showing some kind of image. So I'm going to skip over that. But I got, if I do get a second, I'll run down. I got one other thing, which is Mike's book, and somehow it didn't make it into this pile, but that was Midnight Highway. Do you guys know that book?
Oh, I've heard that. Heard it. Yeah, I didn't back that one, but I heard about it.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, since I don't quite have his in front of me, then I'll give two shout outs to Mike, which is Midnight Highway. That one came out terrific. There was also Black Jackets, which is actually kind of how he and I met. I think that's got 4 issues. And I got to mention, he's got his Kickstarter going right now. That's Periwinkle. Yeah, please go and check that out. And that's written by Scott Wilkie, who I just met yesterday. He seems like a nice fella.
Yeah, I'm getting that book.
Yeah, I'm getting that one
for sure.
Too.
Yeah,
yeah. They got some really cool add-ons, and just the whole the whole Christmas
the premise of the
it's interesting premise.
Yep, I like it.
And coincidentally, I had 2 Christmas books right at the same time. I'm not. I can't necessarily shout him out because it just got over, but it was Travis Gibbs and his holiday spirits spectacular, and that was one. Unfortunately, I don't have it yet, or I would be showing you that one because that was a pretty sharp looking book too, man. So that was everybody that I had for my Kickstarter roundup, and I'm very grateful that I had these things to sort of learn from, right? Because helped me in the making of mine. And each time you see one, I think that helps you level up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm currently I think I'm at 160%, something like that, 104.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Nice. Okay, perfect. Okay, so Greg, do you mind crack that open real quick, and I'll talk about it.
Crinkly.
If I get anything wrong, let me know. But I'm pretty sure Mike wrote this one. Sometimes he's like,
he did.
Sometimes he's like the producer or whatever. So that's Black Jackets, and that one has a really cool cover set. It has a lot of cool collectible elements, and you can just see, right?
Wow,
they did a great job. A great job by that team.
Very floppy.
Yeah, it's good looking.
Wow.
Tell you what, I have the pin that came with that campaign. I got the Midnight Highway pin. Let me grab it and I'll show it to you guys. Give me 2 minutes.
Oh, my biggest problem is that there's so many good books out, and it's like watching a good TV show that I sit there and I'm watching these things going, okay, if I'm just reading everybody else's stuff and watching everybody else's stuff, I'll never get any of my own stuff done. It's like they're just putting this stuff out so that I can never get my stuff done.
Yeah, right. Like just
they're distracting me. It's not fair. Yeah, the whole crowdfunding thing, it's pretty crazy because I see so many, like I'd call them big name creators, doing stuff through Kickstarter, doing their own books. It's kind of like they're going, I got my own story to tell. I did Batman or whatever, but they got their own story to tell and they want to do it their way. And the explosion of crowdfunding lets them do that stuff. It's pretty cool to see some of these bigger names basically going, I can do it myself. I can, I don't need to go through Marvel or DC or, so.
There's actually a book that I want to show because he's been following us since we've been following him since the beginning of him ever drawing all his stuff. Is Seek. And Jerry, he lives in New York City somewhere, and all of these are at some point going to be graphic novels. I think they're all
Nice.
going to be put together, just kind of the thing we're doing. But what he does for his art is he takes pictures of models and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of them, and they go to different areas. This cover 100%. He was in a subway, took a picture of her, and then drew over the picture and stuff like that. So that's how he does his art.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I got some stuff to show you guys. So what we were doing while you were gone, Greg, is we're just reviewing a couple of the accessories that came with some of the Kickstarters and saying about how I'm always trying to learn more about what the cool things are. And I'm going to show you a couple more that I thought were kind of cool. So I recently met Mike Tenner, I guess is how you say his last name. I was saying Mike Tenner for years. And this is for a book called Midnight Highway, which had sort of an 80s horror theme. And what they did is they made a pin that was thematically linked to the 80s, right? And this is what they came up with. It's a freaking sparkly Firebird.
Ooh.
Is that the coolest pin you ever saw?
Yeah.
It's badass, right? So, in that case, perfect job with design, right? How do you emulate the 80s into a pin? Sparkly gold Trans Am.
That's cool.
Absolutely. This next one, I'm going back to some of the things that came with. This is from Madeline again. That's Boston Metaphysical Society. They're magnets is what they are.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I got that.
Yep.
Oh, you backed this, Greg?
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
That's cool. Nice.
I only like picked out the 2 that I showed off because I knew like exactly where they were. But.
Excuse me. Good stuff, right?
That's what's good about like if your comic is in another niche, like hers is like steampunk. She could actually go to steampunk conventions and be like, "This is what I have."
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, Matt Knowles and Steph Cannon do that with their
yeah,
stuff.
and I there was actually when I was at the convention, I probably had 2 or 3 customers go to me, "Hey, is this steampunk?" Because our stuff comes off about half steampunk if you look at it fast, but it's actually futuristic, I guess, atom punk you'd even say. But I think I might jump into that water and make a steampunk story because it's many elements of it fit my aesthetic.
Yeah.
So.
Our sci-fi. Well, it's gonna be sci-fi, the Mittens comic that we're putting out, but it's like the cities are gonna look like cyberpunky.
Well, in mine, I'm like I say, I'm a comic writer, but I kind of am stumbling backwards into sci-fi now, and it's kind of just happening organically.
You do know that LeBach's horse is steam powered.
That's awesome, buddy. That's pretty cool. So that's one of Russell's pins. And that was kind of it was like a surrealist, How Not to Invade the World, I think it was called. Here's another one. This is the pin that came with the Witch Doctor campaign. I'm just taking a second to open the plastic so it'll give you some suspense, you know. Some of these things I haven't even opened yet. I kept saying to myself, Greg, one of these times I'm going to do a video and I'm going to put all this stuff up. And when you asked me, I was like, oh, it's a perfect spot to do this. So there's the Plague Doctor pin.
That's cool.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
And then I got, I think I got 2 more I'll show you. And these are both from, in the Black Jackets tier, I did the pins also. Hold on, I dropped one. And I got to be honest, I forget who some of these characters are, but it probably doesn't much matter for the. Look at that guy.
Wow.
Isn't that a cool one?
Yeah.
And that's a little bit similar to the kind of thing we're trying to do, Pete, is that, you know, I see he's got like raised elements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's one of the things I think in the pin it's like a little bit of epoxy is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And they, and you know, it's one of the choices.
Yeah,
they build it up a little bit and you can even like get like what they call sort of a wet look. Like I like the wet look ones.
Yep.
I have pins. I have like a whole Ziploc bag of just stuff, like stickers and all that stuff. And I'm like, once I have my own like actual space, and I like put the pins on like a like felt board
or something. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
And this one, I forget what it even was. Oh, I know what it is. This was the David Pepos, the OZ pin.
Oh yeah. Yep.
It's like
the monkey. Yeah.
Military monkey.
Yep.
I had forgot that till just now.
That's cool.
And I actually would be doing a disservice if I didn't mention my own pin, which is awesome. He's the Hunchback of Theological Quadrant 19.
That's my fave.
Yeah, that's a good one.
My fave, baby.
That's a good one. And you know, that was the first time I jumped into the Kickstarter water, and I was like, wow, I can do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's cool stuff.
Just a quick review. Anybody watching? I got about 28 hours left or so, I think, on Lost at Sea. That's the current Kickstarter. Oh, excuse me, 27 hours. I'm in that countdown.
And you got last time I looked, which was before this segment of the convention, you were at 102 backers, I think.
Yeah, I was waiting to say anything because I didn't want to jinx myself. But yeah, it is official. I will be the sequel actually started it today, and it will be featuring robot Audrey Hepburn, which was the deal I made with Chris that if we hit 100 backers, you would see a Wicked sequel to this, and it's going to be super weird, man. It's going to be crazy. So I hope you guys dig it.
Yeah. I thought it was a good idea when I heard about it. It's like, oh yeah, come on, get to 100.
The only thing that's a little bit of a challenge, right? Like Audrey doesn't have as many visual elements as Marilyn does. So, you look at Marilyn Monroe, you're going to instantly realize that's Marilyn Monroe. She's even wearing the white dress. Whereas Audrey, I don't think, like the people who are in the know will know. But in other words, it's really just a girl with a, short haircut, really. Yeah.
Got to do the breakfast at Tiffany's type.
Well, that's what I said. That's her main one, which is the tiara. And the long cigarette. But now some of that's going to be a little hard to place into a story, I'm walking around dressed like a Manhattan socialite through this ruined world. But maybe I'll change that so she's a holographic representation of a blah 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 blah.
There you go. Yeah.
Diamond everywhere. Yeah, that's right. And it's funny. Everybody loves Audrey Hepburn, so I think I'm onto something here with this story. If it turns out getting popular, I'll have to credit it was Chris Tomasma, if you know him. He was commented on one of the things that was his idea. Roman Holiday, that's a good version too. It's got to be something where maybe it's more the elements of her personality that we're selling, which she had a little bit of zest to her.
I would like to see, like we were kind of talking, take some of those classic starlets, have like a gang.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, I always enjoy hanging out in the writer's room. You want me to quick pitch it to you? The idea of this one, because we want to change it up so it's not too direct of a sequel, is that in this case, robot Audrey Hepburn does not know that she is a robot. And what she's trying to do is to trek across this wasteland to get to this human settlement. And anyway, when she gets there, it is, she has to overcome all these obstacles and realistically maybe even save somebody along the way to give it a little bit of drama. But then when she gets there, they're like, wait, we can't let you in. There's radiation coming off of her. That can't be right. And they do a quick scan on her and she's a weapon and she was programmed to not even know it. It's a plot by the robocracy to put a cobalt bomb into the settlement. And they quick grab her and disassemble her, and that's the end of it.
Oh, puppy. See, sometimes the good guys just don't win. Their story ends a little bit tragically.
Yeah, and the idea is in these stories is Pete, you always want to have some kind of a twist, which haven't totally plotted it out yet, but it'd be something along those lines. The other idea, I'll tell you, I thought about if she was radioactive and maybe she was trying to get something valuable to this settlement, right? But they wouldn't let her in because she was radioactive. They had to wait 100 years for the shelf life to wear off the radiation. So since she's a robot, she's like, okay. And she sits down and she waits 100 years. And then she comes back. And of course, all the original humans are dead. She's got the next generation. And maybe she has the information of how to make medicine or something like that.
I like that too.
Yeah, so those are the two concepts. I am a man of my word. So I said, if we hit 100, I'm going to write this story. And last night I looked at 99. I got the draft out and started writing it.
Sweet. Hey, at least you don't have to do the Milli Vanilli dance like I did for my first Kickstarter. I told everyone that if Big Jack was successfully funded, that I would do a Milli Vanilli dance live. And I did that fully clothed with my lumberjack thermal jacket and a sledgehammer and a axe. And I had my work boots on and I did a Milli Vanilli dance and I did the whole thing. I just didn't do anyway. And it was a big hit, but I told people that's what I would do. And I haven't
done anything like that.
Don't do that. Don't do it. I was not in good shape afterwards.
I tortured myself with hot sauce, and then
I remember that.
That's right.
So, yeah, not doing that again.
It's like, I don't know. We probably don't need to go to that kind of extreme.
Yeah, and then people thought it was weird that I was
dancing and drinking, or trying out different hot sauces.
Yeah, and then if we got to 4,500, it was going to be pumpkin pie, which people are going to be like, "How's that torture?" And I'm like, "I hate it. I hate pumpkin pie."
Right.
Yeah. But we did good there as far as so the next thing I've got coming is still, because our work's not done yet, right? Because we did just hit the other stretch goal. So there's one more song. And this is the one I told the guys yesterday. It is, and this is going to be a fun one too, which is a old school, like a Robert Johnson blues song like a Southern blues, but it sounds like it's being played by a robot, like somehow robot fingers or something. And it's, again, they're not really funny, but like, oh, that sounds weird. And the intro portion will be a little bit like, are either of you guys Pink Floyd fans? Do you know what Welcome to the Machine is?
Yep.
Yeah. It'll be like that a little bit, where it's like when you first listen to it, you think you're listening to a machine, and then it becomes music.
Nice.
Yeah,
it'll be forward to that.
Yeah. So, and that'll be, I bet you that'll be done probably by the end of this week. That'll be the thing that's done first. But then other than that, right into production, just like before, and the pages are done. So for the guys that have backed the book, I'll tell you, they're doing this really nice thing, which is
Pink Floyd makes me tired. Katrina.
Well, this is one of their more a little bit more driving ones, and it starts out with, it's a little bit like the thumping of a machine and opening doors. It sounds like a guy, what it sounds like, if you remember the old TV show called Get Smart, there's a guy who's walking through all these successive doors as he's going to like an underground base or something, and each time it's a and everything's getting more and more mechanical, right? So, and that's a little bit what this is like. And then when the melody starts, it'll be like, it's synthesizers, but it sounds like the blues is how I would describe it.
Wow.
So you'll think it's pretty neat. All the songs, have a little bit of, it's not Weird Al or anything, but they all have like a little bit of a quirk, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's always good to have. It's always good to have one. If it's something you're listening to, it's good to have some weird parts. Mm-hmm. And ours are all jingles. Like, who was it that said it? It might have been Greg, about them being, what do you say, cinematic jingles. So they're all 1 minute, 50 seconds long. They're perfect for using to a YouTube channel or a Kickstarter intro, stuff like that. So, and I think we're going to be up to, so for the album now, it's going to be 8 songs. And I think I was telling the guys yesterday, if there's a way to pull it off, I'd have to actually ask somebody like Matt Knowles about this, but to press it into an album, and maybe it's like a picture disc, like maybe the picture is one of the characters on the disc, something like that.
I guess that's taken them longer than expected. So.
Yeah, that's why I hesitate, man, because I don't like to have things that are out of my control. Like I'm too OCD for that or whatever. Yeah. So, that's why I focus on stuff. Like, I don't even do much with the art unless it's already finished,
Right.
Oh, Obscured by Clouds. That's a great album. Taylor's Pink Floyd fan. I sometimes say it's a bold statement, but I sometimes think Pink Floyd might have been the best band, maybe even better than the Beatles. People usually jump on me when I say that, because I love the Beatles. I love the Beatles too, by the way. I love them.
To me, they're like, they're separate.
Yeah.
So
two great things,
known, but incredible. I don't really care about better than Queen. Yeah, I like Queen.
Katrina Queen's one of my all-time favorites. I would put them right there with the top songwriters, because of Freddie Mercury.
Bohemian Rhapsody was the first DVD I bought in forever, just because I like the actor that played Freddie. But Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be careful, because I'm one of those guys. I'll quickly get sidetracked by talking about music. So, I am a songwriter, but I'm really doing it in this case to try and propel the writing of these books that we're making. You know what I mean? Like, it's not it's really hard to do all the recording and stuff like that, which is why, my buddy Sterling does this. Like, I want to pitch to you guys, if you ever want to look into having a musical theme made, I can turn you onto this guy, and they're so good. And he'll work with you till it sounds just like your character or your scenario. You know what I mean? And a couple of them that he's done they turned out incredible, man. There's a couple that sound like it's the theme from Indiana Jones or something,
Nice.
That's cool.
So we're pretty psyched about all that.
So how do you survive a tectonic cataclysm?
Well, the first thing that I wanted to point out about surviving the tectonic cataclysm, you got to access the survival corridor. The idea in the book is that anything that's outside this corridor, you have to make your way there. And it's essentially like a ditch that's dug by a mechanical digging team that can ferry civilians out of this area, because in 72 hours the whole thing's going to be underwater. So they create like sort of a mega highway to bring them all out, and that's how they get control of the civilians, which all start getting put into these in the story. These are the National Emergency Settlement Territories, the NES. And what they quickly find is that the NES have really no idea how to save human lives, and actually are not even too interested in it. Everybody's just trying to stay alive, and it's all unraveling very quickly.
So this is the East Coast.
East Coast, yep. Okay. Yeah, and the map makes mention that there's one in Texas, but I haven't written anything for that yet.
Mm-hmm. That's why I like looking at the map and like, okay, trying to figure out what happened here. And
yeah, we're gonna have to start soon filling some of those stories in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun.
But it's going pretty good. If you guys are enjoying following the arc of this. So it's basically the first 3 books, which are Water Wars 2288, 1, 2, and 3. And number 3 is coming out here in March, and that's going to be a big one. Like, there'll be marketing behind it. And those are the ones that are getting picked up by the Antarctic Press, by the way.
Okay.
So cool. There is a deal on those. And the easiest way to tell, usually I tell people, is it a 2288 title? Remember, it's got a female hero. That's how I can tell which one it is. Mm-hmm. If it's a Chronicles title, like the guy you see behind me here, that's the Hunchback. They got the second issue of that. That's Lost at Sea. And the third one of that will be the one that has robot Audrey Hepburn. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have 6 issues of each total.
Yeah. Let's see. How many side jobs do I need to?
Pete, you're going to be on you're on the writing team now, buddy. You'll get.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's something I'm trying to improve on. I don't know if the Sierra Nova guys do that, but I want to try to always get comps to the guys who worked on the books, and it's kind of tough for me because everybody's on the other side of the damn earth, so my shipping cost gets up there pretty quick.
Yeah, one of the things we want to get in the future is like printers in different countries so that we can print it on location. But it's going to be really tough because, like in the U.S., you're way more likely to get people that'll just start one-off little shops, but not everywhere. So hopefully we can find like maybe one in Europe, right, that we can get to at least the Europe area, maybe one in China, that kind of thing. Like, yeah.
And I do send copies to like any artist that I have, and I'm sending every comic that Our Colors has ever worked on to him probably next year, because issue 1 is he's in Indonesia. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Who's your colorist?
February Verdian, I think that's how you say his last name.
Yeah, the one I mentioned about that lighting scene where there's the guy in the background and the lights covering him. Like, he's the fantastic one.
So where can everybody find both of you? Since we gotta switch on over.
Yeah, we'll switch on over. I'm on Facebook. I'm Timothy B. Fling. I'm on Kickstarter. I'm Lost at Sea. Also, sometimes if you Google Water Wars, in most cases, you probably will find me, if that's easier for you. And I just want to say thanks again, guys. I appreciate you've really been terrific through this promoting my book lately. And like I said, I didn't really know Greg that long, but man, I really appreciate what you did for me. And a lot of the customers I think have been coming through your quadrant, as they say. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and to Pete, man, one of my favorite people to work with, he's going to be one of the new writers. Man, I'm just all sunshine. Thanks so much, everybody, for your support.
Yep. And my name, as my battery is running low, came flash on my screen. Good timing. My name is Peter Walmerink, and I am a prose writer first, and then started getting into comics within this last couple of years. I guess my claim to fame is my Transport series, which is a post-apocalyptic military adventure based in West Michigan, because why does New York and Tokyo and Atlanta and all those other big cities have to have, why can't it be, in Michigan? So anyway, and then Big Jack, which is also part of the Transport universe, though some years later, that is my first book, working on getting the second issue out here. And then we'll be doing a Kickstarter for the last issue, Big Jack Animals #3. Hopefully sometime by mid of next year, if not sooner. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see how number 2 goes.
There's actually a meme that I saw like yesterday or 2 days ago, and it was like the world needs saving, and it just shows America, like in any movie.
Yep. True.
Well, here's
All right.
Todd, and thanks for coming on and talking about everybody else's comics.
Thanks again, guys. Hope you enjoyed the Kickstarter roundup. I hope that was fun for you.
That was awesome.
Yeah. No, it's great.
I'll see you soon.
So,
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
What's up?
Good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
So let's do this. Not me. All right.
There you go.
So we're going to talk about egos aside and criticism and all that stuff.
And failure.
So what brought failure? So what brought that upon your discussion?
Well,
that's how you word it.
Well, I mean, first off, I just want to say to everyone watching here, this is what happens when you owe Greg money. Like, you end up on shit like this. Like, just... Yeah. I just as a quick background here, I am a writer, only in the sense that I write things, not in the sense that I am published. So I'm a bit of a novice to this game. I'm an English teacher, or was an English teacher for a very long time. Written a lot of things, never really tried to publish a lot of it. So I do know what I'm talking about for some things. I mean, this is, anybody knows anything. So I came to writing thinking I knew a lot more than I think I actually did, in terms of, anything. So I wrote a few short, about 2-3 years ago, and I got a bunch of people from Northeast Ohio. I got a bunch of people from all over Ohio to come and do a bunch of little stories. We put together a nice little anthology of stories from Ohio creators about Ohio, and we went on Kickstarter, and we did pretty well. And COVID hit. I was trying to deliver it, but we got that fulfillment finally, and I started on my own piece. I got an artist, a wonderful man named Ronaldo Ley out of Chile. You guys were just talking about, your colorist being all the way in Indonesia. Feel the same way. Feel bad that I can't afford to send Ray copies of the books, because it's gonna be like $30 to send him a copy of the book. Hopefully, by the time we finish a few issues, I'll ship him the whole thing. But I was able to get my own book going, and I got him to do a little bit of the art, get the cover done. Thought I was, new. I watched everybody else do all these Kickstarters. Watched several people succeed where I, not even to be, try to bring an ego into this. People that, books that I thought didn't look as good as my book, and I was like, I've got this in the bag. And I put my my Kickstarter out there, thinking like this is going to be cake. I mean, I was a little worried about I had a goal of $4,000, and I really needed more than that to honestly truly fund the book out, not partly out of my pocket. But I was okay with if I just got $4,000. And so I put my Kickstarter out there on a Tuesday. By Thursday, it was bleak. It was really bleak, in fact. And I thought I had made a lot of contacts in the indie world here, to a degree. And while I did get support from them in the form of mostly like I got a couple pledges, a couple shares, but overall it was, I think I was at like $300 the first 2 days, and that was really disheartening. So I reached out to the indie community as it was an indie comic conspiracy. and I reached out in there and I said, hey, here's my Kickstarter. Any guys have any tips? And it was like opening the dam. I got
there was
so much criticism, and it wasn't. I mean, none of it was bad per se. There were a few people that were less than tactful in the way that they came to me about it, but in a general sense, what that really did was really solidify to me that how great this community is, because I had so many people individually reach out and say, hey, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Here's what I see. Here's some stuff you can do. And a lot of people, actually, after I got some of the harsher criticisms from people that were pretty blunt about things, I got a lot of people that actually reached out and said, hey, man, don't listen to them. Like, they're right in terms of like what you need to do, but like take the negativity out of it. And it ended up becoming a phenomenally positive experience. And I ended up becoming a lot closer to a number of people that reached out to me specifically. And it really felt too like once I did that, the indie comic community started rooting for me a little bit to make that goal. And we did. We eventually made that goal. We just barely scraped in. We funded fulfillments mostly done, unless you ordered any of the extras or anything like that. Those still aren't completed. But other than that, it's all out there in the world and experience as a whole. But in the process, I really had to learn put that ego aside and say, no one's attacking you. They're attacking, not even attacking. They are pointing out some flaws in the product. And I think that that's like what I want to talk about today mostly is a lot of us have problems accepting any amount of criticism. We are all very egocentric and ego-driven people that tend to see things about ourselves, or everything is about us. You know, if there is a room full of friends and someone says, I don't want to name any names, but this person blank, 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 everyone in that room will probably first think they're talking about me, aren't they? And they're not, more than likely, you know, unless you are that one asshole, but probably not. So that's where, like, kind of what I just wanted to talk about, kind of what went through my mind, and you know, what ended up making it truly click for me that, you know, this was like that I couldn't do this completely on my own, that I didn't know everything, that I didn't have everything completely figured out. Like, I thought, like, I'm 40, I've been around the block a million times, I know what I'm doing. But, you know, no matter how old you are, you're always new to something. And I think I learned quite a bit from that. So, yeah, I don't know what kind of format you want to go with here, like, because I can just talk out my ass all day.
You can talk, and we'll have things to say eventually.
Okay.
I was gonna say a dad joke, but like now that I said that, it's not gonna come off as funny. I
am a connoisseur of dad jokes, so let them fly.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was, after all those comments, you got your confidence back.
Yes, for those who don't know, my book. Yeah, my book is called Confidence. That's perfect. Well, actually, no, I really didn't. I was scared for the entire rest of that campaign. Like, I didn't sleep. It was, I mean, I shouldn't say I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep well for most of that. It was a nerve-wracking 30 days, and I really regretted so many choices through the whole process. But like, what I'll come, basically what the biggest issues I guess I'll get into is really that the Kickstarter itself wasn't ready, you know, and I didn't have all the information that a person would want. I didn't have all of the right tiers either. You know, I was trying to fund a $4,000 book with, you know, $20 tiers, $10 tiers, and, you know, and then I even had early bird specials. So everyone who even came in early spent like $8. So it was like, oh man, like, how do you get to $4,000, $8 at a time? I figured it out. Like, on the pace I was at, I was going to have like 400 backers, which doesn't sound like much, but when you break down like what the average indie comic does backer wise, that's insane. So I miscalculated on a lot of things. But I think the biggest thing with the criticism aspect of it was that, I went into this first solo book. This is me. This is the first thing I've put out there into the world that I'm ready for like mass consumption. And I wasn't ready for anyone to not like it. I wasn't ready for, I don't even know about the comic itself. Like, I mean, only, I'm sure a handful of people have the book already, but I haven't heard any feedback from it really. A couple people here and there, but nothing negative yet. But like, I wasn't even ready for like anyone to be negative about the process in general. The other thing you're not always ready for is the apathy. The apathy of, and that's like really a criticism of itself too, because then you start wondering, you're like, man, this guy's been my friend since high school and he didn't help me out. Like, this is, dude, I want $10, like to
yeah, that I dealt with that the first time we ever ran any kind of campaign. I was like, my best friend isn't gonna help me, but like this person I just met is gonna. It's so crazy. But he's not really like a comic book person, but he does back it. But I highly doubt he even reads it. He probably just collects it, which is kind of cool too. But
yeah, I would say that's something that people do have to get like really like thick-skinned about it, the sense of understanding like in your life you're going to have different levels of friends, and like unless you start a business or put out a creative project like this, you're never going to know like what level of those friends are at. Like it's just impossible. So some people kind of just have that blind eye to it.
Yeah, there's definitely like you find out that like the ride or die aspect of people when you do your own business or do something, even if it's just a share, you're like, awesome, thanks, man. Like
yeah,
but
actually, I mean that helps a lot, and like, not like he's gonna be watching. My friend Dave, I was pretty close to him for like years, and then kind of like grew apart a little, but like. He tells me to share his business stuff because he's like a personal trainer or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'll do that. He won't even share. Like, I'm like, you don't need to back it because I know you don't trust Kickstarter website. He doesn't trust any website to put a card on because he's weird. So he's like, yeah, I don't want to do that. And I was like, that's fine. Just share it. He never did it. And I was like, all right, cool. So I just won't ask him again. But
I feel you. I have friends that like have home businesses that like a couple of them, they are pretty sketchy, lame home businesses. You're like, okay. And I'm like, hey, check out this stuff, but yeah, then they're like, when it comes time for that, they're like nowhere to be seen. But, and that's, some of that's the algorithm. I wonder like how many people actually see that, what you even say.
Yeah, there's some people that have commented, and they're like, "Didn't even know you were doing a campaign. Like, you didn't see all the memes, like."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where you inspired me too. Is you do a lot of memes, and I love that marketing tactic. So I went like,
I did that because I got inspired by Sean Barbar.
Yeah.
The dude that's like an admin in Indie Comic Conspiracy. So
yeah, he was actually the person I came closest to in this process because he reached out immediately and was like, dude, that went too far. I'm sorry. What can I do to help? And like as a result, pretty good online dialogue. So like that, and I thought that was and I liked his memes for Belial quite a bit. So I did that, and I think that worked pretty well. I tried to keep it fresh. I mean, like, I'm one of those people that injects humor into anything I can, just because that's like, what the hell else do you have to do in this world? May as well laugh. So it was perfect for me. I think that worked out pretty well. I had a lot of fun doing it too. So that was a good thing, and that was a bit of the criticism I had initially too was like, I shared it out on my page like a little bit, and people were like, you should be sharing 3 to 4 times a day on your main page just to get everybody. And I was like, whoa, that's too much. And then I started looking at people who are successful. Like that's when I think I looked at your page specifically because you had just finished one, and then Matt Knowles was doing one who is like the king of marketing.
He is very good at marketing. Like
he's just, I don't think he sleeps.
He can
just
market things that he just in such a weird way, and it works. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I went and looked at your guys' pages after someone told me that, and I was like, oh man, they are sharing this out like 3 or 4 times a day. I just don't see it. So that's when it kind of clicked too, like, oh wow, you know, this is the way you have to do it.
Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg's too busy eating barbecue sauce. So.
He doesn't eat it, he just stores it.
He just stores it on bookshelves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just decoration. The big thing, like that I guess that I came to with that too is you know, my wife would be the first to tell you that she should be on here and talk about how bad I am at dealing with criticism in like my daily life. She was dead shocked when I told her this story because it was happening on like a Thursday night and a Friday, and she came home late from work and got up and went right back to work, so I didn't talk to her till like Friday night when I was frantically like fixing my Kickstarter, and I told her like all this, and she's like, who were you to be open-minded and like change for people? I'm like, shut up, I can do this. So yeah, she was completely surprised that I took all this advice and ran with it. She was like, I'm proud of you, and then it was the next couple of weeks, it was like, well, hey, if you're growing, maybe you could grow into cleaning the bathroom. I'm like, okay, I get it. We can change in some ways, just not all, apparently. But that was the thing, was like, and I see this a lot, and I had one guy reach out to me, which was really like, you know, you feel like you really, you know, help someone. This guy reached out to me while my Kickstarter was wrapping up and was like, hey dude, you mean you just like he didn't know the story. He wasn't part of the Indie Comics Conspiracy Group, so he just saw it from the outside and saw that I funded a Kickstarter, and that I was advertising all the time and had interaction. He's like, man, how can I run a great Kickstarter like you, man? And I was like, ha, 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 ha. I was like, oh, really? I was like, well, I'm glad it looks that way. And like I ended up going back and forth with him, just talking about all the things that I did and all the things that people suggested I do, and you know, some things I didn't do because they're just not me. I'm not that animated a lot of the time. I'm not. I don't That's like. Good. I can't. Yeah, like I can't do Matt. I can't be like go. I mean, you know, I did a podcast with Matt over that, and he's like, "What do we do for our intro?" I'm like, "Say hi." And he's like, oh, and he's like he gets all jazzed up, and like, cool. Like, that's just not my personality. I don't.
Yeah,
I feel weird doing that.
I can't. I don't. That's why I had Hector do the trailer for Chronicles of Horror. I was like,
the whole like,
nobody's gonna want to hear a robot talk for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm. It's just not who I am. Like, I feel cheesy doing it, and that's hard enough.
Actually, I was showing Greg because he wanted to do like commercials for our like fake brands and stuff. And I was showing him like you don't have to even talk anymore. There's like websites you can go to, just put it in text, it'll talk for you, and it'll sound more human than you do.
Man, you just go on Fiverr or something and like voiceover people on there. They'll do it for like $10.
I can do voices, but like I don't know. Then I don't know. I'm weird. We were trying to do a video for a failed Kickstarter, and it took like an hour for Dylan to like just be like, "Tone, motherfucker!" Like, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "I know that you sing in the car, like tone," and I'm like, "All right." And I'm just like this the entire time. He's like, "No, like raise your voice. That goes up octaves." And he's like, "I don't want to do that." You're coming back.
I went downstairs that Friday night, like 10 o'clock. I sat down here and I tried to record it, and there's like 30 video files on my computer that are like, "Hi, I'm Todd's fuck." Like, "Hi, I've got this book out called oh, damn it," and then like that's just it. Yeah. Like, make it like 7 seconds in and I fuck it up.
Yeah, I wrote like
minutes, and then
I wrote
like
a whole
if I just let myself
script.
go,
Yeah.
like 8 minutes in, like I got this. And yeah, I should have written like a very detailed script, but I did not. So yeah, that video, even at the end, when I was like editing it, or
Internet. Yeah, I love it.
That was the thing I was stubborn on in my head. I was like, this video, that's seems like you got to have it. I see, because it's a lot of this comes from, and kind of bring this back around. Like a biggest thing with the criticism in any sort of art is that we tend to just do these things for ourselves, and some people are okay with that. But the reality of it is we're trying to sell this product in one way or another. We just did it for ourselves. We wouldn't even bother getting it printed, but we're printing it, so we obviously want to put it in people's hands. And the biggest thing we always, I feel like, forget is that not everybody is us. So my thought going into the Kickstarter was I've literally never watched a Kickstarter video before, never, because I can see the pictures and the product. Like, what's the point in watching a video about it? And then so I tried to watch a few when people told me to make a video. I was like, oh, so what should this be? And I watched a few, and I was like nails on a chalkboard. I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear this guy talk about his book. Like, it looks cool. That's enough. Like, I don't need to know where, the name of the character is wind in Sanskrit or something, like all that kind of stuff. Like, it's neat, but like, that's just not what I need. My time's at a premium in my life at this point. I have 3 kids, work full time, got a house to take care of, got a dog to take care of, all that kind of stuff. And I, if I want to back a Kickstarter, I can see it from the first few pictures and the concept. I'm like, cool, I'm doing it. I don't need a video to convince me. So I didn't think I needed a video to convince anybody. And that was, again, that's sort of a mistake I think a lot of people make. And, people make that too in, I'm going to do some criticism here. I think the biggest thing that I see in comics that a lot of people are like, oh no, it's fine, I don't even think about it, like, is logo and font choice for covers. I mean, even inside too, but like, I'm amazed when I see put out books in like horrible fonts, like Papyrus or something is like the title of their book, and then like their names are written underneath in like font. You're like, dude, I can't even. Is that like James or Jamie? I can't tell because the weird font.
Comics
and yes, or the people, that do like just write their name in the front in Arial or something. You're like, come on, man! Like, you need something.
Be creative. This is a creative medium. Like, be creative. Like something that we did with our the inside cover of our latest comic is that the text that we used is similar to the text we used on the cover.
Yeah, you want some amount of continuity and like a shared aesthetic through the whole thing. Yeah. My book's a sci-fi book, so like when we were picking fonts for that, we were looking at like robotic sci-fi kind of fonts. Yeah. I don't have in my basement. All my copies of my book are upstairs. Yeah.
Well, I have yours. It's still in the package, so it's
okay.
On the other side.
What, you didn't read it? Jeez.
You want to see the stack of comics I have?
Oh my god. I could. My stack of indie comics is now filled, that I haven't read yet. Is now filled a small box, a short box, kind of bad. So thing too is, I had a guy come to me. He didn't come directly to me. I shouldn't say that. He threw it out there in a group and asked for some advice, and I reached out and just said that exact thing. I said, dude, you need to, those fonts on your cover look a little amateurish, and like, the art doesn't look like that. The art looks pretty good. So maybe you should get someone to design your logo or something. And then he messaged me directly and was like, well, I spent like pouring over fonts and I really like this one. And I was like, go look at most like comic logos. They're not a font. Yeah. Like,
Taylor wants to see this. I'm not going to keep promoting our book. It's just like,
Well, like nobody just types in their logo and that's it. Like, that's designed by somebody.
Yeah.
And that was, one of the reasons I went with an actual like logo designer to design the logo for the book and the book layout. I was like, I will fully admit that I don't know. I mean, I could have an idea of how to lay out the book, but it's going to look kind of lame. It's going to look like I'm doing it for the first time. So, I got someone to lay the book out for me and do all that stuff. And, all those little things, add up. And those are the little criticisms that I felt like I have shared with other people in the past that they have not been receptive to, that they're, just so intent on getting their creation out there. And those are the little details that stand in the way. But I think I spent more time on those little details than I did on a lot of the main stuff. Because that's the difference of like, here's this thing I did on a weekend and here is a finished looking comic. Sorry, my son is now down here. Hey, bud, we're going upstairs, okay? Yeah. So he's in a phase where everything rope-like is a whip now. So we're definitely, he cannot watch Indiana Jones yet.
I was just going to mention that.
He will murder our dog. But yeah, that's, and those are criticisms I luckily avoided for the most part. But I've seen those in other people where they are not receptive to those criticisms. And it's hard. It's hard watching someone willfully fail when you know that you could help them, but it's hard to tell someone like, hey, I know more than you. Let me share this with you. Because that's just not an easy conversation for strangers.
Well, it's like, it feels condescending to most people who aren't open to it. Like that's like, if you think about it, what's that saying? If information's all we need, we'd all be six-pack, or we'd all be billionaires with six-pack abs, right? So like, it has to be presented to them like the way that they need to hear it, and it's so difficult to customize that. Like when you have I already fell for that. Like, don't do it. Like, you're so passionate about it that if it's not like pitched to them the right way, like it could, it doesn't matter that it could completely turn their stuff around. Like they're going to be stuck in believing that their way is the right way.
Yeah, there's no talking to some people, and that that goes for things beyond comics, and we all know that. But we, that's what I love this community, because it does seem like everybody wants to help everybody out. It's not a competition. It's not, if your book does well, then my book needs to do better, because everybody consumes all of the stuff. I have a theory that we just keep all of each other afloat.
Just recycling money.
Like we just all back each stuff, and it's this weird synergistic process and weird incestuous financial relationship we're in. But it's awesome though. Like it's great that we have this much support and care for each other for a bunch of people we don't really know, we've never met. Heck, I've never even seen half these people's faces really, other than a janky profile picture that may or may not even be of them. But I know their stances on things, their attitudes, and how helpful they are, and what they've done, and what their experience is. And yeah, it's awesome. And not enough people take advantage of that. Not enough people listen to the community as a whole. They think they either know better or they've had more experience doing something related to it outside of this, and they are convinced that that's the key to it. And damn what anyone else says, and we've got quite a number of people in this community that have done some, paid work at some of the bigger companies, and they've experienced these things. And they know, like it's not a fluke that they've been doing it as long as they have. So yeah, I mean, that's the biggest takeaway I can say is, I have a 15-year-old and I tell her the same kind of things is, I know you want to experience this on your own and do this your own way, but there's people that have done this before, and there's a reason there's a standard, that there's.
You got to be humble enough to take the criticism that can, like, like even the simple stuff that's not like direct criticism, but when you go through like Kickstarter, for example, it tells you like if you put a video, you increase the chance you'll succeed by something like 80%, right? And a bunch of other things like that. Like just follow like these guidelines.
Or I had they everyone says you should launch on Tuesday. Tuesday's the most popular day. I mean, and there's plenty of empirical evidence from Kickstarter directly that shows that. And I was talking to a guy that I was like, hey, yeah, he said something about launching. I was like, yeah, Tuesdays are the good day to launch. And he's like, this is the crazy. This is the American mindset at this point. Well, everybody's doing it then, so I need to do it different. Like if everyone's doing it, it must be the wrong way. So yeah, it's like I'm gonna launch on a Saturday. Like, good luck, buddy.
Yeah.
Weekends are.
I normally launch on a Monday, and it's just because I saw somewhere that Mondays are good, but apparently Tuesdays are. So
that's what I was. Mondays and Tuesdays are both great.
Yeah.
But and some people like Matt Knowles, for example, launches on Fridays because he's gonna do fine anyway. He doesn't need any of the little tiny advantages that we try to sneak in there. He's on his 12th book, 13th book. Like, he's got a following, he's got fans. That's not a problem. But yeah, for people like us who are, we're going from Kickstarter to Kickstarter basically with the assumption that they're gonna fund, but maybe they won't. It's just different in that sense. And I'm making this about Kickstarter because this was my experience, but this goes to like every level of it. Well, artists out there, writers out there. I taught writing. Well, Katrina, I don't know.
Maybe it's different for books and comics.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it really truly matters to a degree. You're just trying to get the exposure that you get.
I think that the only thing that matters is, not the only thing, but one of the things that matter is if you launch a book and it's like near the holidays, very hard.
Yeah, I have an anthology, the sequel to the anthology I talked about at the beginning, that we have we're basically done with it. We got a couple stories that are finishing up, so I was going to throw it on Kickstarter. It'll be done after the holidays anyway, before we would get it, really have a chance to mess with it anyway. But I got sick. Like, I was going to launch it the first week of November, last week of October. I got sick. I had a comic show the next week that I had to get ready for, that I was, going to be at. My kids got sick, and I I just didn't get it. Well, I never got the page finished, and I couldn't get it up there. And then it was, I posted in one of the groups, I think it was in our messenger chat for a lot of the people running Kickstarters, and everyone was like, "Don't do it now. It's too late. You missed the window, after the holidays," which I kind of thought. That's why I asked. I mean, I kind of thought that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I'm watching some of the Kickstarters now, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, no one has money right now.
Yeah, there's one that I feel like should have funded, and it's like Fangs and Fowl. I don't know why that hasn't funded yet, unless if it magically has funded while we've been doing this. But last I checked, it's like around $600 from funding.
Well, there was one about can't think of the name of it. It was about a goth girl in high school. It was by Jeremy Treese's sister, I think, is who that was. Jeremy Treese is like a legitimate, he worked for Image and places like that, and he shared it. I didn't see it till he shared it out, and it's like, this book looks amazing. Like, the art in this is and it's all just one person doing everything. It's next level stuff, and it barely funded. Because when he posted out, it was we got 3 days left, and we're $1,000 or something away. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah. But it funded, luckily, barely, just scraped by. But yeah, I thought that's one of those books that should be, triple, quadruple their goal kind of books. So it's just a rough time.
There was an extra $1,000 or something they got at the end, I think. But
yeah, someone came in and helped.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean like illegitimately. I just mean someone wanted that book to fund and was like, all right.
Our original campaign in October for Chronicles of Horror 2, it was like so much support at the end. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. We didn't fund. Yeah. If we did the goal that I originally said, $4,378, we would have been $8 away, which I think that would have been worse. But I made it 5,700.
You just pledged that yourself and you called it.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm gonna add a buffer, and then I was like, oh, that's too much of a buffer. So.
You never know. You really never know how it's gonna shake out, man. Like, it's, on the first campaign that I did for my anthology, we were pushing along pretty okay. It was pretty steady because we also had 17 artists and writers on it. So like everybody had their own little followings, and it turned out one guy, his name's Adam Fields, who I believe works for you, does some covers for you. Yeah, Adam's following is rabid. He did a pinup for us, and like I think I figured it out like 22% of our backers were from him, like people he knew that were buying his stuff because he liked it so much. And Adam's awesome, and he's a killer artist.
That's our cover for next year. Yeah.
Yep. And he absolutely killed it with the pinup that he did for the first book that he did in like a day, which was nuts. And then the one he did a pinup for our new book too that he turned in a couple weeks ago. That's even better. And I hate that I can't like put it out yet until I could, but I want it to be more relevant as to when it's actually marketing for the book. But yeah, so if it weren't for him, we would have been not doing so great. But we were teetering on funding or not with like about halfway through the campaign, and all of a sudden, this guy, a local comic store owner that I know, who's had a bunch of these guys into his shop and everything, just dropped $500 on our laps, and he was like, "Hey, now you're funded." I'm like, holy crap! So that was I thought that's where we would stop. We ended up going about $800 over our what we wanted, but that was super cool to have that. Just remove any doubt. Oddly enough, though, like for my campaign, I kept messaging him. I'm like, "Hey, man, like I got another book out," and he didn't do anything this time. But it's all right.
Yeah. From the last campaign that we did for Chronicles of Horror that didn't fund, that's why we relaunched it. That whole anthology was supposed to just be for people that were on our platform, and then obviously some of the new people that are in there aren't. But that just gave me like the idea of like, I think it's time to like just get people that actually have a following, like more of a following, and bring them in. And that's why the third issue I'm gonna do that with the third issue, is get like new people in there as well, and it's gonna be bigger because I was talking to Matt Myers and I was like, I can't show half of the book because it's gonna give away a whole story. He's like, well, just not the letter pages. I was like, no, like I can't show the book because then why are they gonna back it? And he's like, oh, that makes sense. I was like, exactly. So that's why I want more stories. He's like, that's more money. I'm like, that's why we're gonna wait 2 years, bud.
Yeah, that's been maybe to bring this around to the topic again, I don't know. The anthologies that I've done are they were all like your compensation is comps when you're done. It was because the first one, it was really just to like start off with me and a bunch of guys I knew were kind of like, yeah, we should do this. And then we were like, we need to get some more people. So we started like recruiting people. And most of them become friends, but they weren't necessarily friends when this started. So, but it was just sort of this gentleman's deal of like, hey, you give me this story. Once it funds on Kickstarter, I'll throw you 20 copies of it that you can sell, which is actually an amazing. Like, it was a $15 book. Like, that's a heck of a lot more money than you're gonna get paid for any other anthology if you sell them. Which all of them did. Like almost every person I know that does shows regularly sold out within like the first season of doing cons. So it went really well for them because it's, we do cons around Ohio. The book's about Ohio. Everyone eats that up. So that was the biggest thing, though, was it took so long because I was relying on the goodwill of people to do this book without payment, and so it's in their free time. It's stopping them from maybe doing other projects that could make them money. And that's where we ran into the problem of the second book. The second anthology was supposed to be out this time last year, but COVID slowed so many people down, because it's hard to be creative when everything feels like it's going to hell. It was a hard time for people to be like, hey, I've got this great inspiration for this horror story that I wrote when we're living a horror story. So I get it.
The variant that's like Octagon or whatever the fuck it's called.
Omicron.
Starts with an O. I don't know.
Yeah. So that was another thing that was, hard. And a lot of people have kind of warned me against the idea of like trying to work with people on some sort of, essentially a bartering system, especially when I'm handpicking the people, because it's not like I tried to open it up to anyone who wanted to do it, but the stipulation was that you had to live in Ohio, because the point of it was like, or the sort of our tagline was Ohio stories by Ohio creators. So we told like myths and legends of Ohio by Ohio creators. So this will be the last like one of those I do, because it's been very hard getting people to commit, especially in the time frame we're looking for. So I guess in that sense, like, that's where I feel like I'm not open to criticism for that, because they're doing it for free for me for the time being, so I don't feel like I have a lot of room to criticize or do whatever, sort of, try to make editorial adjustments if needed, but in terms of like schedule and whatnot, it's not really there. But all that aside, one other thing I wanted to bring up, and I think I started to get back to it, was like, writers and artists out there working, like first and foremost, like get an editor, because that's like where all a lot of this comes from. This whole idea we're talking about dealing with, checking your ego. A lot of people see that editor as like I can proofread this, and that's just more. It's not it's not that. You have to take your ego out of that story to find out if someone actually cares about it or likes it or understands it. And that was one of the hardest things for me, is because I've been an editor before, was the assumption that I needed an editor. Even though I knew that I needed an editor, I should have known that, because I've been preaching this for essentially 15 years professionally. But I didn't think I was going to need one. Then at the last minute, I was like, you know what? I am going to find someone. I'm going to make sure I have this looked over properly, because I didn't have someone look at my anthology because I was the editor on it. But the hardest part with that was I was also the organizer of that. And I did so many different, I wrote a bunch of stories, and at the end of the day, I missed a few like typos, and that still haunt me to this day, because I was so busy with other aspects of the book. I was like, I just kind of skimmed it. I'd seen those things so many times, like, yeah, it's fine. But I missed it so many times as well. So I knew I wanted a different set of eyes. And that's, I think a lot of people aren't willing to accept that idea sometimes, of someone else looking at their work. All right, so Taylor, that's actually a great question for this, because I thought that, being my background in English, because I'd written in prose formats, short stories, novels, whatever, and writing for comics is so different, because in writing in comics, you're not actually writing for people most of the time. The script you write is for the artist. It's a guide. It's a guideline for the artist. No one's ever going to see that script. You're writing the dialogue, obviously, and the narrative parts, and creating the story, but so much of that is realizing that you're not really fully in control of how this is going to come across, and you have to give some of that control to the artist, and the artist will if they are, experienced at all, will likely come back to you and say, hey, this doesn't flow very well. What if we did this? Or maybe, this doesn't make sense for him to say this here. And like that came up quite a few times. And I was ready. I mean, when I went into this, I wanted this to be a collaboration. Like I really wanted, because that's one of the things is, yes, so to answer your question while I talk about something else, it's very hard to write a comic and, you're like, I got this dialogue down and here's what's going to happen. And then you're like, what should this picture of the character be right now? What should they be doing? And, you try to get in your own head of like, I've read comics. I'm going to have them doing this thing while they talk. So it's like two things at once, get the action out of the way with the word bubbles. And then when you see it in print, you're like, oh man, that's generic as hell. Like that doesn't look good. So you want to have an artist that is also trying to flex their creative muscle and isn't just like, all right, here's a guy standing here, like you said, that they're like, here's some, cool stuff. Like Ronaldo Lay, who did my book, he turned one page into like a montage sort of. And I mean, he told me he was going to do something like that. And it was so much better than like the silly, like step-by-step process I had for this like scenario. It's so, I don't know. It was just so much better than I could have ever imagined it being. And that was by no fault of my own. That was 100% him. And so, so writing for a comic is a lot different because you have to cede a little bit of that control to somebody, but you also have to be open to the fact that it is a collaborative medium and that you are going to have to be able to have I don't want to even say thick enough skin because it's not even meant to be rude, but you have to be open enough to the idea that once that script's out of your hand, you're not done. That story is not told. Like you might need to go in and fix some things. Some stuff might need to be reclarified. You see it on the page and it doesn't work the way you thought it would. The characters doesn't breathe the way that you thought it did from just the words you wrote. And that's the reality of it. So it is, writing for comics is a lot different. I find it actually more satisfying in a way because you're not always struggling to find those adverbs and adjectives to describe what you're saying more creatively. You can just get to the meat and potatoes of it sort of, and the art sort of fills the rest of that in for you. So sort of like lazy man's writing in a way. You just have to tell a good story, but you don't have to be have some, tons of superfluous language in there to muddy it all up. So it's fulfilling in that sense that you can tell a story a little bit more quickly. I hate to say, you get the stuff down there, and then the artist can kind of pick up the rest and tell their version of it visually, and then you hope that it all meshes together. And then that's what your editor's for too, is to tell you this doesn't mesh together. So because the last thing the artist wants to do is redraw it. I'm sure there's panels where they're like, good enough. That's as close as I can get to this. But then you have another set of eyes to come in there and say, hey, you know what? And heck, our letterer even came in with some suggestions when he was going to letter it. He had a lot of hey, this page is too busy. Whatever it may be. That's a good point too, Taylor. And that's a good reason to have a deadline of sorts and have sort of a schedule with, for the artist. And hopefully they probably have their own schedule anyway from just being an artist and knowing that about themselves. But it is sort of, nice when, the mantra we used to use when I taught writing was, because I think, I'm going to forget who said this. Might have been Elmore Leonard, some famous author said, writing is never done. There's just a point where you stop. So, and that's true. You can edit forever, and there's just a point where you decide, no, this is done. This is how I want it. I'm going to move on, because you could do that forever. And that, so that's sort of nice in your artist sense, because yes, they could, it's like there's a reason Alex Ross doesn't like do interior art very much, if at all, ever anymore, because like he could spend forever doing the detail on that. I'm a professional procrastinator as well. I am.
After everything we dealt with this year, after everything we dealt with this year, we're gonna have like strict deadlines and all that other stuff. I already kind of have a deadline with our artist Luke, but I doubt he did 10 pages in like 2 days. So
why not?
he's fast, but it's due tomorrow. So if he's watching, get to work.
I'll say, if you're watching, Luke, you got no free time left. No, and that was honestly one of the things I did was I had finished my entire story except for the last 2 pages, because I knew how it was going to end, and I just didn't want to write it out. Like, it was just like I didn't know how to say it perfectly enough. I knew the idea, but I wanted to be like witty in some way. So I actually reached Chuck Pinot was my editor, and I reached out to him because I had seen him edit so many other things. I'd seen him talking about stuff. So I reached out to him because I was like, you know what? I'm going to reach out and see if he has time, and that'll give me a deadline. And he was like, yeah, I'm finishing up something now. I can start next week. So I was like, okay, cool. So I knew I had a deadline, and it made it so much easier to finish it. And then, hilariously enough, or not for Chuck necessarily, then that was when the Great Texas Power Outage happened.
Oh yeah,
and he couldn't that was the day I turned the script into him, so he couldn't read it for like a week, and I was like, well, I guess I had another week. And then after all that toiling over the end, he was like, this doesn't really wrap it up. Let's, he's like, give me something more. So I ended up writing 2 more pages, and that didn't even end up being the ending. So it was such a fun little thing. And that was, that was really a first step in this whole criticism process, was when the very first thing he basically told me was, you need 2 more pages for this to make sense. And I was like, but it was perfect. It was my beautiful first baby. And he's like, nope. 2 more pages, wrap it up. And and it worked, and it's better. And I love those last 2 pages, honestly. So I get what he's saying. It would have left it on too much of a cliffhanger. It's not even a cliffhanger. It would have just left it with too much unanswered information.
Yeah.
To be satisfying. So
the damn Star Wars movies. I think I mentioned that yesterday, the day before, the second to last Star Wars movie that came out had like 18 plot holes that they didn't fill in the last movie. They just left them open for no reason. Mm-hmm. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm. I was never a big Star Wars guy. I like it, I appreciate it for what it is, but I was never I don't have posters, figures, any of that stuff. I've watched the movies a couple times each. I'm like, oh, it's fun. It's a cool world. I'll move on. But I will say that I'm glad I'm not, because those last 3 movies would have really pissed me off.
Yeah, one thing I always like to do when reviewing anything, for say criticism, for example, or if it's just for reviewing for the sake of understanding it, is breaking it down into different levels. So example would be for the Star Wars movies. It's what is it for a Star Wars movie? What is it for a maybe a sci-fi movie? And what would it be for a general movie? And trying to figure out the rating. And it's those last couple were bad on all accounts. They were just it was slightly good for a sci-fi movie, but not it's not good. There's way better just sci-fi movies out there.
Well, and when J.J. Abrams came out a couple months after that and was like, yeah, I mean, it would have been, this is probably why we should have had a plan from the first movie. And you're like, wait, you were doing a trilogy that you didn't have a plan for? Then why was it a trilogy? What? I don't even get it. And that, there you go. There's some criticism for you. Have a plan. how do you not?
Yeah.
You got to be able to at least take that bit of information and run with it. You know, it's crazy that someone would do that and that much money too and not know. Like, I'm terrified to spend like 10 pages at an artist rate to like for anything, let alone hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
for not knowing. But
I know how that feels.
There's people, I guess, that.
So we're gonna wrap it up. But yeah, that's not really a word. With you, where can people find you?
You can find me. My website is here in my name, Singularity Studios Publishing. It is not fully updated yet. I haven't touched it since the end of the Kickstarter, honestly. Not had time. So the new book is not up there just yet. Just trying to get all the fulfillment done before I started selling it to people who didn't Kickstarter it. Didn't want to pull what's Mitch Breitweiser or whatever thing where his book's available at Walmart before the Kickstarter backers got it.
Yep.
So I was trying to get all those done first. But it'll be updated here soon, I think. I missed the Christmas rush, unfortunately, but I'm a humble man that assumes that no one was buying my book for Christmas for anybody. So I can survive. But yeah, that's my website. It's got my first anthology. We'll have our current release here soon. You can go there for any sort of really, really sparse and intermittent news that I may or may not post. But mostly Facebook. I'm older, apparently. My daughter makes fun of me for being on Facebook and not Instagram.
We were just talking about that yesterday. Like, older people are on Facebook now. But,
and like, or TikTok. And like, TikTok is not, like we talked about before, that's not a medium I can get into. Like, I'm not making videos of myself and doing silly things and whatnot. So I'm stuck here.
That's why you gotta find some influencer and just have them dance while holding your comic.
Yeah, that's my brother-in-law used to write kids' books for a time, and he knew someone who was basically like it was like Jennifer Aniston or somebody.
Yeah,
I got that.
That's what you
photograph with their book, and the book blew up. And he was like, "That's all I'm looking for, man."
Yeah, those two guys right there don't like TikTok. They don't ever plan on being on TikTok.
Nope, sure don't.
Nope.
Sure don't. Hey, it's talking about us.
What do you think?
You're not paying attention.
I'm not. Are we on now?
Oh yeah.
What's up, buddy? We don't like no TikToks.
No, we don't tick or talk.
Flippity floppity. You can talk.
What do you want, Greg?
For coming on, and that was pretty awesome.
Hey, anytime you want to talk about me failing, I'm here, man. My mom can come on and help.
Yeah, we're gonna do a guest again for our podcast next year. So if you ever want to do that,
excellent. I can pretend to make time for it.
So you click on the
Piss my family off. They're like, "Wait, what are you doing?" My daughter, I was like, "Hey, I'm doing a podcast thing today." Like, she's like, "Who the hell wants to listen to you?" I'm like, "Love you too, babe."
Apparently 4 people.
Yeah, and if you do it from a computer, then you can upload those inked pages when they're done.
Regular audience, so I'm good.
In each of the sections.
Thanks for having me on.
That way,
I appreciate it.
colors, they can pull them off.
So you'd rather do it off this instead of Dropbox?
Let me know.
Okay. I'll have to
Take care, guys.
Also, it lets you track the money and everything too, like the budget. Whoa! Right into the side of his face.
Ah, jeez.
Oh gosh!
Is it our turn now?
Oh,
are we on the con?
Greg, there's 2 of them, so you should make their thing bigger.
The tiger. Let's go.
There we go.
Ready.
Sorry.
Rising up. Back on the street.
You guys can't play Magic right now, so
We already organized cards earlier. Who can't?
Can't.
Who can't? Yeah.
Coming in tap.
That's right. Coming in tap. Next turn, though. Next turn.
Next turn, though. You ain't ready.
So, what's up?
Nothing, man. Just been hanging out. Had some chipotle.
We ate chipotle. Yep.
And now we're here.
Yeah, now you're here. We're going to talk about buy me a coffee and podcasting and whatever else you want to talk about.
Coffee does sound good right now.
We'll have time before.
Okay.
Where are we starting? Give us something.
Buy me a coffee. So tell people.
Buy me a coffee. God, jerk.
No, buy me a coffee. Nobody has bought.
Oh,
us a
the
coffee.
website. Got you. Okay. You don't say that on your own live stream.
Oh,
You say thank you, everyone, for buying us a coffee.
I mean,
we
there's so many
all the
people
that bought us a coffee. That's how you say it. That way it implies that there might have been, but the point is we don't have to thank anybody.
Exactly.
I mean, ours is okay. Hope to grow it some more. But as a subscription service, I think it's fantastic. You know, we're just waiting for the podcast side to open up.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, definitely excited about that.
I've been looking for updates, but they've not put like a definitive date yet. So
Like next year, at some point.
probably.
God, hurry up.
And we will use it immediately.
Also, Greg, where's your microphone? You sound like super quiet.
Right here.
So quiet. Can't hear
How I
you, Greg.
talk.
How I talk.
Speak up, Gregory.
If somebody bought us coffees right now. Oh man. But yeah, so we are putting a lot more of our stuff over there rather than what we've been doing with social media. Is that good? Is that good?
It's not coffee, but it'll work.
Okay. And then we're trying to really have that as like our main base for exclusive content and getting into kind of the behind the scenes stuff. Do you prefer medium or dark roast? Personally, I like dark roast because my black coffee should taste like dirt, and I love it.
I'm medium roast. I like the lighter.
I prefer dark roast.
I prefer coffee. I'll take it
dark
however
roast
I can
has
get it.
got some, like, great
I'm drinking black
flavor
at work.
being
Usually.
added. Like,
I can't hear you. You're real quiet. Say it again.
Yeah. You know,
For the people in the back.
Greg,
no, you. He's talking to you.
sorry, me? Am I quiet?
I couldn't hear you.
Were.
Yeah, you were
Oh.
pretty quiet.
Oh, I was just saying that I don't mind dark roast as long as it's like filled with like a lot of cream. Am I really that quiet? You messing with me?
Yeah.
I need to turn this on.
What happened to my volume?
Okay.
I don't know.
No, we got to turn our audio up.
Stop acting like me.
All the way.
All right.
We're at
All right.
100. We cranked.
We're at 100. We're at 100 now. We're good. Let's roll.
Maybe these guys are just obnoxiously loud and we're like the normal volume.
Maybe.
It could be. Yeah. We don't do we don't do live shows anymore, so we could be screaming right now. I don't.
Loud noises.
Yeah, I love lamp.
Everyone on like the platforms are freaking out right now.
All right, guys, we'll bring it down. More Bob Ross style.
If you have to add anything to coffee, you might not like coffee, but
That
that seems like a very biased
sugar.
view of coffee.
Can I not add sugar to my coffee?
I'm a grown man. I can add whatever I want
That's right.
to coffee, or any other drink for that matter.
I didn't
I
have
enjoy
coffee
black
today.
coffee,
Oh, I
but
did
it
have
has to be
coffee
a really
today.
good roast.
What?
I was
What's
saying I
that?
enjoy black coffee, but it has to be a really good roast.
Oh, it's free at work, so I don't really care.
Listen,
I-
if you're
I had
fiending
hot-
for it, you're going to drink whatever's in front of you.
That's
and if
right.
you got to add anything to it,
You're gonna add something.
you're going to add something to it. Because it probably is Folgers, and that is not the best part of waking up.
No.
Folgers tastes like charcoal.
Yeah, so you're going to add something to it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Exactly.
They give you Folgers.
Yeah, if you drink
People like
Folgers
it.
black, you're probably a serial killer.
I feel like Taylor is doing the thing I normally do on Greg's live streams.
Trolling.
Just saying stuff.
Just
just saying random crap to see what gets responses.
Yeah.
Where people
And I can appreciate that.
fish, but don't like the taste of fish. Folgers. That's right. This is the anti-Folgers campaign right now.
Yep.
You guys are just
Not a sponsor. But back to the actual topic.
Exactly. BuyMeACoffee.com website, subscription service.
Yeah. Were there questions about it, or?
Yeah. So what
I don't know. You told me to come on here. Go ahead.
Had to fill the hour, or not the hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes. There we go.
Oh, I'm glad we could do that. We could have just already been getting coffee and going to the movies.
Listen, we got plans today, Greg. We got.
You're lucky Magic Night was canceled.
Yeah, you're lucky Magic Night was canceled because we built some crazy decks and it was about to go down.
It's about to drop this spectral adversary on all y'all. I was going to phase stuff out. I was going to phase it out. Yeah, so buy me a coffee.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually. So I think we all look at it similarly. You guys are planning on using it more. We started using it more already, and then we're going, what's the right term? Whole hog? We're going whole hog in 2022.
No idea what
Here
that
at Beards and Comics, we're going whole hog
America.
in 2022 because this is America. Yeah, so Buy Me a Coffee subscription service. We have different, I don't know what y'all's price points are, but we have different tiers where you get different membership exclusives. We do a $5, a $10, and a $25 a month. You can actually pay it for a whole year up front, so then you can just not worry about it. And then you get a whole bunch of exclusive stuff. So for us, next year, I'm going to start releasing sections of my first novel. So that's going to be a cool little bonus thing, and that's for even the $5 tier. The $10 tier, you get our quarterly ash cans of whatever they might be. And then for the 25, you get like t-shirt access to our designs that aren't Catalyst specific. They're just cool stuff. And a whole bunch of other stuff I can't even remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then podcasts and discounts on services. So if you're a comic book creator and you need content creation advice, that's a good way to get a discount on that if you're a member. Or you can book us on there as well.
Yeah. I like to think of Buy Me a Coffee is just when people are like, hey, how do we support you? We don't know how to support you.
Yep.
It's a cheap and easy way. But then there's also the people that are like, listen, we want to support you, but I mean, do I get anything? And then you have that option as well.
And you do.
And you do.
You get articles. So
you get our forever love.
Yes, which is the most important thing.
Forever love. That's like, infinity. It's the basic white girl, because we're doing coffee anyway.
Right. It's the pumpkin spice latte of subscription services.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tier has a chai tea instead of coffee. He's like, buy me a chai tea.
Yeah, because he had to be different.
Yeah.
The glasses and beard. Nice. Well, I don't know. It just popped into our head one day, glasses and beards.
You guys got them. Well,
what?
Yeah.
I don't know. You said the glasses and beards are nice.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, each tier is just a little bit more on top of what was on there. We haven't updated it for 2022 yet. But yeah, we have 3 different tiers, and we call our members the Bearded Society. So they got all kinds of cool exclusives, and the ash cans are what I probably enjoy most. I do like t-shirts though.
I as well also enjoy t-shirts.
Yep. So the next ash can, I think it's going to be Tilt 4.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you like what we're doing and you want us to continue, it's a good way to help us out.
Yeah. And that $25 tier, you get a cool little whatever our quarterly item's going to be. The first one, and we still have a few left actually. The first one is that little 3D printed Catalyst logo, and then we're gonna do something cool for the next one.
I had that somewhere.
It does exist. Then, like I said, starting next year, I'm gonna start releasing chapter by chapter my novel. That'll probably be a monthly release, or I might up it to like bi-weekly. And we're also going to be doing weekly updates on behind the scenes and what's going on. Monthly or yearly. You can do monthly or yearly. It's up to you.
Or one time.
Well, I consider that yearly.
Or
if you don't want to be a member, if you don't care about the membership and you just want to throw money at it, you can just buy coffee and then multiply it by whatever. But if you want all the membership stuff, then you can just do that.
Yep. The membership, obviously, you get more cool stuff. If you just want to help us out, then we just appreciate you.
Yeah.
I'm a member.
We have people like that Jason guy who became a member because we make a lot of puns on our podcast.
Yeah, and he said we deserve
coffees
for our horrible puns. They deserve to be rewarded.
We'll have new announcements that we've been planning for next year as well, for more content that we're going to put in there. So more exclusives for everybody.
It's been a crazy year, guys. We got to re-up, contemplate life choices,
burn the world down,
rise from the ashes. Untap for mana.
Yeah, we got to untap for mana, y'all. We used all our mana this year.
We got to pull things from the graveyard. Back on the battlefield, guys. It's getting serious.
Someone massacred us. That was a deep cut right there. No pun intended.
Yeah.
If I buy something, I need to do one big purchase before my girlfriend finds out because she. Yes, so you do the year. You just do the whole year, or you just throw money at the website.
Or we just throw a big chunk of money.
And you can be like, oh, I didn't realize it was a whole year. I accidentally clicked it. I'll stop.
No, you say baby.
But baby, don't.
It's for the whole year. One time.
Well, baby, I don't have a beard, and this was how I became part of the bearded society.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I paid.
Use it, Taylor. Just show her pictures of our beards and be like, do you get it now? Do you understand now?
One of us.
Yeah,
One of us. This is basically drinking the Kool-Aid.
And you know what? If you do it, then we'll even include your girlfriend as part of the bearded society.
Yeah.
That's a today only offer.
Girlfriends get beards for free.
Yeah. We should say that the reason it's called Beards and Comics is because we host a podcast outside of the Catalyst stuff. So that's why it's not called Catalyst Comics.
Exactly.
So
now our podcast is done for the year. Yep.
Break time.
Send it back to hand.
Yep.
I'm going to use as many.
Faded hope.
I faded hope to. Right now, it's just a faceless haven.
Yeah. It's getting bad, guys.
I know, it's getting bad. Can you tell? We've been playing a lot lately. But yeah, so I don't know.
What podcast?
We do a podcast. We talk about stuff.
What else y'all want to talk about?
What do you usually do on your podcast? What do you usually
Well, it's changing next year.
What are we changing it to? Oh, gotcha. I mean, okay.
I can't take the
Castbox? I think it is, right?
I don't know the devil's work.
Anchor goes to
One
Castbox.
of the million things that Anchor goes to.
I think so. I don't know. Look it
know
up.
that
If it's not,
Anchor
guess
does
what? Spotify, like the rest of the world.
Yeah, you know that Anchor does video podcasts. Yeah,
I do.
Yeah,
Which
I don't
which
know.
I could not care less
I don't know.
about.
I think you fucking did it. I just added one. Like our last.
Because everyone's like, "Oh, let me look at you guys while you talk."
Yeah.
Sometimes I just want to talk. I don't want people to judge me.
Yeah. Sometimes we want to be sneaking bites of stuff while we're podcasting.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be able to tell if I'm like,
right. It's hard to edit that when it's a video.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a hard cut.
Well, we always do it in video format, and then no, but yeah.
Yes, you do, for whatever reason. But yeah, yes, you do.
It's because Greg's face sells.
No, it doesn't. That's actually why we don't have viewers. Yeah, there's actually someone on Twitch that commented yesterday, and they're like, that dude couldn't like wait to not eat for 5 seconds, and I'm like, yeah, I can't. I'm like, I didn't eat all day.
5 seconds. When you're hungry, you're hungry.
Exactly.
That's right.
That's like people judging you for putting stuff in your coffee.
Yeah, that's like that kind of stuff.
Taylor.
If that's even your real name.
Bearded brother.
On the TV. I have to clean dog piss. Y'all keep talking.
Thanks.
All right.
Will do.
Get that bounty.
Get that bounty.
So,
quicker, picker upper.
do you know when Tilt 4 is actually coming out next year?
Lord.
Let us pray.
Dear Heavenly Father,
we get they look. Tilt 4 has been a task, but it's almost done. Actually,
it is.
Like all the art, the coloring.
So, what happened was, stuff happened. It got behind.
Stuff happened with some people,
and then we said we can't go a year without releasing something. So we called an audible and said, let's just get one last job 2 out. So we need to put one more thing out this year. We just didn't want to sit around, Greg. We couldn't just do it. One more again.
But it's looking like we might launch that campaign in March unless we're able to fulfill one last job sooner than March. Pretty much once that one's fulfilled, we'll just go ahead and launch, because it's at the point now where we're confident about the completion date. So we're excited about it.
See.
And then we gotta flip that sucker into a trade.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of doing Chronicles of Horror with the 3rd one. So what I had as an idea was a trade, but also give it as single issues if people would want that too. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. So I don't know. The 3rd one.
Don't ask us. We're figuring stuff out too. No, I believe what we're going to do.
Greg, you do that, and we're going to see if it crashes and burns, and then we'll decide.
Yeah, you know what? It's your turn to go first. Greg, it's your turn.
We've been the guinea pigs for a while now.
You're done with the guinea pigs.
Yeah.
We're on to gerbils and hamsters.
Yeah.
What other small woodland creatures?
Have you had a failing? No, I don't think you've had a failing Kickstarter. No,
we have not.
You had like help on one of them. Paradigm?
The very first one, when we did not know what we were doing.
And it was great, finally. I don't know how I didn't know that it was in our drive somewhere.
Oh, Paradigm?
Yeah. I was like, that's awesome. But I didn't know that I had it in there. Like,
wait till this one. Yo, the next one, though.
The next one's savage.
The next one's savage. And for everyone that read Silhouette Shadow Games, you're going to be like, oh, this is that.
So now I have to read that.
It's all connected, man.
It's all connected, Greg.
So let's start talking about maps now. So
up, we're breaking. We're up, breaking up.
Going through a tunnel.
Going through a tunnel. Counterspell this podcast, everyone. Panels on page. Beard Brothers. How many Beard Brothers?
Beard
How many panels? You can't call us Beard Brothers until you buy me a coffee.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta pay into that.
Yeah.
It's the church.
Society dues. Okay, that's
right.
how it is.
Right. Previous how many panels do you think should be on one page? Well, I'll take that from the writing perspective. Of course, it depends on what's happening. I almost habitually top out at 5. Sometimes I'll push to 6 or 7, depending on what the action is. But I never really do less than 5, unless it's unless it's a pacing thing. Now Matt,
obviously a splash page, but there's like
Matt is an artist, so
exactly.
I mean,
however many it takes, right?
It depends on how the story flows. Like you said, it's a pacing thing. Do I want to add like that kind of like 1, 2, 3 kind of feel for like somebody making one action. Like, do I want to draw that out? Do I want it to be a quick change? Do I want it to, it's that kind of depends on what the feeling that you're going for the page. Do I need which panel is the most important? I'm going to give that the most room and make sure it's the most important panel on the page and then build around it. So, I mean, it really depends on, do I really need this head to take up a whole quarter of the page? No, probably not. I could just do that on an inset panel and then just go from there, as long as there's not a ton of dialogue with it.
Yeah.
That boils down to your writer, though, too. So, I mean, it really depends on what you're working with.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, too. I used to write, like, monologues.
And guys, as artists, you don't have to always show their face. It could be an action of their hand in dialogue, and it's very good. Like, nobody wants to see. I get that we all do faces all the time, right? That's what everybody wants to learn how to draw because it's important. Hands. It could be something on a table in dialogue. Change it up. Make it more exciting. Do something different. Two people talking, standing there looking at a bunch of talking heads.
A bird looking through a window at the scene, at the two people talking.
See? That's how it works.
Yeah, that was something we mentioned a couple panels ago. It was like one of our scenes is like from the window of that apartment.
Comic books.
Comic
Huh?
You said a couple of panels.
It was a comic book.
Gotcha.
We make comic books, Dylan.
I get it. I need a second cup of coffee. That's the problem. Anyways, but yeah, basically we have one of our panels where it's like viewed from like an apartment window, like looking down at the scene. So like those are always like really cool to get the different perspectives like that.
Awesome. Well, mine. The reason I said what I said was because it happened in the book. Because the people that made the book, they had an artist that was in a different country, and so I wrote in the panel that it was a bird's eye view of this experiment that was happening. And so they drew it as a bird looking into the window of this experiment happening as an actual. So I'm glad I didn't use too many worm's eye views in that book.
Yeah, worms everywhere.
Why is there a worm here?
Dangling things everywhere. Taylor, I hope you actually listened to that and got something out of it. If you didn't, then become a supporter on Buy Me a Coffee and send us a message.
If you left like a couple sentences in.
Yeah. Here's that link again, by the way.
Yeah, so you guys are axing one of your shows. Or axed, right? Did you already do that? No, next the one, right?
Can't even think of the time. 5 o'clock. Yeah.
How many shows have we axed now? We've axed. Man, Buy Me a Coffee Live, IYW, Detox.
You're done with that? The world
for now.
Oh, for now. Oh, I thought like.
I mean, I don't know if we'll bring it back. It's just if it doesn't.
I get like there's not enough time for people, so that
time matters now.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. How much is it making a difference? Right? Time versus money versus supporters. It's cool. All right, Greg, let's be honest here on this Sierra Nova Comic Con podcast.
Just keep.
Are there too many live shows?
Yes. And then Dylan.
Yes,
that's one of the reasons why we stopped.
And we were like, why would we be one of them?
So
we here at Catalyst Comics Studio try to stand out, right? And if everybody is just going to be doing the same thing,
well, that's exactly right. Actually, what we noticed was when we pulled back from our use of social media. Here's the thing: is all of us try to pretend like we are influencers. We are not influencers. We are comic book creators. Nobody actually cares about our life outside of making comic books. So we noticed when we pulled back that whenever we did post, the engagement was like 200% higher than it was just constantly posting.
And then also posting everywhere is stupid.
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Let's just be honest. Pick your spot. Pick your spot and make people come to it. Is that not what everybody's doing with what is that new platform that all the writers went to? Where they're Substack. They're taking they're doing that exact thing. They're taking all their content to one place, and that's where you have to go to get it.
And that's what we're kind of getting at with the Buy Me a Coffee stuff. That's where we're pushing everything. Because Matt and I have had the discussion before of, for me as a writer outside of just our comic book stuff, do I need to move that stuff over and maybe do a Substack or something like that? But then, we already have a Buy Me a Coffee set up with supporters, and I didn't feel like I would want supporters to have to do 2 different subscriptions for us. And I don't mind releasing content if it's going to get read. So for us, that's our effort right now, is Buy Me a Coffee, and our email list is the other big one. The interaction that we get over there and the responses that we get. Sometimes I'll take an article and I'll throw it through through our mailing list, and that's when I'll actually hear back on emails, which is weird. Never used to hearing back when I send an email blast. And I remember sending an article out, and I got a few emails back that were just like, dude, this actually helped me a lot. And to me, that's more important than just blasting posts everywhere. And we keep doing this thing of Instagram and Facebook tying them together and stuff. Well, they're both utilized differently. And if you set your Instagram to auto post your stuff over to Facebook, you screwed up the algorithm, and your crap's not going to get seen. Because it's already hard enough for it to get seen on Facebook anyway. All the algorithms have changed over the last year, and it's progressively not easier for us to get our stuff out there because we're already in the niche market. Why do we want to make it an even more niche market? If you're going to make it niche, make people have to come to you for the content. And I think that's how we ended up getting the supporters on Buy Me a Coffee that we have. Is they actually care about the content that we release and wanting to know what's up, and then the exclusive stuff, and they know that's the only way to get it now. And there's actually a messenger feature on there as well that I can't get people to respond on. But that's a really cool thing. I think would be interesting if more of the group used it. Was we could actually have discussions about stuff all together in one little messenger. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Buy Me a Coffee is where we are throwing most of our effort and adding in new shows. There will be at least 2 new shows over there whenever the podcast opens up, and then the novel, all my articles, because I haven't kind of backed away from the ICR stuff, and I think I'm going to keep putting the articles out, but they're going to be going on over there. So if you guys want to know about all that stuff, then you'll see it. What's up, Sean?
Sean.
Sean. 13th Labor, I think, is still on Kickstarter.
I don't know what else to talk about. Podcast we're revamping.
Yeah, you were saying.
I don't know if we're going to talk too much about that one. I think we're going to do it a little more. Well, we're going to do it a little bit more segmented. That's the goal right now. So we'll see how that goes. Could be awful. So don't take our word.
The only thing we're changing about the Seer Nova one is it's not Kickstarter people. Like, sick of that.
Yeah, that's pretty much why. Yeah, that's why ours changed too.
Four Tales podcast doesn't do that. Like, there's maybe like 1 or 2 people that had a campaign going on while they're on that show.
Well, those are our least listened to episodes.
I feel like we just need to start a podcast that's not even related to comics. I think we just need to do a podcast.
Well, we already talked about that, but don't put it out so everybody will do it. Yes, we will probably have another show coming out next year that is not specifically comic book related. Hey,
Taylor, now he's in the bearded society.
Yeah, now you can call us brothers.
Beard bro.
There you go. Batman Jones bought your coffee.
I'll take it.
Look at that.
Well,
you come on our virtual expo and you get a coffee.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like being at a con. They just bought a book from us.
That's right. Thanks for buying that book.
We appreciate you.
Didn't you tell me Dylan had questions?
Dylan?
Did I have questions?
Did I say that?
You said Dylan had come up with questions for this.
Oh,
Did I?
probably was a lie.
Yeah, it was probably
Yeah, I
like,
think it was a
like a
lie. This is
liar?
how he got me on here. So I was like, oh, we actually have content that we're going to talk about.
what's your favorite coffee?
I went over that.
Oh, yeah.
I just had basic questions about buy me a coffee and stuff. We're actually gonna like be doing more on that because ours is kind of like basic right now. We do have a membership. One's $5 and one's $9, but we're adding a couple of things to bring people to our website and stuff.
Bam.
Sweet.
Yeah, and what's good that you're doing that is mailing list will always be there. So like Facebook can go away, or turn into the metaverse. So
What do you
Metapause.
do to grow your email list?
huh?
Best thing we ever did was the giving Tilt one away. Just a digital Tilt one. And following up with people when they follow us on other platforms. Because we would rather get them over there, and then whatever happens on the other stuff doesn't matter anymore. We're going to switch that up a little bit next year. Yep. And so hopefully we'll grow it a little bit more. But I'm trying to, I don't know, Greg, if you noticed. Greg, did you sign up on ours with Gmail?
Gmail. On your buy me a coffee?
No, on our email list.
Probably. Yeah.
What I was going to say was, if you notice on, if you use MailChimp, if you're on MailChimp, then it's hard to get out of that promotion tab in Gmail. I hit it 3 times during that campaign where we didn't go to people's promotion box. We actually got in their inbox. So that was a win for me.
Yeah, isn't there like keywords? I think you said it in your podcast. There's like keywords.
Yeah, there's a very set list of rules that if you mess it up at all, it's going to end up in the promo box. And sometimes you can't avoid it, right? If you're trying to sell a specific product, it's probably going to go in there. But for the campaign, I was able to get the one that just actually ended up in people's inboxes, and I think that probably helped quite a bit.
Well, one thing I would say too is that if you have an email list, one of the best things you can do when people get added to it is send them an email immediately telling them how to add you as a contact so that you go to the inbox and not their promotion page. Like that's something that's hugely helpful.
Yeah, we have ours set up for a welcome email that is automatically sent to them so they can go ahead and download Tilt One.
Yeah.
And it has like information about the company in there or whatever that I probably need to update because I haven't updated that in a little bit.
Truth.
Since 49.
But disappearing December, we're not. I might edit some stuff, but we're not really messing with a lot of stuff. Just trying to get some stuff done.
Yeah.
All the drawings, all the writings.
I did get the Flash Fiction story for Beth done. So everybody that added T-shirts to our last campaign, I'm going to send that at some point whenever the money shows up in our account.
Pretty sure I added a T-shirt.
I'm pretty sure you did too.
Pretty sure I added everything.
Cool little Flash Fiction story.
Just
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I did. Unfortunately, he was glazed and then murdered by mouth.
Mouth murder?
Yeah, it was mouth murder on a glazed Muffin Man.
Murder by death.
Murder by death.
I feel like that should be like a short horror story. Murder by death. That's like a comedic horror story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Murder.
This person's dead. I believe they were murdered. The end.
That's the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 3-panel comic right there.
Or the opposite. It's like this person.
For those of you that follow me, for those of you that follow me on Facebook, you'll see my my version of how Murder, She Wrote should have ended, and I believe that I have the ending that it should have been, and then a crossover episode where Matlock has to come and defend her. So I'm just saying.
I don't watch either one of those shows, so
no, you shouldn't. They've been off of the air for like 2 decades. So.
I know, but I don't remember any of it.
She was a writer. She was an author and wrote murder mysteries. So the show was about her solving the murder mysteries, as the person. So my flip of it would be her sitting at her table,
right,
going over all the books that she's written, and it cascades all the way down below the floor, and you see bodies in her basement. And it's like,
is that kind of the theory of like Bob Ross, like painting his?
Yes, exactly. That's where I got the idea. Because then it was like the best murders she didn't write were the ones right under her feet.
Behind every bush is a body.
Enter Ben Matlock.
Yeah.
And Magnum PI. She had a Magnum PI crossover. How weird is that? Murder, She Wrote, and Magnum PI crossover together.
That is weird.
Fantasy Islands. So yeah, if you guys didn't, you should go to buymeacoffee.com/beards and comics.
That's us.
And, that's
not us. That was
podcast and stuff.
Is my mic volume better?
Huh?
Is my mic volume better, or am I still quiet?
We hear you.
What?
Is it better? I adjusted something. Is it better?
We're listening off of laptop speakers right at the moment, so you're only going to sound so good.
Yeah, better is very relative right now. So
that's crazy because your guys' volume's like mad high. Like I just turned my stuff down like really low, and I was like, oh wow, okay, now they sound normal.
Because the microphone's like right here.
Look at him and his fancy mic. Mine's just built into my camera.
I have this stupid mic that I'm gonna get rid of and get a different one.
We are sponsored by Tula.
Sponsored by Tula. Tula microphones, the best a man can get.
or woman.
So touch the feel of Tula.
It's like a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else? What do you got? Somebody asked something.
Yeah, Taylor.
What?
Taylor, whatever pointless questions you have.
When is, I don't know. I was gonna say some random thing. I couldn't think. No, I already asked.
Greg, how's the comic business doing?
Don't you judge me, Earl.
Our remastered comic is almost done. That's a good thing. Then I said yesterday, I'm not remastering a comic until I do a trade of any other kind of thing.
I wonder where you got that idea.
I wonder where. We are going to change one thing in English.
Just leave it be.
Yeah. But we're going to change one word.
Mistakes and all. Leave it.
Put it out again. But yeah.
I got a question.
A single word.
Yeah, it is actually a single word. It's actually a location, but it's side story.
We changed it.
Because this is
Japan
Buy Me a Coffee. Because it's Buy Me a Coffee podcast chat. What things would you want them to implement outside of podcasts to the Buy Me a Coffee platform or any crowd or what's it called, a community building platform like the Patreons and all that stuff? Like what's something that you wish they had that they don't have?
I can't really say what it is that they're, because you can set up. I mean, there's so much you can do on there now. You can set up like Zoom conferences and stuff.
Like maybe it's like customization.
I don't know. I think having maybe the video part integrated into Buy Me a Coffee would be nice. So maybe like if somebody wanted a consultation with us, they could book it on Buy Me a Coffee, and then we would be able to meet on Buy Me a Coffee as well. I think that'd be pretty lovely, rather than having to set it up separately.
Yeah, or even have it like linked directly to something.
Yeah. I don't know what else.
Or you can connect to your like Google Calendar or whatever. And appointment goes right to there.
Downloads maybe, because I don't think you can download. I don't think you can send files over Buy Me a Coffee. That'd be kind of cool though.
You really want the podcast thing though.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing with one of our other podcasts. It's just it's basically a newsletter. So I'm like, nobody watches this, so we're gonna just make this a podcast, and it's gonna be on our Buy Me a Coffee. So.
Yeah, someday maybe.
Yeah, whenever they do that.
Right.
What about customization of the actual platform, like your page? What else do you like? Would you like them to add to that?
It would be nice to be able to maybe customize it a little bit better. rather than just a header. But then again, there's beauty in simplicity. So, buy me coffee marmalade. That's called pumpkin spice latte. So grab it for your girlfriend, and boom, marital aid.
I like pumpkin spice.
Oh, calendars, nice. Like the fireman calendar. You gotta get one of them made. But just the beards, like the beards in different positions.
Yep.
Oh, you watch it?
Beards and sweaters.
One of a million people. However many people are in our community.
Yeah. I'm glad this is airing to all 75,000 people that are listening right now.
All 4 of them. Yeah.
We love y'all.
3 people on our Facebook and 1 on Twitch.
What's up, Twitch family?
Yeah, Twitch fam. Yo, follow us on Twitch. We don't have one. So,
No?
What?
I don't think I ever set one up.
Again, when you make yourself too available, everybody knows they can get you anytime.
Matt,
right?
Matt, see, I sent Greg this quote from Nanny McPhee, and it didn't register in his screen.
Was it?
It's
I never saw the
when
movie,
when you want me, or when you need me but you don't want me, that's when I'll be there. But when you want me but you don't need me anymore, that's when I have to go. Woo, woo, that's light. Woo, woo, that's stop.
I would say the one thing when it comes to using different platforms is that it's not bad to be on every platform, but you shouldn't share the exact same content on every platform, because that's what makes it like useless.
Well,
like
that one's gone.
Right,
I heard you guys saying that. I'm just saying, like, you can use all the platforms, just use them differently. Like, use your Twitter for just this, use for just that.
Right.
Facebook
But now you're telling people, like, are you really that influential that I'm going to follow you around from platform to platform to hear one more bit of information?
No, that's the goal. Is that you want it so that, like, let's say I only use Twitter, right? You want it so that you don't miss me as your fan if I would love your work. So you don't want to not be where I might be, but you also want it for those raving fans that do want to follow you on every single platform to go, oh, you didn't hear the thing they only announced on Twitch? Like, Gary Vaynerchuk is excellent at this. Like, he doesn't post the same content on any of his platforms, but he uses like massive amounts of, like, you know, stuff like a keynote speech where he talks for an hour and then he'll take like one little important note and then only put it on Twitter. He has a texting platform where he'll send an idea of just stuff to that. So like, he branches it off into all of these different platforms so that, again, the raving fans can follow him on everything, follow everything he does. And then the other people that are just on Facebook, just on LinkedIn, just on Twitter can get their access to whoever it is that they want.
My counterpoint to all of this is that Gary Vee is an influencer. And like I said earlier, I think too many comic book creators are pretending like we're influencers. Nobody gives a crap what Greg has to say on a daily basis.
I think
just like no one gives a crap what Aaron has to say on a daily basis. And that's what we have our personal accounts for. For when it comes to the business, if you listen to the guys that all the business leaders, a lot of them are talking about the death of how we're using social media and how things have to change because you're not getting through to the people you think you're getting through to. Your engagement's it's nil. For us, we noticed when we backed away and then next time we would post, it would actually help with the algorithm. People would actually see our content when we posted it again. So now we very seldomly post, but when we do, we get actual engagement.
You drink Dos Equis? But so the two things I would say is Gary Vee became an influencer because he's on every platform. No one knew who he was a few years ago. So
yes, but he started this before all the algorithms have changed. It's the same thing now. If somebody were to jump on YouTube today and be like, you know what, I'm going to be a YouTube star. Guess what, bro? Probably not going to happen. You missed the boat. You missed the boat.
Do you know about the Van Girl?
The who?
The Van Girl. There was a girl who only uploaded 2 videos and got 1 million followers, and she was a nobody. It turns out that basically what you want to do with any of these platforms, if you want to gain traction on any of them, the only thing you have to do is figure out what they want to promote and only do that. So right now, Instagram, for example, if you do Reels, you will get exponentially more views than any other type of content you can post on there. So like Stories, when Stories first came out on Instagram, I only had like, I don't know, 500 followers at the time, and I was getting 300 views on my stories because they wanted to promote that heavily. So it's not so much that the platforms are oversaturated and you can't reach your audience is that once something gets learned and then everyone else learns it, everyone keeps doing the same thing. So something I shared either yesterday or 2 days ago, a little trick I learned about Facebook on how to really grow your audience quite quickly while still doing something like capturing emails, is that Facebook events. Now, me personally, I basically use Facebook to find any local event I want to go to, because typically it goes like if someone has an event, they'll put it on Facebook. So what Facebook wants you to do as a content creator is create something that keeps the user on Facebook. So I ran a live event for an artist of ours, a music artist, a singer. And what I did was I ran ads specifically to the event page. And we ended up making 10 times the amount that we spent on ad money and ticket revenue. And the whole idea was that what we did was we knew that if we sent them to the Eventbrite page, that we're taking them off Facebook. Facebook doesn't like that. So I sent them to the Facebook event page. Facebook now allows you to link Eventbrite right to the page, so they can buy the tickets right from the platform, or they can still go to Eventbrite later. And then what will happen is as you post in the discussion page of an event page, Facebook doesn't want the user who said, I'm interested in your event, to miss out on this one-time event that will soon be over, right? Because if you say, I'm interested in a Facebook event, and you never see an update, and then all of a sudden you realize you missed the event, why would you ever use Facebook events again? So we ended up posting on that event, even though we ran ads weeks before the show, and all of a sudden we started seeing ticket sales boost in the last 24 hours right before the show. I don't know, I think we sold, 10 tickets before the 48-hour mark. Then it jumped up to 30, and then it skyrocketed to 78 online ticket sales, and we got 40 more at the door, right? So the whole idea was that it all depends on understanding.
Now all that can be tracked back to the ads.
Yeah. Yep. And so that's the thing is if you know how to actually look at a platform and go, what does this platform want me to do with it? And just do that. Don't try to like a small example. If you post every day, one of the reasons you probably lost reach is that you use the same hashtags. What that will do is cause you to get shadow banned. And we know this because we tested this with one of our sub-labels for the music company we're building. What we did was we kept using the same hashtag. Suddenly we saw the engagement rate plummet. We waited a couple weeks. We posted again, went right back to normal. We started switching up the hashtags on a daily basis, but it stayed consistent now. So we posted daily, and we were still getting good, consistent engagement. And then we did some other simple stuff like giving a call to action. So in the comment or in the caption of the Instagram post, we haven't done this once. I told our intern who's doing these posts, I go, just add the words like this post or follow or something like that. He did it to that post. That one post got 4 times the engagement of all the other posts, right? And now because of that engagement, it's going to naturally get more traction. So it's understanding like how the actual platforms work and trying to implement a marketing strategy that uses the platform the way they want you to use it, not trying to figure out how can I pull people off the platform. Use it the way they want you to do it, and you'll actually be able to pull them off the platform.
Yeah. It's going to help with our concerts.
Yeah, we're not selling concerts, man.
This is a live event right now. We actually have this up on Facebook.
Yes, that you do once a year. So that's my counterpoint to all this is like, okay, so everything we do from here on out, we need to make an event page. So, we have a podcast. Let's do an event
page.
No, I'm saying, how many people did you say are watching this right now, Greg?
4. Literally 4 people.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
where's the advertising, gentlemen? That's what I'm getting at.
We are already a niche market. We are. I think that's something that we keep trying to fight against so much as creators. Is like, we don't want to be a niche market because everybody loves comic books, everybody loves heroes, everybody loves good stories or whatever.
Look at the Marvel movies.
But people aren't coming onto Facebook looking for comic book content. They're just not. That's why all these other companies have their websites. For us, that's why we drive so much more of our traffic now and get that engagement so much more to our mailing list and even our Buy Me a Coffee is because stuff like Facebook for us, we've just the algorithm, they're not going to help you unless you're doing, like you just said, you're doing things like concerts and events, That's going to be so completely different than this.
So do you want me to explain actually what we did do? And even though there might be only 4 active viewers, we now have, so once you create an event on Facebook, anyone who engages saying interested or going, as well as anyone invited. So like, let's say you invite friends that you think would be interested, and then people who see the post, or if you run ads and they see the post and invite friends, and even if they don't actually hit interested or going, once an event's over, little 3 ellipses, download all the names of every person on there. You can then take that list of names, put it back into Facebook's audience builder, and you can create a custom audience exactly from your Facebook event. You can then create a hyper-targeted audience and then retarget them with anything like comic books. Like you were saying how you gave away comic books to capture an email. Now you have a list of people who said they were interested in going or were invited by someone who likely thought they might be interested in a comic book related platform, and you can now target them directly with these and convert them into email captures and then never have to run those emails again. And literally Facebook has lead generation ads specifically for this. My brother's music company, as we were building that out, I was able to capture emails for anywhere from like 10 cents to $1 per email. And we got like 400 something emails. So, it's one of those things where, again, yes, I agree that it might be difficult to figure out how to use platforms, and as like solopreneurs or individual creators, it'll get very complicated, and I probably would recommend sticking to one platform with great intent, like Instagram or something like that, where you can get direct engagement, but also utilizing those platforms, whatever it is. But if it is Instagram, one of the best ways you can grow on Instagram is using different hashtags that are very prevalent to what's in the photo. That's actually something very interesting that, Google. Think about Google Photos. If you search for something, not all of them have words tagged to them. Their AI is starting to realize that, oh, that's a tree. So if you look up tree, even if tree is not anywhere on that website or in any of the what's called alt text data, the metadata, it'll still find that image. So using proper hashtags that actually correlate to the image in your photo. And then the other thing is actually reaching out to other people and just commenting on their stuff like you're just interested in their stuff. Because
I think that's right. That's more helpful than anything that I think you said.
Well, I think that's exactly what got us to where we are right now, is word of mouth and actually commenting and getting involved with other people. I think that's what completely changed the game when we started compared to where we are now, and why we have the group of friends and fans that we have.
Yeah, one of the things actually, coincidentally, back to the Gary Vee thing, he came up with a strategy called the $1.80 strategy, which I recommend to like clients of mine.
It works because I've done it.
What'd you say?
It works because I've done it.
Yeah, literally, like all it is spending a certain, like dedicating every day, like 1 hour a day. You go through 10 hashtags that are relevant to your industry or your business, whatever it is, and you look at 9 of their recent posts or top posts, and you leave a thoughtful comment, because that does a couple things. First off, whoever you're reaching out to might see it. Huh?
I was talking about somebody.
Like the person you reach out to might see it. Someone else who just reads the comment might see it. Like I've gotten followers from prominent authors of like nonfiction books because I've commented on a Bookstagrammer, like an influencer in the Bookstagram community. Like
did they buy your product though?
No, I'm saying that these are prominent authors I can reach out to now. Like this is my personal page. I'm saying like this.
You can reach out to them anyway.
Yeah, you don't need them to follow you to reach out to them.
I think a lot of people think that though, and it's one of the things that holds a lot of podcasts back is they think like, oh, this person would never come on, or this person I couldn't talk. Like we had Tim Seeley on ours. Tim Seeley is one of the most notable younger comic book writers right now, and it was just a matter of emailing him and be like, hey, would you come on? And he was like, yeah, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. I think
people. We don't get starstruck over. We shouldn't get starstruck over, especially writers and authors and artists, because we're all weird, and they're all the nerds too. So I always love that people get that.
When you like message someone on Instagram, especially if they're a blue check person, they actually have a filter for blue checks, and so they can just ignore yours forever and never see it. Right? But by commenting on somebody who's a prominent influencer to even them, right, they can then see that comment and then see you. Because once they friend you, it doesn't matter. Now you get filtered. Like you're not going to get filtered out of their messages either. you can DM people till you're blue in the face, but if there's someone who has a ton of followers, they automatically have to filter those messages. They just can't get to them anymore.
Right.
So you can get like really prominent people by just simply getting connected through the comment section, rather than just spamming people in the DMs going, hey, check out my stuff, because like nobody knows who you are. Like you got to like show value in the community first, let them discover you, and that's why you need to have constant good content out there. And honestly, like something like twice a week, once a week, as long as it's consistent enough that people know that you're alive, because like there's tons of accounts that it's like, oh wow, they haven't posted in 3 months, like are they still active? Right. And so making sure that you're at least active, like I think minimum once a week, but a good number would be 2-3 times a week posting. We try to do every day, and like it's I know it's hard. And so it's like the whole idea is just making sure you're consistent, right? You don't want to like spend one day, 10 hours, message everyone you could ever find, and then don't do it for 8 weeks, because now you're not building any community. You're just doing it because it's a tactic rather than actually trying to be a part of the community.
Sorry, I'm reading Taylor's stuff.
Oh.
So my question to that is, you said that as long as you're doing it and putting out content is what's important.
Yeah,
not so much just messaging people and trying to be friends with them. So is it more of that, or is it more of like, hey, this is what I do. I'm not just messaging you to be friends so I can get something out of you. It's, hey, I'm actually a creator. This is what, check me out.
So you shouldn't be commenting people that like think about it. You want to think about comments the way you would like to receive them. Nobody likes to receive check my DMs, right? Nobody likes that. My point is that you want to be a part of the community, leave thoughtful comments on their subject. But the point is you want consistent content, so that one time that somebody might have clicked on your comment, looked at your face real quick, saw a post, they're like, I'll check them out later. They don't see you for a month. Then they see a new comment, they click on it, like, oh, there's like 6 new posts. Oh, that's crazy. Who is this person, right? Because literally, I can't tell you how many people I have personally followed because that happened. I noticed their comments someplace. So it's like, basically you're trying to hack what you did. Like, how did you come across people, and what does that, like, how can you reverse engineer that? Like, how did you find someone and go, wow, I really love this guy's stuff, and then figure out the opposite? Like, okay, like, what do I have to do to be that person? And that's why
I personally never saw somebody's comments and said, I want to follow this person.
I don't think I have.
No, I'm not saying
I have either saw something that they have created and been like, that's beautiful.
When did you see that? That's what I'm saying. So, like, for example, I'm not saying I clicked on a comment to follow somebody. I would click on a comment because it's interesting. Like, I look at their profile, I would check it out, and if that's interesting, I would follow them. So that's why the comment is there to get the reach, and your posts are there to convince me to follow. So that's why it's, no one just like is like, oh, that's a thoughtful follow. Or a thoughtful comment. I'm just gonna go follow them. It's more the fact that that's just putting yourself into the community. Like you can't find a date if you're not at the ball, at the bar or wherever it is that you're gonna find the date.
It'd be the bar.
You have to be there.
If you're at the ball, you already found a date.
I'm not at the ball.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like you have to be someplace where your audience is going to be, and so because
I just got to deal with this.
Hector knows what's up.
He's ready to deal with this.
Get that maker's mark.
Yeah. Taylor, actually, I'm gonna be honest. That's how I did get some of the bigger names that have been on our show. Is stupid stuff like that. For Tim Seeley, I sent him Tilt shirtless. And I told him about, how much I loved what he did with Nightwing, doing the beefcake thing with a male character and turning all that stuff on his head. And he was just like, yeah, I enjoy, mutual exploitation or whatever. So that's how we kind of started talking through all that. And then some of the other people like Doug and stuff that we've met, it's been the same way. I'll meet him on something and then I'll message him something stupid. And that's just how I get in there. What's up, Hector?
What's going on, fellas?
Nothing.
What's going on?
Well, thanks for
coming
on, and we actually started talking about social media stuff at the end of there. So.
Yeah, I kind of stumbled onto that. I was like, oh, okay, this is what's going on here. All right.
Yeah. It was first about coffee, and then it actually
I mean,
Had
that's
a
a natural,
real
it's a natural segue. Coffee to social media presence. That seems very natural.
This is how Catalyst rolls. This is how we grow as people and get other people's opinions. This is why we like to talk about this stuff, and we like to throw out negatives to see where it goes sometimes, because that's when you get fiery about it, Hector. That's when you get fiery about it.
Is that how it happens? Is that how it happens?
Yeah, because then you see everybody's passion about how hard-headed they are and how hard-headed we are, and we like to see where it goes because we're not really hard-headed. We just want to hear an opinion. So sometimes you got to poke the bear to see what's going to happen.
Dylan's the bear.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I was sitting here. So.
Yeah.
Because Greg's not super expressing it, you know, he was not going to express a lot, but he was over there like, "Oh snap!"
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love the devil's advocate thing for anything, just because it'll do one or two. It'll do one or two things. It'll either give me information to like change my thought, or I can sharpen my sword in the sense that I'm like, okay, no, I can actually defend it against this. And so
Exactly.
like that's why I love it. Like, you know, that's why I love networking. I love chatting with people I've never communicated with and trying to figure out, like, hey, if I give you this idea, like, what do you respond to it with? Oh, that's interesting. Do I want to adopt that, or do I want to, you know, actually fight back and see if my sword is indeed as sharp as I think it is?
That's right. Sharpen them swords.
Praise God.
Ah, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
Praise the Lord.
They got to go drink now.
Yeah. Drinking.
Praise him.
Amen. Got the spirits.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
You got the spirit.
Very holy. Very holy.
I got whiskey, but it's like $14 whiskey, so this should be fun.
Oh God, why would you do that to yourself?
I don't have that much money.
What a monster!
I had to back one last job on Kickstarter. And
You see, it's your guys' fault.
Well, thanks.
When's Everville come out again? I forgot what the actual name of the next.
We're waiting until after Paradigm 2, which is it's getting there. Paradigm 2 is almost done. There's like eight pages left to draw, but then we got to find a colorist. We're not really in a rush because we got to do Tilt before then.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit.
You say when Tilt is coming out? I forgot.
It's either going to be March or before. If we can get one last job, turned around quick enough, then we'll go ahead and do it. But supply chain stuff, we don't know.
Trees.
Trees. Apparently, we don't have trees.
We're out of trees, guys.
Yeah. So anyway, this is going to be our first book printed on hemp.
Johnny Appleseed.
And it's going to be, so it's going to be a smokable comic book.
Bamboo. Making these books out of bamboo.
The value of your comic now just went up for me because I can roll TVs with the pages.
It went sky high.
We want you to read it, and then we want you to get it in you.
Yes, literally take it all in. Never mind how toxic the inks are on the paper. Don't worry.
No, don't worry about that. You know what this tastes like? A good story.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I totally see what they're going for now.
It all makes sense, man.
Oh God.
Yeah, your audience is pandas, right?
Yep.
You said that on one podcast episode. So.
Yeah, that was for bamboo. Yeah,
that was the bamboo one. We're still talking about hemp. Hemp, bamboo.
Yep.
I'll buy him comic book.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Taylor gets it.
And yeah.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Seen you in a while.
People should know where to find us. So
yeah,
we'll be around.
Where should people find you?
If you don't know us by now,
then we're not advertising well enough, like Dylan said.
I was going with the lyrics. So then you will never know me.
Oh, got you.
All right, guys, have fun. Hector, good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys. Take it easy. Congratulations.
Later.
Why couldn't we have
on the campaign and
have him on while we were on? We had to get stuck with
next time. Next time we're just gonna have Hector.
Yeah. We'll just do Hector.
Oh,
I thought we were out of here. Shoot.
Hit the button.
All right. Fun.
Bye,
great. Oh, thanks, Taylor. By the way, thanks. Appreciate you. Welcome to the society.
Bearded Bros out.
What the fuck? All right. Well, I have to go get my stuff, but I'll be right back. So.
What stuff? Oh, your liquor. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I might be getting food right now too. So.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, like in the kitchen, so it won't be that far.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I'll stay here till you guys get back, then I'll go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll tag in, tag out.
And then the 3 people watching will be like, "What's going on?
What the fuck?"
I'm eating beef jerky, guys. That's what's happening.
I tuned in for breakfast talk, not people walking away talk. That was a good joke. Shut up.
How's it going, Hector? I can't even tag your post, Taylor. I gotta wait till Greg gets back. But yeah, Taylor, how's the last couple of days been? I think you've been here since the beginning. I'm eating damn good beef jerky. Shout out to damn good beef jerky. Hot garlic flavor. It's fantastic. It's been super informative, very helpful as an artist. That's wonderful. What's been your favorite panel? Definitely got to do that later. I got to do like a poll and see like what everyone's favorite panel was. I can't do polls in the event page. That's weird. It varies from panel to panel. Like you're, no, I'm saying like what's been your favorite panel though? Like, is it was it something on artistry, something on marketing? Was it something on was it like Artist Alley and seeing the other artists? Was it something on crowdfunding? So it varies some panel to panels because I like the inspiration part of what went into the creation. Likewise to the way you guys have to modify the words and the dialogues of the art style. I find that really impressive and super informative. Yeah, that's something that was very cool working with Greg on creating the comics, is just trying to have a it's also really cool to be interactive with the artists themselves. I actually feel like as a fan that my voice is getting heard. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, that's the whole point of this too, is that we want to open up this convention and try to like right now we're like very much reaching out to creators for the most part, but eventually we want to be reaching out to fans. And the whole idea is, again, creating this content and slowly trying to get connected with people and saying, hey, like, you interested in this? You interested in this? And I don't know if you were here for the panel where we were discussing being at a like a convention and what you need to do. And one of the things that we talked about was don't focus on selling your comics, focus on selling like yourself. Like you need to interact with as many people as possible so that more people hear your name.
Were you talking to yourself?
Shut up, Taylor. He's back. He's back.
Go now.
You got this?
Yeah, I can host this right now.
All right, just talk to Taylor. He's telling us his favorite panels.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, you can read his comments in the comments, and then if you watch any panels, you can be like, you're wrong. This is my favorite.
So Taylor, fill me in, man. What's going on, buddy? Nice to meet you, by the way. I don't think we've had the pleasure. And I am searching for the live feed right now. Give me a second. Ah! All right, and things just fell all around me. This is my life, Taylor. This is my life. Where are we? There we are. Okay.
I've never had this.
This is my life, Taylor. This is my life. Evan Williams?
No idea.
What?
It's cheap, so that's why I got it.
Where are we? There we are. Okay.
Also have.
If you don't have a whiskey silk keyboard, you're not living right.
A little bottle.
If you don't have a whiskey.
My friend Ryan gave me these at Friendsgiving. So
nice. You got two.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use them first because I had that before.
It's funny right now. I have the like audio from both right now, so I can hear your audio and then the live stream audio because like I'm on Facebook watching it too. Trying to keep up with these comments.
My charger. Make sure your phone is charging because the phone is going to be like the controller.
Yeah, I got 39.
Wherever that is.
You're soaked or stoked?
Soaked.
Because I'm pretty sure that's what she said, Taylor.
Oh my God! I left for 10 seconds and you're gone. What is this?
It's just become the sex ed talk on Facebook Live.
Factory emoji here and there. If you don't have a whiskey silk keyboard, you're not living right. Nice. Soaked. Yeah, I was gonna say a whiskey silk.
Soaked. Got it. Okay. There we go. I just caught up with the comments now that you just started reading.
I'm starting with cider because I like cider, and this is peach mango cider.
Nice.
Yeah.
This, yeah, I know. I have trust issues with Transformers too because of autocorrect, so I totally understand.
Autocorrect.
Yeah. The Autobahn.
Fuck you open it.
The Autobots just entered the Autobahn. Sorry about the autocorrect.
So should I just do a whole one of these?
But are they autonomous?
Wait, those the Greg, are those the little bottles you said you got a bunch of them or something?
Except two.
You
And I
said
have
two?
A bunch.
Yeah.
I'd mix them with something then.
I have Pepsi because I don't have anything else.
You have eggnog?
Ew. No, I don't have eggnog. That's where I went. When I left, I got that. So. Okay.
Oh my God!
I have
These,
to open Steam.
This asparagus is like super crunchy. I didn't even know it was that crunchy. Sorry, guys.
Wow, that's like.
Oh, it's him. That's you, Dylan, not me. Okay.
What?
I don't know. Whatever you're eating, it's crunchy. I thought that was me. So yeah, this is actually my belated Takis. Okay, this is actually my belated like Thanksgiving dinner. So happy belated Thanksgiving, everybody! I'm grateful you guys are tuning in to our last official Breakfast Talk podcast, and that's why I feel so laid back. You know what I mean? Because I mean, usually we hold ourselves to like the highest professional standard that we possibly can.
My keyboard's soaked.
Oh, see, there you go. You did it.
All right. So Steam, gotta open that up.
It's Taylor approved.
Oh wait, no, I can just open the game. It's gonna be super loud, probably.
Woo!
Oh, you can actually hear that. All right.
Whoop!
Said that a lot on this end.
No? All right.
Pump that shit up.
You see it?
Now I forgot what are we supposed to do again?
I'll in a sec. 1 sec.
Okay.
Are you about to make a link you're gonna send to us?
Yeah, there's gonna be like a code that goes on your phone. So you go to jackbox.tv and then there's gonna be a code or whatever that pops up, and then you type in the code.
Can I do it on my desktop or do I have to do it on my phone?
I think you can only do it on your phone.
Oh yeah.
How to play. Pick the game you want to play, and look for the 4-letter room code.
All right, so let me get this back on my phone.
Yeah, so I'm guessing your phone.
Is it an app?
What? Just go on your internet browser and type in jackbox.tv.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it on my desktop first.
Okay. Yeah, because I've never tried it on desktop.
TV.
I've only done it at my friend's house. Yeah, jackbox.tv.
Oh, Jackbox.
Yep.
.tv.
Yeah.
Enter 4-letter code.
Yeah, that'll pop up once I pick a game.
Enter your name.
Yep.
Bob.
And yeah.
It says room's not found.
I have to find a game.
Oh. Yeah, whatever you make, Taylor, if you want to join.
Yeah, anybody that.
Who else is here? Rich. Yeah, Rich is here. Anyone else who's in the lobby if you want to join?
Come on in, baby. The water's fine.
No idea of any of these, so.
It's got a cake, so it's got to be good.
Yeah, it sounds sweet.
Sounds easy.
Easy as cake.
This is cake. It's a cakewalk.
To walk in the cake? Wait, what?
This is? Oh, so that's the room code. All right.
ONHX. Oh, mine. Oh, I can choose a character? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Cool. I didn't know that. This is like the newest one, so.
Suggest a team name. Oh. Pick one more. Press to start.
Holy crap! What is going on?
Whoa!
It's the Eye of Sauron.
It appears I have some unwelcome visitors.
Hey, it's 2 against 1.
Turn up your volume, Greg.
You see
What?
your every
Turn up your volume.
me, Laverne Havern.
What was that?
Only which prevents me from being stuck
Turn up your volume.
for your
Turn up my volume.
And
Yes.
what should I call you? Perfect. So here's how it'll go. Each of you would-be adventurers will be presented with an opinion-based survey on your device. Pick the options that best suit you. You'll rank your top answers for each prompt given. Also, be sure to pick them in order of preference. 1 will grant the most points, then 2, 3, and so on. Once everybody has made their choices, I'll mix everyone's answers together and then sort them from most to least popular. So let's start with... Lecture's boring, so time for some doodling. What are you doodling?
What am I doodling? Lecture's boring, so it's time for some doodling. Let's see.
Always hearts, baby. Always. Damn. I mean, I'm doing like NSF stuff. You know what I mean? NSFW stuff. I mean.
There is one that you can like type in, but I don't know which game that is.
Beware.
Now that I've combined all your answers, your challenge can begin.
Oh no.
Behind this door, your task is simple. Find the top 3 answers while avoiding the rest.
Uh-oh.
For every correct answer, I'll give you a nice bright torch. Pretty handy down here. And for each one you get wrong, I'll be taking a torch away.
Oh
So
no.
if you each brought a torch with you, you'll be starting with 1. Let's begin. Pick your first door, but be careful. It's safe. Decide amongst your team. Once you have a choice, it's up to this player to make the selection.
Oh.
Each player will get a chance to open a door, but for now, it's all you. So talk it out.
Top 3 answers.
Greg, the cool S?
Which? Yeah. So what door?
The cool S.
The cool S.
Should I select it? Do I click it?
Yeah. Yeah. You're the one that chooses the stuff. Oh.
So that was the second one?
Yeah, I guess so.
Huh.
Or, I guess Hector's the one that picks the next one. So.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're gonna get screwed, Greg.
Which one? Yeah.
I'm just doing it. I'm doing it.
Oh.
Ah!
Oh. is the number one answer.
All right, Louis.
All right.
Get him, Louis.
Which one, Greg?
I don't know.
Oh, I was supposed to discuss it. You just picked it. I would not have picked Little Flowers. You crazy?
I don't know.
Greg, if it was 8th place, that means you didn't even click it.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. So that was one of the ones that I picked.
That's funny. What's spiky shit?
No.
Way to go.
Lame.
All right, thank God it's my turn. Damn it.
Oh.
Oh my God.
The fuck is that?
Oh, we're not.
Don't worry. When you run out of torches, you don't die. At least for now.
Uh-oh. For now.
Uh-oh.
Foreshadowing.
Scribbly darkness.
You know what, Greg? That was what I was going to pick, and now I'm deciding against it. I'm not going to pick that.
Well, now you're going to pick like puppy.
Fuck you, Greg. Yeah.
Good, Greg. I want us to pick up. Oh, damn it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Woo!
Third. All right.
Found them all. Then let me find a fresh cave for you. Let's see who's currently leading in the polls.
Fighting Brooks, baby.
And let's kick it up a notch and rank 4 choices instead of 3.
FC.
Which of these are you not writing?
Oh my God, these are all amazing. I would do all of these.
Yeah.
I totally would.
How many do we pick?
4.
Onward and upward. Well, for one team, that is.
Hi, Dylan's girlfriend.
Feel like you've got a handle on things. Good. Let's switch up the rules. For this round, you'll need to find the answers ranked 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, so we can't pick the best answer? Well, that's trippy.
Oh shit.
Wait, Greg, Grumpy Horse.
Grumpy horse. Oh no. Oh.
Number 2? Oh, 4. Whoa.
4.
All right. Which one are you not writing? Okay.
I can't believe Taylor let you go into the cave alone, Hector.
I know, right? I'm in here by myself, fighting croaks, baby. Ah!
What is that?
Gotcha.
Fuck.
So,
Ah!
all right.
I'm thinking something like unicycle.
Yeah, I was gonna say unicycle.
Did you select unicycle, Greg?
No.
Then we're not going to select unicycle, Greg.
Oh wait.
What was in your top 4?
The rickety roller coaster. I think gorilla piggyback.
All right, we're going with gorilla piggyback. Damn.
Okay.
All right.
Mechanical bull or shotgun? I don't know. I can't see the comments because I don't know if I can like shrink. If I can like.
No one's commenting yet. I'll let you know if Taylor comments. I think Taylor's like, what's going on?
The freezer.
Is anybody else commenting?
No, man.
Since I can't.
It's no, it's just Taylor basically.
No.
That motherfucker ride or die.
Shotgun and NASCAR? Unicycle. All right.
Wait, Oh, that's the other one. That we
Ah! My
I like it. Your scream matches that frog yelling so perfectly. It's like, ah!
That's my guy fighting croaks, baby.
Which of these are you not?
Private space shuttle, Greg.
What?
Private
Which one?
space shuttle.
Private space shuttle.
Nailed it. Number 3. Oh, number 2. Damn, none of us wanted that one. Yeah, that's a tough one. I've no.
I know I picked that.
Son of a
bitch. Number 1 then. He's probably number 1.
Oh.
That sucks.
One correct answer.
Oh, no.
Which one?
Which one, Greg?
Why am I the one that picks?
Which one did you select, Greg?
You don't want to sit on a shotgun, guys. I'm just saying. I mean,
probably the NASCAR one. I think is one of the ones that I picked. So the bull.
What? No. You want one of the ones you picked.
Oh, then the NASCAR one. I'm pretty sure that's the one I picked. All right.
Hey, Stinky Foot Man.
8th place, Greg. That means you didn't even pick it.
Oh, so close.
Then
Well,
I don't know. I have short-term memory loss.
Damn it! I should have picked Mechanical Bull. God damn it!
Which team is carrying the most torches for me?
None of us have torches.
Because you're at the final round, but lost all your torches.
We're really good at this game,
Round
guys.
3, and dang it, we're playing around 3. So here's a one-time gift.
Oh. You hear that? It was literally like, you guys suck so bad. Here's one-time gift so that you can actually play the 3rd round, because the 3rd round we play with the
Final round. 0 witches who are not at the edge of their seat. And this time you'll rank 5 choices.
I like jackpots. I don't like drawing on my phone.
American thing.
The most American thing. Oh wow. Sugar soda.
Probably. Blue jeans. Oh, pick one more.
Was it 3 or 4?
It's 5.
It's 5.
Oh, 5? Shit.
So I just got back from the gym. Funny story. First thing I've eaten all day, and I haven't really drank too much water besides the gym. So
I ate a little bit.
One last
This is gonna do some things.
All I ask is that you rank the answer choices from the bottom to the top. So you'll need to first find number 8, then 7,
from the bottom to the top.
You know how to count backwards. I have a few more surprises in store for you, but I'll spill the beans once we're inside. Ready?
Don't spill them. We need those
Welcome
beans.
to your trial. It's just like the previous 2 caverns, but with 3 major differences. First, you'll no longer gain torches for a correct answer.
Then why are we playing this?
Bet you'll still lose torches.
I'm in for the torches.
When you're on your last torch and you answer incorrectly, the game is not immediately over.
So we have 1.
The other team will need to provide a correct answer to eliminate you. And third, a team wins when either their opponent runs out of torches or if they complete the round with the most torches remaining. Got it?
I think I understand it now.
First.
It's me, baby.
Bottom up. So
Oh, man.
choice.
Oh, the least American thing?
Yeah.
Ah!
Really?
Really?
Shit.
I like how Greg and I both said really, because I was going to say, like,
Elimination moment. If your
With
team
the-
gets your
with the
next choice
most-
right, the game is over. Oh.
yeah. Greg, so we want the least American thing, correct?
Ends the game.
Yeah.
So I would say malls.
Malls.
Fucking champions of the world over here. 8th, yeah, none of us picked it.
Awesome. Look at
Yep,
that.
hamburger's the first one I picked. Pickup truck was the second one. Blue jeans was my third one. Literally 1, 2, and 3 were all my 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
As promised, here's the way out.
Yeah, 2 against 1. Real fair. Real fair.
I hope you like death.
Why is Hector by himself? Like someone else needs to join his team.
Yeah, Taylor, come join him.
Please, come on. The Fighting Croaks. We need another person on our team.
All right.
Winner, Dylan Greg. Look, they got like credits and everything.
Right.
Yeah, a little overkill.
Do you want to play this again, or do you want to play something else?
Everything. Let's go switch it up.
Yeah. Let's keep going through. I want more food now, though. Damn it.
I don't really have any other food, so I'm. Fuck. What is job?
So don't do the drawing one. Taylor doesn't want to do the drawing one. Taylor, come join us.
I can't see like StreamYard. I can't see StreamYard, so it's like.
No, don't worry about it, Greg. I'm looking at his comment. What is job? What does that say? Use other people's words to score the job. Oh, that's awesome. It's like you're creating your own resume, but using other people's words.
You gotta put. I think he's asking for the link now.
Wait. We'll have a link once we pick a game.
Well, no, Greg, he still needs the Jackbox.tv though.
Yeah, Jackbox.tv, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get more food because I'm still hungry.
Woo! Greg, you didn't post day 3 in the event.
What?
You forgot to post day 3 in the events page.
Oh. I guess you can do that now since we have Richard Jones, and then we got the fireside chat thing. So
Richard Jones, you should come join us.
If he's still in the comments. I can't see the comments, so. Oh, I can see StreamYard. Oh no, because I have to like fucking control the fucking shit. That's why I need another monitor. At least people are still playing. Remember to go full Legend of Zelda and post them.
You have to like vanish.
I don't have any other food, so this is like not great for me.
What do you mean, like you're gonna die?
I don't have like I was gonna get food earlier, and then I'm like I don't want Burger King or something, so there's like no food here that's not Thanksgiving food. I am enjoying lunching. Ugh. Richard is on at 6, right?
Greg, what we should do is we should just make it so every time we get a wrong answer, or depending on what the game is, we got to make up a drinking game for it.
Drinking game? Oh, so every time there's a wrong answer, we like take a sip or something?
Well, yeah, depending on whatever the thing is, like whatever this next thing is.
Okay. I'll take this banner away, by the way. I already used one of these, so now I'm going to use the other one after this is gone.
Mix it with Dr. Pepper.
I don't have that. I have Pepsi Zero that my mom bought for my uncle that he didn't drink. So, and I just put it in this so I don't have to go back downstairs a million times.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Calorie zero.
Just like not walking up and down the stairs. I'm eliminating calories from all aspects. Burning, earning, it doesn't matter.
Come on, Hector. Get your asparagus. Oh, he has to go to work? Oh, that's stupid.
Who does?
By the way, Taylor can't play because he's going to work.
I got a head in, gents. It's been great to hang out.
Yeah.
What do you say he's got to work?
I got it. Forklift freezer life waits for no man. Is there a link for the show?
I see these.
I can't. I have to stop sharing the screen. Can you invite people or no? No, you can't invite people.
To what?
Oh, should fix that issue.
What?
Richard just wanted the link for his StreamYard.
Oh, to join us in here.
Probably.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna be alone, I think, again because
Oh.
Taylor had to work.
Well, last time we submitted names, I just happened to choose Nighthawk.
I didn't even get to do my team name, probably because there's not enough people or something.
Yeah,
when I play these games, it's like 6 people are in the room, like me, Ryan, and a bunch of other people. All right, so you want me to go back to the thing?
What thing?
Unless if he is coming in. If he's coming in, then I'll.
No, just do a different game. It's okay.
No, just do job. I'm so confused.
Oh no, I was waiting to see if Richard was coming in. Can I have some food, Hector? All right. So, create a game room in.
Eat it, Greg.
Sensory.
Eat the ham. Eat it.
So you're gonna automatically disconnect, and then you just put that new code in.
Yep, it's definitely disconnected.
By the way, Hector, if you've got dual screens, I'm doing this on my desktop. It's so much easier.
I'm lazy.
There's 3 players? Who's the other player? Oh, wow, I'm retarded. There's 3 of us. Alright. Oh, Dylan is the one that starts
Not
the game.
Dylan.
So
Waiting for you, buddy.
Alright.
Or not you.
Welcome, potential hires. We're thrilled you applied for this exciting employment opportunity. If you haven't guessed, I'm the boss around here, but I like to think of myself more as a buddy. A boss buddy. Water?
I was going to make a really messed up comment right there.
I can tell you're all great candidates. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of you and only one job. It's incredibly stressful. For me. That's why I developed a revolutionary new hiring process. I'm going to interview you all at once and force you to judge each other. Whew, I feel more relaxed already. Deborah, clear my calendar. It's time to get to know our candidates.
Oh, so we might be all on our own teams.
Always set clear expectations.
Huh?
And I expect us to be best friends. So let's get started. I'm going to send some icebreaker questions to your device. Answer them any way you want. There are no rules. Except this one rule. You got to use at least 5 words, okay? Oversharing leads to overcaring. It's my first rule of management.
I need to know words now? What the fuck is this?
briefly argue why you should put milk before cereal, or vice versa.
No, Greg, I think these are also, you're not supposed to tell us. Mine's different.
Oh, I'm sorry. 5 plus 1.
Time is up.
These songs go hard, bro.
John is the worst. Yeah. I thought it was.
Who's John?
Westoff.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know John?
Nope, I don't know.
Waiting for Toro.
I submitted already.
I didn't realize there was three. There's 3 questions.
Oh no, I only did one.
Your answers.
You didn't know there was 3?
No, I was gonna eat food, so I was focused on that.
How dare you eat?
And dancing.
Stop dancing and eating.
Terrible.
Play the game.
It's already fucked up. I already lost probably.
I'm sending my first round of hard-hitting interview questions to your device.
Yeah, I'm not getting this job.
Typing your responses, you'll be using words from your fellow interviewees to answer the questions. Genius, right? Tap any word you see to add it to your response. If you make a mistake, tap the word again to remove it. You can also drag words around to rearrange them. Can't find the right words for what you want to say? Then quit complaining and say something else. The first rule of management is go with the flow.
What were you doing during the gap in your employment history?
Greg, you're not supposed to read, remember?
Ah! I don't know.
Hey, you're halfway through the timer.
There's more than one, Hector.
Yeah, there's more than one asparagus boy.
Yep. There's only 2 though.
What panda's creepy right there. Waiting for not Dylan, probably to move forward or something.
Finish your answer before time runs out.
Yeah, not Dylan.
Yeah, bro. Whoever you are, because I don't know who not Dylan is.
Oh, I can't wait to see these. What were you doing during the gap in your employment history? Now, this is a tough choice, and since choice making is so valuable, why don't you guys show me you can do it? Vote on your devices now. Aside from family or whatever, what's your greatest joy?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Describe your ideal ideal retirement. Well done. Let's see who's on their way to the top.
Not Dylan.
Nice. Not me.
Hey!
The best, if you ask me. Anyway,
Toro getting the job.
I just realized why you actually did really good, Hector, because it gave us random words from both of us.
Whatever you want.
Because you only answered one, the majority of your words had to be in there.
Steven, tell Spencer to come in early tomorrow. I'm coming in late, and I don't want to run into him.
Oh, this is the best.
I'm here to inform you that you used half your time.
No one's commenting or anything? Come on.
Finish your answer before time runs out.
TikTok.
We don't recycle this paper, just the words. Round 2 of questioning. This time, I want to know how you would handle some tough workplace scenarios. Remember, you can use any word you see on your device in your answer. Try grabbing a word from the question itself. I bet whoever came up with this is pretty cool. It was me.
You are about halfway through the timer.
I don't know. Can't form a sentence for that. So. The worst interview ever.
Don't let me down. To promote health and wellness, everyone's chairs have been replaced with giant bouncy balls. How do you respond? Vote for your favorite now.
Ow. I like the breakfast animal.
Your clone tried to take your job. How could we tell the difference between you and evil you?
Yeah.
The rickety old vending machine has claimed one of your precious dollars once again. How do you react?
We all know who's gonna win.
Nailed it.
That was a truly brilliant display. Let's see who's my current favorite.
Not me. Oh.
I'll be sending you a short survey about this interview after we finish up.
Damn,
Feel free to-
Dylan, kiss ass. Fuck this. This is
One
unfair.
last icebreaker.
It's because you're white.
Yeah.
Don't overthink. Just put down
What?
whatever enters your mind. Unless you're thinking about Victorian stage actor Henry Irving. Not a fan.
Wow, what a bitch.
Someone-
Henry Irving, sorry, bro. Shots fired.
someone-
You should be halfway done now, okay?
Wow, I'm learning a lot from these, including things I legally shouldn't know. Okay, it's the final round, and it appears we're missing something. Your resumes.
Oh,
Totally
no.
my fault. I don't know how to work email, and I refuse to learn. But you know what? I don't need resumes. Just finish the personal statement that's already started on your device. This is your last chance to wow me, and I love being wowed.
What is
I'm here to inform you that you've used Hey, we're almost out of time.
Why are you blowing on your phone? This is the second time.
How you feeling, Greg?
This is the second one. So
So you feeling warm? You're all warm?
yeah, actually, my face is kind of.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little flush. Why do you mix it with your finger, dude? Just stir it.
I don't
Just go
have
like
to
this.
stir.
Look at this. Look at this.
I can't look. When there's soda on my screen.
Farted blood. Couldn't save this turtle. Scary turtle. They are part of use the same words and shit. Love, piss, and grave dance. Gotta love it.
In the final round, impressing your peers nets you an even bigger bonus.
Damn. Hey!
What's up, fellas?
He just happens to always be here when we're drinking.
And I love
Yeah,
it.
for real.
It makes it fun.
Ah.
Interview complete. This is my favorite part of being a manager.
Oh man, I'm definitely not getting this job, man.
I think Love, Piss, and Grave Dance was a Marilyn Manson song.
Maybe I tapped into a Marilyn Manson kind of vibe when I wrote that.
Man,
so.
all I know is I'm good at building a resume.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Junior officer of
But it wasn't actually you, Dylan. So
Yeah, it wasn't
I don't
you.
know why you're happy because it's not
Oh,
you.
your salary is $63,000.
Jesus. Yeah. What are you gonna be doing?
I'm gonna be an engineer.
Are you gonna be love pissing?
I'm a winner, not Dylan.
Theme music and everything. All right. So what we can do is actually let's do Richard's panel.
You just got to continue to drink.
We can still drink, but
Actually, you guys missed a great opportunity. You could have made this into a drinking game.
That's what I said.
Well, you see, like I think we need some controls, like so we don't get too wasted, and then you know what I mean. Like I think that was the whole thing. We drink at our own pace.
That's too fucking safe.
So, let's see. Where's this?
It's okay to be safe, Richard.
All right. So, we're not just talking about Chronicles of Horror. We're actually going to be talking about Richard's comic that he's been working on. So,
choose the title.
So it's all about you, Richard. Take it away.
So how you fellers been doing?
Good. Shocked.
You great. It is hilarious watching you throughout this whole spiel that you guys do, especially during the interviews, because you're just like.
Greg is a very expressive man. He runs through the range of emotions, you know, the whole gamut of emotions so intensely. It's just, it's a pleasure.
There should be a decoder, like if there's one finger, then I don't give a shit.
Actually, Greg's been sending SOS signals this whole time.
Exactly. He's been like, it's like, what is it?
Checking the pulse.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, I'm still alive. Got it. Morse code. Yep, with fingers.
So where do you guys want to start off at?
I know that the comic starts with an M. That's what I remember.
Yes. Mora.
Yes.
That's the name of the book.
Okay. There you
go. The script is written. Oh yeah, there you go. Hey.
Wait, you don't even have ice in your cup there, Greg?
It melted.
How come there's no ice in my lemonade, Blue?
I'm not Taylor. I don't work in a freezer.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to start singing the "I'm Blue" song to Hector.
If I was green, I would die, Rich. You know what I mean? If I was green, I would die. I legit until like last year thought it was dabba dee dabba die. So
yeah, I thought it was
actually until you said that. That's exactly what I thought it was.
Yeah. You just figured out like a mystery from childhood. So long.
You're welcome, guys. You're welcome.
Was it the 90s?
I make everything better.
But yeah, Mora is completely written. First issue. So now it's my turn to get busy, I guess.
Yeah. So what is that about without giving things away?
Okay, so Mora is a demon in Greece that actually goes after people's dreams.
She's like a succubus?
Pretty much. She's known to steal the speech and breath of her victims.
Oh.
So.
Okay then.
Yeah, and we got a whole twist. I mean, it's if you like The Crow, if you like Seven.
Oh, all you gotta do is say The Crow.
What's in the box?
Any of the 90s thriller movies.
Seven was cool.
You will love it.
Okay.
Are you going to be putting it on Kickstarter when it's ready?
I want to. But
sorry, Katie. It's what I do.
What's my wife say?
She said you just ruined that song for me.
Oh. I want to get some cover artists in line first before I put it on Kickstarter. This guy being one of them. Kyle Hiltz.
Oh.
Okay.
I want to get him to do a cover.
I think
like
Adam would do one.
Probably. I'd like to do Kelly Jones as well. But if I do it, and more than likely it's probably going to have to be out of my pocket. Which, whatever. I don't care. I got to get it. They're my favorite artists. I got to get them. Is what it is. And Tim Ingram is writing this book with me. He wrote most of the story. I threw in little bits here and there because I'm not a fucking writer. Hell, I could barely draw. But, yeah, so that's pretty much Mora. And hopefully it'll be done by October, I hope.
So how do you, so you had no hand in the creative process in terms of writing it or anything like that?
I had a little bit. Like I gave him the backstory, the idea of what I want the characters to be and who they are and how the whole thing is going to interact. And I just let him.
Okay, so you kind of gave the concept and okay. So what motivated you then to pick this specific set of characters and story, and like what was the kind of genesis of this idea?
This is a book that I did when I was 16 years old.
Okay.
Had it halfway finished, and it was going to be published back then. Of course, back then, the comic book industry, the publisher went under and nothing ever happened. So yeah, that's how.
Cool.
Kind of
doing.
Well, what do you remember? What inspired you in the first place to kind of like I said, pick this specific topic or genre or whatever the case may be?
Movies, like I stated, like Seven and The Crow and Bone Collector, and I'm trying to think of the name of the movie here. Is it Fallen? I really loved Fallen. A lot of people didn't like it. It had Denzel Washington in it.
Oh.
It was the one where, it was the demon that went from person to person and was like chasing him.
Okay.
I mean?
When did that come out?
Oh, Jesus. Hell, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
That was back when I was doing drugs, so I have no clue.
Good old drugs.
By 2019.
So like because. So is it like a horror kind of comic? Like what's the genre, I guess, that we're putting it into?
Horror, thriller, sci-fi.
Okay.
Those are the genres that I put it into.
But it's like from Greek mythos then.
Right.
Okay. That's a cool cross between those kind of two things. I don't think it's that's not done to death. So you're obviously doing something that's pretty unique with it.
The cool thing is it's got that going for it, the whole Mora aspect, but it also falls into the aspect of the situation where if something happens to one twin, the other twin feels it.
Yeah.
It goes into that aspect as well.
Okay.
And it goes really deep into that. Plus, it deals with child molestation. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty hardcore book.
Well, I think that's personally, one of those topics that people don't want to touch, but it's something that happens so regularly, like in real life, and it needs to be addressed. It needs to be something that's talked about. It needs to be something that's put into the forefront. So the individuals that do perpetrate those kinds of offenses can feel a little bit on their toes, that people know what the fuck's going on, and right. It just causes so much damage. Like the people that go through it. I think that's going to resonate with so many people. So I that's a great subject matter to take on, I think. And like I said, a lot of people stay away from it. So it's good on you to include that and to not be afraid of what comes from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm not afraid of it at all, to tell you the truth. I mean, it, like you said, it needs to be brought into light. This shit happens all the time. I can't tell you how many times I hear about kids in my hometown where I live right now being abducted in Walmart parking lots and, at the mall and all that shit.
Yeah,
child trafficking.
we actually have a storyline that's in our video game that's coming out, and one of them is human trafficking.
Yeah.
And it's literally based. Well, it's not based off a true story. There's a character that we have in our game that is a person that I know in real life, and I just like, oh, I'm gonna give you a cool origin, and like you're gonna have a sister. Don't know if he actually has a sister in real life. You're gonna have a sister, and then she's like abducted, and your whole like vigilante thing is you're gonna like
So it's like Taken then.
Yeah, it's Taken but superheroes. Yeah,
Gotcha.
listen, it's
Look,
like-
look, Greg.
Way to
Greg,
burst the bubble.
This panel is about Richard. You know what I mean? You're over here
I have a
pitching
certain-
your
I have a
game.
certain-
Oh no, hey, you Hector, you were griping about that last year.
Yeah.
You guys talking over. I don't care. Look,
No,
everybody.
no, Richard.
This is the
God
shit
damn
that I
it!
do.
I want to hear about you.
This is
I
the
hear
shit
about
that
Greg
do.
in the game all the time. God damn it! I need something new.
maps. All right, so
Hey,
yeah.
you guys are drinking. I'm smoking. Kids, don't do this.
Don't
bad
don't
for
do
you.
either of these things. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though we're enjoying them greatly.
Hey, what's up, Tim? The writer Tim Ingram's in here.
Hey, Timmy boy, what's going on, Tim?
So I'm already feeling it because I ate a little bit of meatloaf and some stuffing, and that's it.
Where's the meatloaf?
Oh my God, you ate meatloaf and stuffing, and now you're drinking?
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Oh.
Well, the starch is gonna absorb all of it. You know what I mean? Like all the breadcrumbs and the bread
Hopefully
products are
absorbs
just
it.
gonna absorb
It'll be
that.
so much easier for like when it comes back out. That's all.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you poop,
And
it's
there's-
just gonna be all one thing. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Just all the
It'll be a
horrible things that you should never put in your body. All
and
coming out at
there's,
once.
I don't
there's
think- I
chocolate
don't think
pie
you-
that I could eat, but I don't know what's gonna happen about that.
I don't think he was talking about pooping. I think he was talking about coming out the other end.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a cement mix.
I mean, we're talking about horror comics, aren't we?
Yeah, true. Yeah,
Yeah, his head starts turning around and shit.
yeah I know. What the hell's up with that?
Constipation. Yeah, Chronicles of Horror. So, Greg, take it away.
So there's a book. All right. So what? So Chronicles of Horror is ending on Monday at 7 p.m. It failed in October to fund because the goal was too high. This whole year was insane.
It was because all of you horrible people out there that just watch from the sidelines and don't support us. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Give us your money. Aren't you convinced enough that we need your money? Give it to us. Give it. No,
we
obviously,
actually
too
hit the most money we ever got on any campaign on the original Chronicles of Horror 2 campaign, which is that's pretty cool. However, it failed, so we suck. How
dare us
I
want
don't
to?
I don't see how it failed because I
recoup.
got tagged like every second. I think.
Yeah,
I think there was one day I got
so
like
sorry
4 or
about
5.
that because I'm like they're probably getting so annoyed that I'm tagging them every single time that I share a meme.
You know that thing where it's like, hey, do you want to approve these posts for your page? I basically was like, this one looks cool, except, and then I'd be like, hide. Because my feed would just be memes and posts about that. I was like, oh my god. I'm like, wait, that one looked cool. Add a page.
So Richard was the artist on The Painter.
Painter.
Did you actually like the story? Or you're just like, that's cool. I'm gonna get a job.
I thought it was cool. No, I thought it was cool. The thing that freaked me out is
ending.
No, drawing the character itself, like drawing the whole scene.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bright scene, and that's just, I don't do bright.
Oh, yeah.
And it's females, and I suck at females.
Yes, I think first it was gonna be a guy, and then Hector's like, "Yo, need some like a little diversity." And I was like, "All right, it's gonna be a girl."
It was a bit of a sausage fest. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. So what?
Is that Baby Yoda?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah. Bro.
He the guys at Comics Elite said that he got the bat egg because of his eyes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I said that to you yet. but his soul is black, bright. That's
Thanks, babe. Always backing me up.
I don't know if I told you that yet, but like if you're interested, you can do the actual spin-off of the Painter, which is going to be like an actual series.
Okay.
That's going to happen after all Chronicles of Horror stuff is done, so it won't be for like we could start working on it, but not like until like 2 years from now or something.
Yeah, sometime in like 2030, 40. Something.
Yeah.
Because
planning ahead.
Chronicles of Horror is finished, is gonna do like 4 or 5 issues in total, because that's what Matt had planned. He's like, horror anthologies can't like last that long, and like I don't know. So we're gonna try to run it to like 4 or 5, and then what is Dylan doing? And then we're gonna do the spin-offs, and one of them is the Painter, another one is Bobby T. Except I don't know if Hector would be available to do Bobby T. But Dustin is in love with that turtle, I guess. So he's like, whoever did the like art for that, I was like, oh, it's Hector. He's like, oh, he's like amazing. It's like, yeah, he's pretty good.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, man. If you're watching this at some point. Bobby T is a special guy. He's he'll just nuzzle his way right into your heart.
Yeah, with a knife.
Look, he gave his owner a chance to pay attention to him, and the owner didn't give him enough love. So, you know what I mean. You got to love your turtles, guys. This is a reminder to really take care of your reptiles before they turn into sociopathic serial killers, and
And what's cool,
do what they do.
And what's cool about everyone that's an artist or whatever that goes to Comic Cons for this horror anthology, you're gonna be getting copies of it. After the Kickstarter backers, because money, you're gonna get copies and you can sell them at cons. So you'd be like, "Look, I did this story." There's a Beetlejuice reference in it.
There is.
I had to turn those into the sculptures.
And then I was trying to tell the colorist, and I was like, black and white. And then I even sent him a picture, and he's like, "Cool." And then he kind of did it, but it's not like striped. And I was like,
red and yellow.
First it was red and yellow. And I was like, that's not it at all.
And you watch your mouth when you talk about February, bro. He's my new best friend, all right? So you better watch it.
Best friend. He's amazing.
I love him. He's my boy. He's working on my team now. So yeah.
Yeah, he stole him away from me.
I did. I took him all for myself.
Do you have any other comics that you are planning on coming out with besides Mora?
No, just Mora. Actually, this year I'm taking some time off from a lot of the cons that I've done, because this past year it was a con every freaking month.
Wow.
And I never had time to work on my stuff because I was working to get stuff ready for the convention. And plus now I've got it's a part-time job, but it's more like a full-time job.
Okay.
So I don't have a lot of time to.
Did you have a good season at least?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. There were some of the cons that were like meh, and then a lot of them were like. Steel City was amazing. I love Steel City. And there's a local con here in town. He has a portfolio.
Yeah, this is what your significant other is for, to really remind you of things that you should be pitching to everybody else.
Yeah, I know.
There are dishes in the kitchen you need to clean.
We'll talk about that later.
That's what kids are for.
Free labor.
It's like, I'll make you washing machine. You're the dishwasher.
But yeah, it was there's a local con here in town called Buckeye Comic Con that's amazing. It's a small convention. Probably like maybe 1,000 people at most. And every time I go there, I do great.
Would it be good if someone from a different state went there and then set up? Just wondering about costs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they promote themselves locally,
we do that.
You know what I mean? But yeah, it seems like the smaller conventions that I go to, and heck, even there was a little store thing that I did this past year. Lou Ferrigno was there over at Pack Rat Comics here in town. And I made $800 in like 5 hours. They bought everything.
You made more money than I make in a week.
Lou brings out the money, you know what I mean?
I guess.
Throw Lou Ferrigno somewhere, somebody's gonna be throwing hundos, you know what I mean?
But yeah, it seems like a lot of the smaller ones I did very well.
He's a very relevant star.
And yes, my wife is right. I got a portfolio book that I don't
Show
seem
it to us,
to have one around here.
Ooh. What you cooking?
I'd cook for you guys. Yes. Wait, Richard. All right, so here's a loaded question. Does your wife cook well?
Oh, have you seen my stomach?
I mean, there's a lot of dudes that get that kind of stomach, you know, from McDonald's. And I'm just saying,
I mean, when I first started dating her,
okay,
I was maybe 220.
Okay.
I now weigh about 290. 290.
She can cook.
All right.
So, yeah,
All right. Okay, question answered. Question answered.
What is the portfolio?
Skinny in 2015 when we met. Look, take care of each other though. You know, cook healthy stuff. You know, you want it to last till 2045, 2050. You know what I mean?
Tater tots.
Oh hell no, she's trying to kill me to get the insurance money.
Órale, güey.
I know what she's doing.
Then you can make comics faster with all that insurance money.
Yeah, exactly.
Hansel and Gretel, you. Hansel and Gretel, you like get fat and then
with the
yeah, I know it's a bit of a thinker.
She's the witch in that scenario. Got it. Okay.
That portfolio is amazing.
Hector, that's your funeral. You just called my wife a witch.
I was just trying to understand what Greg said. I was just like, wait, what? Which one's Hansel and which one's Gretel in this scenario?
They eat, and then they're like, hey, is the oven hot? And you're like, what? And then you go in the oven.
But I mean, she's not trying to eat him though. Is what I'm. That's where the.
Not yet.
That's where it kind of diverges right there. Right?
Yeah, that's the point.
So Greg called your wife a cannibal. So there you go. I'm off the hook.
You're off the hook.
Oh, well, I'm watching Dexter, so
she'll just cook both of you.
Oh God.
I'm not tasting.
Is that her in the background?
Yeah, that's her. Say hi.
Greg called you a witch and a cannibal. Actually,
I didn't say anything.
It's all Greg.
No.
I
don't talk.
Man, this shit just got interesting right
Rudolph
now.
is the one that's saying shit.
Hey man,
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer over here. He's saying shit.
All right, so here's the portfolio book.
He's trying to hide his face.
Oh, nice. Art therapy. I like it.
And I called it art therapy because I think I told you guys last time when I was on here, the reason why I started doing this stuff is because I got laid off from a job for 5 years. I had to start doing this so I would stay home and not go to the office and burn it down. So this is my art therapy.
Look, arson is never the answer, Richard.
It is fun.
I'm sure it is. You know, it's pretty.
I believe you have a stapler. I'm gonna bring the
Just think about those juicy little burgers. Makes me want to burn this place to the ground.
Okay, let's burn this mother down.
But the cool thing about the portfolio is it obviously has all the stuff that I worked on that year, but it also has the QR codes where if you scan the QR code, you can go to YouTube and you can watch me actually draw that.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's cool.
What's the marsh?
Get the marsh.
What is that? You have to explain things to me, especially. I'm basically like an old dude. Like I don't like abbreviate things.
Old.
I don't know about trends. No, but like in here, I'm like, you know, I'm like the get off my lawn kind of dude.
You're talking into a webcam, Grandpa.
What's the interwebs?
Greg, while wearing like a highly, complex LED lit up microphone, and I'm talking into like an actual old style webcam.
My granddaughter bought all this stuff. I don't even know where I'm at right now.
I've got a glowing red orb by my lips, but I don't know what anything else is.
Isn't it almost time for Jeopardy, Grandpa?
Hey,
Jeopardy's at 4. Okay, get your shit together. All right. I'm in bed in another hour. You better get your shit together right now.
You have your early bird special dinner.
What's wrong with eating at a reasonable time for a reasonable price, huh?
Yeah, it's like that was 2 hours.
Tell me. God damn it, Greg! Don't make me take off my belt. Telling you, shit's getting real now.
Yeah,
Woo! Let's
you
go.
guys are getting nice and toasty, aren't you?
Yeah, no, this is our send-off, so we're going pretty hard right now.
I'm at a worse pace than last year. Last year, I just walked into a wall. This time, I think I'm going to run into one.
What? When did you run into a
No, I walked into one at my apartment last year.
Last year, I was over here like blabbering like a fucking idiot, the only one that was drunk and shit. And then these two guys were just like, "Oh yeah, so that sounds nice. That sounds really great. Oh, this is a very interesting conversation that you're having by yourself as a drunk person." And I felt like the only person that was drunk. And then Greg's telling me about some adventure he had running into a wall or walking into a wall. I never even heard about this.
I didn't run into the wall. I went to go to the bathroom while you guys were talking, and then
there was a wall. There just happened to be a wall.
And I'm like, "Oh, the bathroom door is here, not there." And then, yeah,
that's it, Greg.
That was my highlight of that day.
That was it. All right. Yeah. I mean, I peed on a nun, but okay, whatever.
A nun shot, you know, a nun shot. Being whipped around by some nun.
Is there a genre of comic that you?
That was the best part ever. He just looked straight face. Can't fucking hear you. But it was a very nice way to say it though. Like I got to give you props. You're just like very calm. Can't hear you, dude.
That's the natural Richard coming out of me.
That's why you say to any kid that's trying to talk to you. There's one time, and then there's Jupiter, and Jupiter's a planet, but there's also Saturn, and then I can tie my shoes together when, and then you're just like, can't fucking hear you. Is there a genre of like a comic or whatever that you want to do that's not horror?
Yeah,
romance,
Venom.
Obviously.
Romance.
Yeah, I can see you doing like a traditional Korean romance anime. I can Richard the Third. That is your genre right there.
Hector, shut up.
It was great when Greg and I were talking before we set up the whole event. Every time he mentioned your panel, he was always like, it's like Richard. He'd say, yeah, it's Richard. I go, Richard who? He's like, Jones. I'm like, the third? And I got him to do that like 6 times. So like he was like, yeah. So then after this one, don't forget we're gonna have Richard. I'm like, Richard who? He's like, Jones. I'm like, the third?
There's 2 other Richard Jones that I know. I need clarification.
Oh, that was fun.
Just call me Dick.
Yeah.
Or Dickhead, whatever. I don't care.
Back him doing a love story.
That'd be hilarious. See, I'm telling you.
Oh, wait, have you heard of the show
Genius.
You?
Genius.
You?
Yeah, you heard of the show You?
Me?
Oh.
Who?
There's a show called You on Netflix, and that's like Richard Jones'
you
version of a love story. Why are you?
That was a V.
That makes sense.
Watch that now.
Yeah, it'd be like the one love story. You'd be like, oh, I get it. But even if you've seen it, you're gonna realize why that's and messed up.
Yeah,
it's good. It's good, I guess. You know, season 1 is better than season 2, I think.
Yeah, you won't catch me doing no damn love story.
I just finished season 2 last night.
I like it all. I was falling asleep because I was just tired when I was watching the 3rd season. But
no, see, don't watch it. He fell asleep. There you go, guys.
I haven't started the 3rd season.
That's Greg's analysis.
I fell asleep watching some Christmas movie that just came out on HBO Max, but then I watched it again. I was like, that's a good movie.
8-Bit Christmas?
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I want to see that.
Yeah, it's good. Neil Patrick Harris. It was the 1984, 85, 80. Does it really matter, Dad?
Sometime in the mid-'80s or late 80s.
Mid-'80s.
Okay,
No,
well,
I already said that.
Here's the other version of my portfolio.
Okay. It's empty.
It's a sketch cover.
Richard,
It's a sketch blank.
there's nothing there, Richard. I can't
know.
see it.
I know. It's a mystery.
It's my love story. There should be some I'll have him look at actual company we go through. For what? Oh, I'm sorry, that's your wife. So
yeah,
she knows what she's talking about. I don't know what
She
anything.
could pitch my stuff and we could just talk about bullshit.
romance novels. That's what you're gonna do.
Yes.
Oh, romance novel.
Yeah.
I bet if you watched, you'd come up with some cool ideas for like the equivalent style romance
This
novel.
one's sold.
It's very stalkerish.
No, Greg, just let him watch it. Don't spoil it.
Yeah, I won't spoil anything.
It's like the part where they all die. It's like, oh damn it, Greg, we said not.
I guess somebody wanted to see that.
Ooh.
Boys, Hulk smash.
Hulk smash. I did have 2, but the other one sold.
Speaking of smash that like button.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, who's on YouTube?
What? There's a like button on Facebook too, Greg.
There's a like button on Facebook. No, that's a barbecue. It's a barbecue sauce button.
So
smash
your
that
wife,
barbecue sauce
I feel
button.
like the like button started on Facebook. And
Wait,
Greg
okay. I just looked at the comments, and if your wife is serious, I will write a romance comic if you'll draw it.
No.
It'll be good though. It'll change your the way you think about romance comics. I bet.
Oh,
Probably
I'm
not.
sure it would.
But you're not gonna do it. All right. Sorry, Katie. I tried.
Yeah,
I tried.
There is a comic that we have coming out at some point that I was eyeing for Richard to do, which is the Noctum Realm, because it's all horror-ish and stuff. So I can't wait for that.
I don't know why, but for some reason, like any characters that are like mechanized characters or, you know, like I said before, even females for some fucking reason.
Krampus.
I can't draw them worth a shit, man.
Mech, so you can't do like mech stuff, really?
Hell no, dude. I suck at it.
But you can do like creepy monsters and stuff. So
yeah, it's
so that's completely up. Like Noctum Realm is like Stranger Things, but our superhero universe. So you'll definitely like.
Yeah,
I could probably
like the organic characters. I'm more because then I could like Swamp Thing. I mean, you can put whatever you want on Swamp Thing and it'll look fine.
So, I mean, I had a problem with female characters for a while, and it was because men are inherently a bit more like rectangular, like they're sharper.
Mm-hmm.
They have sharper edges, and women are much more like
round,
like you said, organic shapes, and they kind of it's the hips that really fuck me up. But yeah, I think there's a solution to that. Look. When I'm drawing, I'm over here like, oh shit, yeah, no, I made those too big. Fuck, all right.
Now I have to drink this thing.
Yeah, the cheap shit, baby.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get more ice. I gotta get more ice. I'm out.
32.5% alcohol.
Damn, it's that high?
Greg, you haven't
I can't read yours. It's in front of your face. Oh, I can't read that, by the way.
It's 47. 47 and
this
94
little bottle. This little bottle was 40. So
yeah, Jameson's up there.
Yeah.
I was gonna get one that was like
this can is in the koozie.
Yeah, too much.
That's Assassin's Creed we're talking about.
Yeah, this can is in a koozie, an Assassin's Creed koozie.
Assassin's Creed. Sponsored by Assassin's Creed.
Because it's very koozie.
What the fuck?
Time to get ice.
Right out.
I need to go to the bathroom, but like Dylan.
Go, Greg, we got this. Get out of here.
Just make sure you warn the walls before you go out there.
Yeah.
I'm at a different house now. So.
Any wall gonna get in my way.
I can't open this. I need an adult.
The door, Greg. The door of the bathroom.
An adult. Oh, wait, what?
I don't know. You said you need to go to the bathroom, and then you started
you
reaching
should go to
down
the
there saying you
bathroom
couldn't
before
get it open.
Yeah.
I guess I can do that.
What the fuck did I just walk in on?
We're having a pajama party, and you're invited.
Should I take off my pants now?
No, pajamas means they're on.
No, because I sleep in the nakeds.
Oh, you want to go streaking? We can go through the quad over through the gymnasium.
Streaking! We're going streaking.
Nobody wants to see my family
it.
streaking.
Everyone's doing it. Who's everyone?
You're alone. Like, there's no one else here.
I got it. I'm not completely useless. All right. I need to get ice, so.
Yeah, you're Greg. You're not. I don't know who completely useless is, but you're not him. You're Greg, bro. You're drunk, Greg. Go home.
I'm already home.
Listen, I'm not Greg.
You're not.
No,
Dylan.
you're not Dylan. Exactly.
You won.
Slut.
You won at your job interview, so you get $63,000 something a year.
Yeah.
Why do I remember that? That's insane. All right.
It wasn't that long
So
ago.
ask
Greg.
Richard a question about comic books. Hey, Richard, what's the comic book question?
Hey,
Richard. What's
Actually,
comic
I
book?
get to high school.
I like comic books. Do you like comic books? What kind of comic books do you like?
That's actually a good question.
Oh my lord! See, this is why every time I do this, it has to be at the end of the whole fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
You
Yeah.
guys are
Last
watching
year
Toasty.
we had MJ Massey last year,
We did,
and
yep.
actually that was your video and her video were the top of our like breakfast talk podcast last year. And it's because I hashtag beer talk, and they're like, "Ooh, they're drinking." So,
And because like, you know, like I was saying, we let other people talk. It wasn't us talking. So like, people hate us. They don't like us. So you know what I mean? So
they don't want to hear
there's
my
other
robot
people.
voice. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I'm gonna bring up a question for all you fellas.
Okay.
Fuck
What
me.
did you
There we
think
go.
about? What did you think about Venom 2?
I didn't see it yet.
I've seen it.
I didn't see it yet.
I haven't seen it yet.
I want
I
to
guess
see it.
I guess I'm the only one who can answer this question.
You probably shouldn't ask Dylan. He probably hasn't even seen the second season of Punisher. So
Listen.
he's busy making dreams or whatever.
He's gone. He left. Dylan has left.
He did see Shang-Chi.
It's like we did not see him. Face plant.
I'll be
There you
right
go.
back. So I have to get ice.
All right, so I thought it was better than the first one.
Agreed.
It was more entertaining, but it
Man.
definitely felt like a wannabe like Deadpool movie.
Oh, yeah. Agreed. Yeah.
So
Question, because I forgot how Carnage is made. I know he's part of Venom, but that's about all I remember.
we'll see when a man symbiote and a woman symbiote fall in love.
No, symbiotes are asexual, so that's not the case. But real quick,
Dylan, that is just so
listen.
2012, bro. You know what I mean?
No, real quick. So
Hold on.
not in the movie, just in the actual comics. I forgot how he was created.
I gotta tell you something.
What?
Please tell us. We're waiting.
Can they? Are they? Oh, so
Yeah.
sorry, guys. I'm on a delay on my phone.
I'm on
so
pleasing
you guys
needle.
ask what his favorite thing about or what he likes about comics books. I'll tell you what his favorite thing to do to me at cons is send me into booths and ask me if they have any giant-sized man things.
Giant-sized man things?
Yeah. She likes
What
Howard
man-
the Duck.
No,
What?
but wait.
And that's-
What kind of?
Giant
man?
sized man. Huh? What?
I'm so lost. Oh,
What world? What year is it?
You know
Yeah,
how
no,
Marvel? You know how Marvel always did the giant size books, like giant size X-Men, giant size blah blah blah.
Yeah.
They did giant size man thing, which was the first appearance of Howard
Oh.
the Duck.
gotcha.
So she always goes in there and asks him for a giant size man thing, or if
I
anybody
mean,
has
it's
a
like
giant
this
size-
big. I mean, you can't miss it. I mean, and it's thick. You know what I mean? It's got some girth to it. You know,
It's pretty hard, too.
Giant-sized.
Yeah.
And-
So I want the hard version too.
Yeah, hard, real hard. It's gotta have some stiffness to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want it flopping around when I'm trying to handle this thing.
I'm trying to get off. You know what I mean? And I'm fumbling around with a floppy book. I can't do that.
Oh, book. Oh, Jesus.
Fuck! I ruined the fucking.
You ruined that, dude.
God damn it. Anyway, no. All right. So Carnage. No. What I forget how they're made in the comics, but in this movie, I think it is much different than how it is in the comics.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's
that's why I was
way
curious.
different.
I couldn't remember what had happened in the comics to even compare it to the movie. I guess I haven't seen it yet.
Did you just change right now into a breakfast talk shirt, or were you wearing that the whole
Oh
time?
no, I already had this on.
when Eddie Brock was in prison, he still had some symbiote attached to him. That's when he met Cletus Cassidy, and since Cletus was an evil person, the symbiote easily attached to him. That's it.
There you go, Adam.
Well, okay, so the catalyst though was he bit him and he like drank his blood.
Bit what?
Yeah.
You talking about in the movie?
In the movie, yeah,
In the
correct.
movie, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not in the comics. No.
The thing that really upset me and really pissed me off about the whole movie is they decided to do the background story of Carnage in cartoon freaking form.
Yeah.
It's like, what in the hell?
It didn't
Oh,
fit.
like when it was introing itself, they did it like kind of
like a storybook.
Like a
yeah,
storybook.
they put in a quick succession like they did in the remember Batman v Superman. They did like a quick like, and the pearl's broken, and mom died, like, or the parents died. It was like really quick. Was it that kind of intro? But it was all cartoon.
Kind of, yeah. It was like.
Or was it drawn out? I'm saying like was it a long?
No, it
No.
was quick.
Yeah, it was quick. It was a quick, quick sequence, but it was like a little storybook, like cutouts, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it was like seriously, they should have just grown some balls, went for an R rating, and did the background.
Oh, really?
No, it's a PG-13.
Oh, no, that sucks.
And they should have done the backstory like the Carnage Mind Bomb comic.
Yeah, I think that's what doesn't get like what really kind of boggles my mind about Sony was they're going with this kind of villain verse, right? Like where you have the Spider-Man villain, you know, you've got Morbius coming out pretty soon. And especially in the age of Deadpool, if you're gonna try to rip off Deadpool, you might as well go full Monty. You know what I mean? Like you might as well go hard. Yeah. And that's what people want to see that. And no offense to them, and maybe they're doing a ton of marketing research, and they're like, yeah, kids are still watching comic book movies, and even if we put out an R-rated movie, kids are gonna still fucking watch it. I get it. Maybe that's what they're doing, but and they want to save some integrity there, but just fucking make a good movie, man. Like stop worrying about if it's PG or R-rated. Like take the content, do what you want with it, and make it fucking good. You know,
exactly. I mean, it's Carnage for fuck's sakes. I mean, Carnage is a psychotic killer.
He's a serial killer that gets the powers of Venom. Like he's supposed to be a like he like rips people apart. Like that's
and I do remember correctly that the separation between the colors or the different types of symbiotes is like, so they made a point of it in the comics. It's like, oh, the red ones are fucking crazy, right? Like
yeah. I remember the red. That's why like I don't think it was just like when Eddie Brock was in prison it got attached to Cletus Cassidy. I think there was something else because I think the red ones are supposed to be hyper erratic. They're not like there was this whole thing because there's like more Carnage spawns later and they're all insane to the point where I think he has to kill off all of his spawn because they're all trying to kill him. So like
well, I know and I think in the comic it's like that's his like offspring, like it's literally it came from him.
No, it does. I just remember, I thought there was something that caused the offspring. I can't remember if it was just it attached to Cassidy and now it's offspring because the venom that attached to Spider-Man basically just took on some Spider-Man traits and then went to Eddie Brock. It's the same venom, right? Yeah. But Cassidy's supposed to be like an offspring, and that's why I thought there was something else that happened.
Toxin is an offspring from Carnage and Venom.
Yeah.
Who?
Toxin.
Yeah, and isn't there like an anti-venom as well?
There's like 12 different symbiotes.
There's a shit ton of them.
Yeah. But some of them are not from Venom specifically. Like they're from the same meteor that he came from or whatever, from the same planet.
There's a Buttercat. There's one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That one is my favorite, actually.
Stupid. That cherry whiskey thing is actually amazing for being super fucking cheap. It's $14.
Well, I don't know if
I can tell by your eyes how
are you sponsored? Are you sponsored now, Greg? Go ahead, do a whole fucking word. Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna make a comic book right now and just then I'm gonna look at it tomorrow and be like, oh my god, this is shit.
Or it's gonna be the best.
Isn't that what happens every time, Greg? Sober or not?
This is better than Seer Chronicles. What? What'd you say, asparagus boy?
That I like asparagus. Yes, I do.
Asparagus. I really like
asparagus because it smells funny when you pee.
Is that what you're drinking? Your piss?
Actually, It's sterile, and
And
I
you
like
like
the
the
taste.
taste?
And I like the taste.
Okay, Patches.
Patches open the hand.
Hold the hand.
Such a
I
great
love
movie.
the guys from the Luck of the Irish sign. It's
What
like,
is
still
Dylan
by,
drinking?
Still by 2 tons of Hallmark irony.
What's Dylan drinking?
I'm drinking peach mango cider. Wait, where is it? There it is.
Little bitch. Yeah.
Somebody has to be responsible.
Dude, that one's good. The cream butter.
Oh, I didn't know that was like.
There it is. One second. Venom symbiote attaches to Cletus through a cut in his hand when they were in jail. Okay.
Wow.
So that
I
makes
feel like you should write the next Venom comic. He knows everything
I don't know.
about
That sounds like fake news, Adam.
Dude,
Big.
I would
It's
draw a Venom
big.
comic in a heartbeat, but they wouldn't pick me.
You got to make it a love story. That's why.
Oh, Jesus.
Keeps
You know
coming
what? If
back
it was a
around,
Venom
baby.
comic love story, I'd draw it.
Yeah, man.
Like-
There we go. Look it. We figured it out.
I'd draw
Gwenpool.
it.
Gwenpool. No, Gwenum.
Why does there have to be a woman in it for it to involve love, Greg? How sexist are you? God damn it.
Yeah, it could be Venom. and,
I'm tired of this podcast and all the sexism and racism and all types of isms in here.
Yeah, it could be
God
Carnage
damn.
and Venom love story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're boning. For sure they're boning.
Yeah.
I don't know if boning's what they do. I feel like if anything, they probably mix together like a slushy. Yeah.
Look, love is love, Dylan, okay?
Put them in a blender, you know.
Love is
Wow.
like a circle.
It's a
You took him straight to 7-Eleven.
That's right.
Put 'em in
There's
the
going to
big,
be a whole lot of slurping going on, if you know what I mean.
the big slurp. Put them in the slushy machine. Just mix them up. Oh man.
I went to
Who
7-Eleven a bunch of
Who
times.
are we? What are we doing right now? Like
We're talking
should be
about Venom.
banned from. We should be banned
Stay
from the
in
internet
school,
right
kid.
now.
I guess they do that if you say something too crazy, I guess. But Facebook's
If they
like,
ban you from the
nope.
internet,
Not the internet, but like Facebook's like, nope. And then I'm like, he's too busy eating his barbecue sauce. So.
no, I think it's If we say like too many like either leftist or rightist things like in a row, that's what happens.
Yeah, I don't even talk about that stuff.
So like left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Yeah, don't get me started on all that stuff.
The screen turns off just from saying the words left and right, back and forth. Like left, right, up, down, A, B.
I just got a 24-hour ban for saying I would whore out my husband's comic book or work, and also because I was trying to tell you guys about the
Wait.
giant size man thing. So I can't
You
comment, but I'm
you just got banned right now.
Yeah,
Wait,
I just got banned.
I still see the comment in here.
or anything for 24 hours, but I'm watching.
I don't even know how that would happen. Like unless we flagged it, which we're not even on. Like,
I don't do that stuff.
no, I know. I'm saying unless we
yeah,
did it. I don't know why that would.
Because it's
still
streaming. Because it's streaming to Facebook. So Facebook's like, hey,
It just
don't say that word.
automatically did it and said it went against community
Dude,
standards.
somebody posted a picture of a spider the other day, and no lie, I told the person they should their house down. I'm not going to say it because I don't want you to get banned.
Yeah. That's so stupid.
And I got banned.
Well, no. The worst part too is Katie's thing says I'll.
She even has like.
No, real quick. In her comment, it says I'll wear him out for work because she misspelled, whore, and then all she did was asterisk whore. That could have been like she accidentally spelled the next word wrong and got banned for it. Like, what if she meant to spell horse and accidentally put a W in front of it and misspelled?
Facebook
Should've
is
been
against
banned.
spelling bees.
That's what you get for talking about horses.
Facebook is against spelling bees.
I mean,
The word is onomatopoeia.
as messed up as it is that she got banned, I kind of feel honored. You know what I mean? Like somebody got a ban on in our comment section. Like
I'm just sick of these horse
she's
houses.
lit.
All these
Fucking
horses.
horse.
Maybe I shouldn't smoke on here.
Horsing around.
I know, right?
Fucking
around.
whorish horses at whorehouses.
Now I can only picture like horses wearing like slutty clothing.
That's right, baby.
And they're just like,
Wow, I didn't picture that.
I think we found Greg's kink. Here we
Yeah, I
go.
was about to say, like when he said that, I just thought, haha, that's funny. I didn't like immediately go, I wonder what a horse would look like in a skirt.
You don't care about the context. They don't care about the context, guys.
Facebook doesn't care about the context.
They never went to English class because they're too busy building a ripoff of MySpace. Oh, did they say something that triggered you, Mark? Oh.
Come at us, Mark.
I like the movie Social Network, but Jesse Eisenberg is cool. So.
Dude, I like MySpace better than Facebook. I used to make so much money off of MySpace.
MySpace is still a thing, but it looks so weird now because I think me and Dylan went on it randomly to just be like, is this still a thing? Yeah, we were doing like a meeting, and he's like, is this still a thing? And we were like, oh shit, it's still a thing.
Doesn't Timberlake still own that?
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that MySpace should have done, like once Facebook took over, was switch to a music platform. Like that's what they should have done.
Exactly.
Like, that was the coolest thing, was landing on somebody's homepage and having their theme song play. Like that was awesome.
And that's
or a playlist.
Dude, that's what I used to build MySpace pages for bands and record labels.
Oh, nice.
You would make them for them?
I'd make them. Like Static X, I did one for them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There's people that now say like not memes but like little pictures, and they share them. Like that'd be cool if Facebook like let you upload a playlist, and like you were able to do that like years ago. It's called MySpace.
And the coolest part was that you could like code it. You know what I mean? Like, if you
so I think a lot of people learn coding
it.
from Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
From
that's
MySpace,
how-
I mean.
From
That's how I
MySpace.
learned HTML and
MySpace.
CSS.
What? You know what I mean. I'm drinking cherry.
That is where I started learning. I forgot about that. That is where I
Guys,
started.
he's drinking cherry gasoline, guys. Come on. Give him a fucking break.
Drinking. I am amazed that I walked up the stairs without falling down them.
I wonder if you could use that for gasoline. You should try it.
Kentucky Straight.
You gotta climb onto your hood like fucking Mad Max and then like spit it into the.
I don't know if it's high enough. Oh, wait. You mean like what was that other movie too? Gamer? Did you ever see Gamer, where he drinks like 2 bottles of the stuff and then he pukes it back up into the car?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Extra gas, baby.
Joel Butler. Those comic books.
I totally forgot. I got this little tiny bottle my aunt gave me before they publicly released it.
Tennessee apple.
Why is it got to be Tennessee? Because you're in Tennessee.
What? No, this was when I was in New
Makes
York.
sense.
But yeah, basically, yeah, it's Applejack. It's Jack
So-
apple flavored.
Have you only been to Comic Cons in Ohio, or have you been like a little?
Oh no, well, the Steel City's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm retarded. I should have like.
I was about to say,
I'm gonna
Greg,
flash
like,
saying
I feel
that.
like he mentioned Pittsburgh earlier.
Huntington, West Virginia, we did one there.
I don't really want to go to West Virginia.
Why not?
I've been there. I walked into a Hardee's and I'm like, this is exactly what I thought Virginia looked like. And I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I thought it was.
Boy, you in the wrong neck of the woods here, boy.
Your state smells like salt water and garbage. And they're like, mm-hmm. And I'm like, all right.
I'm like, yeah.
Dude, there was a band I used to go on tour with way back in the day, and every weird show we ever had was in West Virginia.
Was the band's name Saltwater and Garbage?
People,
Saltwater and Garbage.
It was weird.
There is a band that I like called Broadside, but they're from Richmond. Nope, wrong band. Wow, let's try that again.
Wait,
no,
Richmond
they're
from Broadside?
There's
Richmond,
another
Virginia.
band called Light Pacific, and they're from Richmond, Virginia, because they literally have a song called Richmond. But yeah.
Riveting.
Yeah, we actually played with.
I don't know. I should publish that story.
You guys ever heard of a band called Boba Flex?
Say it again?
Boba Flex?
Oh, I thought we were about to get banned. Okay, sorry.
Boba Flex?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of that.
We played some shows. I played a lot of shows with them in West Virginia, and it was every time it's just weird. Like that whole area is just weird.
Tell me more.
Odd
Planning my
stuff.
trip
But
right
we had one show where the guy there was some guy, I don't know who the hell he was. He was just walking down the street, dancing and singing to the loudest fuck. You could hear him throughout the whole street. And he just all of a sudden disappears. And the bass player, friend of mine, Butch, which he's passed away now, but he's like, where'd he go? I don't know. So we ran over there and looked, and he fell down in a manhole that was open. And when we looked down there, he was still dancing.
My guy didn't give a fuck. He was like, Ninja Turtle time, baby. Woo!
Oh.
I was like, my God, man, this place is just odd.
That's awesome.
That kind of sucked too. Like just like I actually when I was this had been like sophomore year of college. I was walking back from like a frat party, and it was fall. The entire sidewalk's covered in leaves, like so thick you can't see the sidewalk. And in Troy, New York, they like to have the rain drain a little too far from the sidewalk. And I'm walking on the edge of the sidewalk, not realizing it's the edge because of the thickness of the leaves. And I stepped off the edge, and my right leg went like straight down the rain drain, and I just like went down. I have pretty thick calves, and so my calf caught the rain drain, rotated my leg like this, and threw me into the road like this.
And Pennywise was trying to drag you in.
Yeah, no. Honestly, if I had ever seen it, I would have been terrified. At that time, I hadn't seen it.
We got tacos down here.
Yeah, but literally, like, I thank God I was drinking because it probably would have hurt like hell. I didn't feel anything. It just like it hurt, and I was bleeding after because not only did it rotate my leg and I continued sliding down, the front of my shin then dragged across the metal of that part of the sidewalk. So I had like a gash, like 4 to 6 inches on my shin, and the next morning I just remember waking up. Going to get out of bed, my left leg touched the ground perfectly fine, and then my right leg touched the ground, and I just fell to the ground because my brain was like, "You're not allowed to put weight on that leg anymore." So it just deactivated all the muscles in it, and I just collapsed. I army crawled over to my friend's room. I'm like, "Hey, can you bring me the doctors? Because I think my leg's not working." And we go there. They go to check it out, and I couldn't walk. Like my friends had to carry shoulder. I had to hop one leg. My friends, crushed me in essentially. I get there and what's that?
What is that?
That's the Kickstarter. You can't see it because I'm being stupid. Right now.
Hey, just pull it up on your computer while I finish the story.
You trust me to try to pull another tab up?
So
right now, let's try. I can try. Right.
Yeah, so I get to the hospital. Like my friends walk me in right past the doctor. The doctor comes in, looks at my knee, which at this point is the size of like a woman's basketball. Literally, like it's actually like gigantic. And he, I don't even remember what he does, dude. He looks at it, pokes it a couple times, like, yeah, you'll be fine, just rest it off. And I'm like, are you shitting me? I'm like, this thing is like gigantic. And he's like, yeah, it's just swollen. It's all like water.
Yeah, fluid. Yeah. No, I was playing basketball. It's funny, like similar, not similar in how it happened, but
rain drain. Were you trying to make it rain?
Yeah, no, yeah. My knee was the size of a grapefruit. Like it was fucking huge, and it freaked me the fuck out. I was playing basketball, and like, of course, it's me and my brother playing. And we don't play basketball that often together. We're playing on the same team, and we ended up colliding and hitting our knees together. So literally both of us had like grapefruit knees after that game. And I get home and fucking like, because I had pants on, I took off my pants, and my wife is just like, "What the fuck?" And looked down, and legitimately it was like swollen, like super fucking swollen, like grapefruit status. She was freaking out. She's like, "Are we gonna have to go to the hospital right now?" I was like, nah, it's okay. It's just fluid. Because I've seen it, like I played football for 10 years, 15 years. So it was like, yeah, it's gonna go away. It's just swollen. It's just fluid that's backed up in there. But yeah,
So
it's always really fucked up to see.
So I wasn't completely paying attention to anybody's stories. But has anybody broken like a bone or anything?
Never broke a bone in my life.
I literally just fractured my arm like in September. So yeah.
Yeah, besides that, I was actually gonna be like, "How's your elbow?" or whatever.
It's very elbowy. You know what I mean? It doesn't get as much bow as it does L, but
I never broke anything, but I was drunk one time at my friend's house, actually down the street from where I am right now, and I didn't eat anything really. I had Cracker Barrel, but that was like earlier in the day.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. So then my friend Ryan is terrible at making drinks, and I drank 2 of whatever he made, and then I was like, "I'm Superman," and I dove over the beer pong. We were outside. I dove over their beer pong table, and my knees went directly on their patio. I didn't break my knees, but I guess I popped the sacks that are in your knees. So if you ever sit near me and I'm popping my knees, you can hear it. And I'm like, I can't sit in a certain movie theater at a mall nearby because the seats are too close together. And, yeah.
All right.
So that's my story. But
Yeah.
I also fell off a moving car that was going 30 miles an hour because he hit the brake as I let go, and I hurt my elbow, but I didn't like fracture or anything because I don't go to doctors because I'm stubborn.
Why were you on the car?
It was retarded. So I went on. I was on the car.
Let me clear this up. He was doing a TikTok video. He was twerking on the cover. I'm on the hood. I mean, and you know, shit happens. You know what I mean, Richard? You've been in that position before. I'm
It
sure.
really got out of hand fast.
Yeah, because I can't torque, man. If I torque, something's gonna break.
You got too much torque for the twerk. You know what I mean?
I got too much torque in the front. I don't have much in the back.
Yeah, my friend was driving the car, and then I was screaming. His dad actually came out, and he said, "Get the fuck off the car!" And then I let go as soon as he hit the brake, and I flew. That was fun. And I couldn't lift anything with my right arm for like 3 weeks, and I like hid it from my mom the entire time. I'm like, "You're a terrible mom. You didn't even know that my arm was broke, or not broke, but like just." Like,
Wait. She's probably a terrible mom for making you feel like you had to lie and not show her your arm, but she's not a terrible mom for not noticing that you were lying to her.
Exactly.
There's some twisted up psychology going on in that household.
That's crazy. So only Hector broke a bone and I broke a bone. Like neither of you broke a bone.
Well, I've broken a wrist. I fractured it's all on my left side. What the fuck?
I've been hit by a semi truck, and the car flipped. Yeah.
Oh goddamn.
I've been hit by a semi truck. Car flipped twice, and then ran into a telephone pole and didn't break.
I fell off the Grand Canyon.
Honestly, that's like my worst fucking fear is like getting to some kind of crazy ass accident on the highway or some shit.
I was in a car accident earlier this year. Fuck that. And the guy was laughing, and you can tell that I'm pretty easygoing, but when I get my car hit. So
I wasn't driving. Every time I've been in a car accident by myself where I've been driving, it's been at a fucking stoplight.
Oh God.
Like I'm not moving at all. Some moron hits me. Like literally, me and my wife was in the car one day. This guy in a big pickup truck puts it in reverse and hits the front of my car and then proceeds to take off.
Yep, they'll do it.
Okay, you said accident earlier. Are we sure they're accidents?
Are someone trying to assassinate you?
Like slammed into me, put it in drive, put it back in reverse.
It might not have been an accident. It might have just been like, hey, I know that motherfucker. Bam.
Yeah, exactly.
I was in a driveway.
I asked for a love story.
The other two Richards are trying to kill you, bro.
There's many more Richards that are probably trying to kill me, I'm sure.
God, they're trying to kill you, bro. Fuck.
That's all right.
They want to be the biggest dick.
Yeah.
Hey, I got Greg. All right.
I think I'm a pretty big dick. See, my wife said I am. So there we go.
That's what she said. Yeah.
Greg's like, I like pretty big.
God, this podcast is fucking awesome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's a good way to end this. Yeah.
You're fucking welcome.
We got 8 people.
8 people watching?
Looking at this. Yeah, that's the
Them
most
numbers,
of the
boy.
entire day.
Them numbers.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those things up.
Yeah, speaking of broken bones, my bubble boy son decided to fracture 2 parts of his wrist. What the hell was it? The 2 outside bones of your wrist. And it was on his first date.
Living?
I mean, go hard or go home. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you gotta.
I mean,
Did you ever scream $500 to him?
Did you teach him the pineapple? You have a safety word.
yeah, I mean,
Pineapple.
This kid, he hurts himself just getting up in the morning.
Hey, my kind of guy. I actually broke 4 of bones in my wrist when I was like 10 years old.
There are 4 bones there?
Dude, there's like 12. What are you talking about?
Well, aren't we Mr. Anatomy?
Yeah. I went to college, Greg. What have you been doing with
I
your
went
life?
to college and I fell asleep in my car in the parking lot. So.
Well, then you didn't actually go, Greg.
I went sometimes. I got 100 in writing. So
it does say Hector the artist, so he knows his anatomy.
And last year he was a storyboard shaman. So
look at my comics. They're anatomically correct. Okay.
Yeah, 4 fingers every time.
That's right.
Mine aren't. Mine have like 6 fingers.
Now, I was gonna say the only bone I ever broke, at least on record, is my because I still don't know if I broke my pinky, but
did your record get expunged after like a certain age?
No, it's more like I got my pinky bent at an angle that it's not supposed to go at, and I never got it looked at, and I just taped it back together for
it's this
for
one.
the rest of the season when I was in football. Yeah, mine are very straight, and I think that they weren't.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Apropos.
Apropos.
Yeah, so the only one I actually broke was my in martial arts. I was getting thrown, and I'm terrible. I was terrible at grappling for the longest time. So I'm like, oh, I think I learned something new. I'm going to try to reverse him, even though both my feet are off the ground, and I'm going to make it so that I could take him down. And I did, but I took him down. I took him down on top of me. So basically, I had him.
Fuck you.
Captain Spaulding. Who is that?
Adam, you'll get yours, brother.
Who is Captain Spaulding?
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Cosplay Captain Spaulding.
Nice.
From House of Thousand Corpses.
Yeah, I ended up having I threw my the uke on top of myself and basically. Oh, nice. Oh, that's solid.
Dude, he's fucking gnarly though. Why wouldn't you want to look like that guy? He's fucking dope.
Yeah, I threw my guy on top of myself. I ended up dislocating my shoulder, separating my AC joint, and getting a fractured clavicle all in one fell swoop. Pretty nice.
I jumped off a roof.
Like a nice Saturday night. You know what I mean?
Jumped off a roof because my friend like took the ladder away from it. So I was like, oh, I don't know how else to get down. So I jumped.
How the hell are you living? You jumped off a car, jumped off a roof.
Instead of climbing, he said he jumped off it. He's like, I don't know another way to get down other than jumping higher into the air so that I
Mother gravity, take me.
I actually jumped. I jumped into a metal chair. I jumped into a metal chair that folded on me like a beach chair. So it beach chaired me, if that's a thing. And then it was in a thorn bush.
Sounds kinky.
And the thorn bush especially, actually.
Yeah. So that was fun.
God, we're finding out a lot about you, Greg.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know how you're alive.
Yeah, just put
my comics have to get out. That's why.
It's destiny, bro.
He still owes the devil something.
I didn't steal myself anything.
This one belongs to me.
Doing freaking trust falls off a roof.
Catch me.
Mother Gaia.
Take me, Mother Gaia.
Someone's supposed to come here. I almost dropped this bottle. That would have been bad. Enrique.
No, they make them bouncy because a lot of drunk people drop bottles. So yeah, you're good.
You talking about for the fireside chat?
Yeah, he's just supposed to be like, hey, I'm
about to
doing
spill
this
that.
at C2E2. I almost got that Comic-Con wrong. But
Wait, so
Richard
Enrique's coming on right now?
He's supposed to come whenever he sees the time.
The invite?
That's what she said.
Sees the time? Oh, coming.
Is he here?
She laughed. She laughed. I love it.
What was the comment? I missed it.
He said it's supposed to come
one sec. Comment.
Oh.
Hey man, Katie's like my favorite person right now. She's
on it. I
she
missed
gets
it.
me. She gets me.
That's a comment.
Comment below. If I don't see at least 6 comments that say below, I'm gonna be upset.
Comment below. Need food?
Well, if this guy's ready to get on here, man, I can hop off. You guys
you can
get
stay,
busy with him.
I don't know where he is. So,
How is Greg the host, the one that's the most choppy right now?
Because it says my inner guy.
You can just stay.
Greg,
Connection is fairly good. If
Greg, you
you're
got
on,
18 tabs open. You got to close some of them.
I only have 3.
What about
I
the
have
other?
18.
I got about 370.
And I have Google Sheets open, which is the schedule, which I don't need that anymore. And then I have
I don't think
Facebook.
you can read it.
I apologize. I have 83 tabs. 161 tabs open. Is updated. Why do I have 161 tabs open? Don't judge me.
Because you have different.
You're ADD. What do you mean? Yeah, you're fucking. I totally understand that.
And I have Photoshop open. I don't even.
Yeah,
I don't
so
even know
that's what I'm
Photoshop
doing. That's what I'm doing during December.
Actually,
Is
so do I,
I'm going to be learning Photoshop, so I can actually like not need to rely on Dylan for that. And then
Yeah, Dylan, you're fucking unreliable, and I hate you.
and then I'm gonna be words. I'm gonna be learning Blender again, so I can actually learn Blender.
You
more.
say that every year, literally every year. I'm learning Blender this year.
Starting last.
And then you never make smoothies. The fuck, bro?
Where are you going with that?
Come on, man.
Where's the next convention? Yeah, there's a good question.
Yeah, there's a good question.
Can people start coming?
What'd you say?
Running any holiday
Let Katie answer this question. She's got a good grip on it.
Yeah.
Didn't you have a Black Friday thing going on?
Yeah, it's still going on. If you go to my web store or go to my website, you get to my web store from there. It's 25%.
I tried typing RLJ and I did R semicolon J.
Typing is hard, Greg. Typing's hard.
Typing is hard.
I can't wait till I get to hard school.
Yeah.
Can you teach me to football?
Never say that.
Can you
stay
tell
young
me,
as long as you can?
Can you tell me your wow.
My address? I'm not telling you my address.
No, not that.
Not on bids.
You ain't cool unless you pee your pants.
Oh my god, I can't.
It's rlj3.com.
RLJ3.
Yes, Rocket
I
League.
did RLJ art, and I was like, okay, let's try that again. All right, there we go. What's people doing?
This is literally the best podcast ever.
Greg, it's right there. Do you see his name?
This is the whole reason why I do this.
Oh my god, it's right there. Did you always do that, or did you change it?
It's been there since he got on, Greg.
It has been there since I got on.
I didn't see it.
In fact, I specifically know it was there because the second I saw it, I wanted to say, I remember last year saying it was incredible you had a 4-digit or 4-character domain name because they're all open.
Yeah, we don't. We have Sierra Nova Comics, so that's
Publishing Production House LLC WQY.com.
HVCC, that's a college. What is that called? QVC. Wow.
QVC, yeah.
Sierra Nova Comics QVC.
Greg, I think you need to drink more often, maybe, so you can just acclimate yourself to what it feels like to be drunk.
You gotta.
Yeah, I want to get a company website. I mean, it's like Sierra Nova Comics QVC Publishing Production House LLC Incorporated.com.
Do it.
Studio.
Next year we're like not rebranding completely, but like we're like doing a lot more marketing stuff that we just couldn't do this year because we were doing a bunch of other shit.
Greg's like, here's a bunch of stuff I just made up.
No,
that's all I do all day is
told me
marketing.
I was messing with
you.
Yeah. Richard, what piece is your hottest seller, and what piece is your personal favorite?
Swamp Thing.
Probably. Fuck if I know.
Baby Yoda.
Actually, the Venom. The Venom and Carnage here. That's the highest seller. And my favorite piece is probably Pinhead.
Pinhead.
That's a good one. Yeah, I was looking at that one earlier.
That's literally my least favorite horror movie. Not my least favorite, but it's like not my favorite.
I hate it.
I actually just rewatched the original the other day, and I thought it was
franchises.
I like how Greg's like, your favorite thing, I hate it.
Like 1, 2, and maybe 3 are okay, and then the 6th one is literally the first movie, but in Mexico. And then I
think Bloodline is the best. I love Bloodline.
Which one is that? You're gonna have to go and don't do Roman numerals because I don't know that.
17. I don't know. I can't
What
remember.
comes after this many?
Yeah. And that
my
was
English
actually...
teacher in 10th grade made fun of us because we didn't know Roman numerals, and like we were never taught them. And she's like, "That's insane!" Like, no,
you were never taught Roman numerals.
No. And then she's like, "We're reading like the fuck is that book? It's not Macbeth.
He's so mad about this.
She's just like,
I remember that teacher. I have her name.
Turn to chapter, not 10, because I know what 10 is. It's X. But turn to chapter 18 or whatever the fuck it was. It was like, we literally don't know what that is. She's like, it's this fucking one. Well, she didn't say that because, it's cool. But
my teacher
Bloodline is 4. Oh. I don't know.
You know that, like, though, as an adult, you could probably go on the internet and learn.
Listen,
Roman numerals.
I'm too busy making dreams come true.
YouTube
You're right.
University.
You're right, bro. You're right.
Exactly. I'm doing 7 podcasts. I'm
funding horror anthologies.
Making comics.
Yeah.
I'm doing this. I'm trying to sleep when I can.
You gotta hire an assistant just to wipe his ass so he can keep posting when he's on the toilet.
Roman numeral right there.
Sorry, Greg.
Nice, Adam.
It's a number that Greg does not understand. So no,
it's IV, like the bad guy.
Hey, I was telling you guys earlier about the Steel City show.
Yeah.
I actually got to like the Pinhead, the Michael Myers, and the Freddy. The originals of those actually got signed by the actors.
Oh shit!
So
Robert wait,
Englund.
I actually I think I saw that on Instagram or something.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Robert Englund actually signed the Freddy. James Jude Courtney, which is one of the many Michael Myers they had, signed that, and then Doug Bradley actually signed the Pinhead.
Fucking A.
So he was really cool, man.
I think that's probably like the coolest part about, like, I mean, obviously going to a con as an artist, I think there's a lot of really, awesome aspects to it, besides the money you have to put in to actually be there. But the cool part is that you do have exposure to, like the celebrities that do like to walk around and do a walkabout. What the fuck?
Look like a fish out of water.
God damn it. Because I actually, the last Comic-Con that I went to, I actually got to meet John Bernthal and shake his hand without like going to his booth or anything. He was just walking through the con because I guess he was going to like, a panel or something. No, he was at that point he was still primarily just a Walking Dead guy. You know what I mean? So it was like that was his claim to fame at that point. But yeah, just like
fans we would lose by me saying I hate The Walking Dead. Not the comic, never read the comic, so I can't say that. But the show, fucking hate the show.
I mean, the first couple seasons were great, but then it starts
how many people drop off of here because I said that.
No one cares.
Later, y'all.
No. Peace.
It's just,
I think
that's yeah, there you go. Bye.
Coming from a person that used to watch Game of Thrones, and then the last season happened, I was like, I'm sorry, I was a fan. All right, keep going.
I mean, that's a universal thing, though. Like, that's a universal. Everybody's like, "What the fuck" for season 8. But anyway,
season 1 was crazy.
See, that's how far behind he is on stuff.
No, real quick.
Barney and Friends was a show.
I stopped watching Game of Thrones like a couple episodes into season 2 solely because somebody spoiled the end of season 1, so I wasn't into it anymore. And that's the thing that's supposed to hook you for the rest of the time is the end of season 1 being like, oh shit, and someone spoiled that for me.
Dylan, did you catch the last episode of Cheers?
That was a bar in Boston.
Everybody ended up learning each other's names.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Everybody.
That's what happened. That's what happened. That's how it closed off. Like everybody's just pointing at each other. Gary, Mike, John, fucking dude behind the bar.
Hey, listen, I don't think I've ever seen an episode of Cheers, let alone that.
Really? Oh my God!
Serious?
Come on, seriously?
That's where Woody got to start, man.
Man.
Woody Allen?
Yeah.
Oh,
Woody. That's really funny. I was about to say his name.
Woody Harrelson.
Woody Allen just walks in. Oh my God! I don't know why I'm here.
I would have gone.
Is there any young girls I can take advantage of in this bar? I don't know.
Harvey Weinstein. All right.
Come hard. Woody was good.
Listen, Buzz is going to be pissed.
Yeah, I don't care. Anyway,
send a conversation from Stun to Kill.
Exactly. All right, I'm changing it up right here. No. So like the cool part about being at cons is like the experience that you had, where you can be an artist and then another like really cool ass celebrity. I mean, and it wasn't initiated by you. It wasn't something that like you even planned for, or you played for, or you like wanted that experience to happen. It just ended up happening, and that's super cool that you can. I think I think it was Adam, right? Adam was at he was at a con and he ended up going to a bar at the hotel he was staying at, and he met like 3 or 4 different celebrities from different places, and it's like that's such a cool, and they all loved his work, which is fucking amazing. I mean, I just think it's a really cool collection of people coming together, and just the whole environment. I haven't been to a Comic-Con in quite a while. I've never been as an artist, like in Artist Alley, which has been something I've wanted to do, and every time I go to a Comic-Con, I'm like, I don't know. I feel sadness. Like, I don't know if like maybe there's other artists that have never had a booth at a Comic-Con that could feel what I'm going through, but like you feel like you should be there, but you're not there, and it's like, it just hurts your soul a little bit. So it's
a lot of freaking work, man. I mean, my wife.
I'll be right back.
Carrying everything and setting it up, and
it's okay. It's the 2 most important people are still here. It's okay.
Exactly.
No, yeah, you're saying. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, just setting it up, and especially Steel City. Steel City was long days. But yeah, it's a lot of work. But at the end of it, it's fun. Like you said, you get to meet a lot of people. You get to the Adam guy that keeps popping up on here is a guy that we met at Steel City this past year. So
okay. Yeah, no, I think it's a tremendous kind of experiential thing, right? Like you get to go and have this really cool experience. When I go to Comic-Cons, I mean, I'm an artist, so I'm like in constant critique mode, right? When I go to like a Comic-Con, I'm like walking down Artist Alley, and I'm like, that's fucking amazing. I could never do that. That makes me feel like shit. Okay, cool. And I'm like walking around, like seeing all these amazing artists, and it motivates the fuck out of me. But the fucked up part for me is just that I've never been super prepared to be at a con. Like, so I don't do prints, I don't do stuff like that. Like, I don't do. I've had the longest time. I've had this weird complex around doing like pop characters and stuff like that. So I just can't. Like, I can't do it. I don't want to reveal any of my plans, but I'm stepping into the pop economy here pretty soon, and it's going to be in kind of a much different way than most people may expect. But it has nothing to do with comics, if that makes any sense. But you'll see it when it comes out. But I just had such an aversion to that stuff, so it's always been really, really hard for me to kind of get a booth, because I know that it's like you go to get a booth, and you're basically, if you're not prepared, you're setting yourself up for disappointment and also a financial loss. So it's like you have kind of a couple things at stake, and I just never have felt prepared for it,
Right. Well, I mean, that's something that people. Like you were talking about earlier, you walk down Artist Alley and you're like, oh man, that's cool. I can never do that, and blah blah. I kind of follow the teachings of Greg Capullo on that.
I love Greg.
He doesn't look at other people's stuff, and he doesn't sit there and say, oh my god, that guy's so much better than me, I suck, and blah blah blah. He looks at it and says, man, that's great, and then gets ideas from it.
Oh, it's a motivating factor for me, because I'm such a like perfectionist with my own stuff. It's like I can't do that yet. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how I see it. It's, I guess maybe I was putting it off in a more critical way, but no, I recognize that I have skill and talent, but it's more or less like this person has such a unique thing that I don't have yet, and I want to add it to my skill set. How can I do that? It's going to be a long road to get from here to there, kind of thing. So it's super motivating. I mean, going to, I think, any Comic-Con, every time I've left a Comic-Con, I've been like charged up with this like weird creative energy, and I don't know where the fuck to put it. And
got to get home, got to get to work.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to keep drawing.
Oh, look, it definitely tries to go into the art, but it's like, okay, so here's how my mind works. When I walk, or when I see artists, when I see art that really affects me, I take little pieces of it, but I absorb all of it. So it's like I can't just focus on one thing. Like, if I'm trying to add something to my artwork, it's like I'm trying to add 10 things at once. So it just becomes too chaotic, and then I get self-conscious about it, and then I just return back to my old art style in the first place. So
I mean, it's you gotta stick with your style, and everybody's style is different. I mean, like Adam, him right there.
Yeah.
He does the what is it? Perler bead? Yeah, whatever she said.
Beads.
Did you hear
He
it?
does beads.
Perler beads.
Perler
beads.
Perler beads.
And
All right.
it's really freaking cool. It's I mean, it's like pixelated art. The way he does it. It's really fucking sweet. And I wouldn't be able to do it. There's no way. Especially the way I shake.
If someone like came up to me like, draw me Spider-Man, and I'll just do a stick figure. Like,
I think panels are for writers. I don't think booths are for writers necessarily, unless you have books that you've written on that you can sell and display. I think panels are for writers. Panels are like, that's where you get to ask the questions, get the answers, get the deep kind of philosophical reasons behind why somebody does what they do and how they do what they do. But like, I don't know if a writer should actually have a booth. And that's funny because my buddy Ruben, the writer, has definitely had a booth at many Comic-Cons, and he usually does pretty well. So, but it's because he's had books. You know what I mean? Like he has books at his table that he's written on, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you don't want artists on panels. I mean, artists can't explain their shit. Like, proof's in the pudding. I could barely explain the shit that I'm working on to you guys.
I feel like I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I can definitely articulate kind of what I'm going for in a lot of times. But I would rather let my artwork speak for itself and not talk about it, and just be like, hey, do you like it? Do you don't like it? What do you like? I want to get your feedback. I don't want to talk about it. I just want you to tell me what you like or dislike about it.
Yeah, but you got the gift of gab. I don't. I'm the man of like 2 words, maybe.
That's a skill. That's a skill.
Yeah, that's why I keep my wife around. She talks. She's the social butterfly.
Look, that's probably why we're getting along right now, Katie.
That's an empty glass.
Hey, Dylan, I can't hear a word you're saying, buddy.
Yeah, you're muted still.
You're muted.
It was nice. It was nice for a while, actually. Let's go back to that.
I think Hector's like, yeah, I feel like a butterfly too.
A better what?
A butterfly. What you just said.
Oh, you are a butterfly, baby.
Wow.
He feels like a butterfly.
I'm like a bird. I can fly away.
You gotta let me fly on this one.
Oh no! Now
I don't
Greg's
know.
gonna get up on the roof.
Behind you, yeah, exactly. Gravity. No, Dylan, behind you, there's something moving. I think it might be a paranormal experience happening live. There's your bed sheet moved by itself. Turn the other way. The other way. Keep turning. No, yeah. So, do you have like beyond somebody coming to your booth and signing like a celebrity? Like, has there been like a favorite moment that you've had at a Comic-Con where it was like you connecting with like a fan or? At first, I thought that was like a Ouija, like the what is it called, the thing on the Ouija board with the glass thing.
Oh, that thing? Yeah, no.
The planchette.
Luigi. That's what you
didn't know that.
It's called a Luigi. That's right. Yeah, and then Mario is the one who's answering all the questions. Anyway, Richard, has there been like a favorite moment with? Like, we need to make that a meme. Greg's face right there. We need to make that a meme. Was there like a favorite moment with like a fan or somebody that liked your work and it was just like very like it kind of hit you deep?
Yeah, actually, I had a couple people from that was at the Pack Rat Comics little thing I was telling you about with Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah.
He liked it. That's cool.
He liked the artwork. Actually, he wanted me to. He liked the Hulk print that I did in metal, and had told a friend of mine to have me send one to his house.
Badass.
So I actually shipped off the print to Lou. So.
Has he
so was
done
that
anything
the moment?
What's that?
Was that moment, like the fan moment, or was that something different?
Yeah. I mean, I really thought it was cool. I mean, he really dug it, liked it a lot. So
that is awesome.
I just showed that.
Well, Greg, you're an alcoholic. It's very clear to see.
Hector, you're a bitch.
You got a fucking problem.
Did this other guy show up?
Yeah, he's right here. He's going to talk about C2E2. And,
I heard a whole alcoholics, and I said, hey, I thought they were calling me. All right, so.
Well, pour yourself something to drink,
Listen, it's supposed to be anonymous.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be anonymous. There you go.
But that's funny because you go in there and you're like, hey, my name is such and such and I'm an alcoholic. So it doesn't seem very anonymous. But hey, I'm not going to cast any stones.
All
Except
right,
for the one
fellas.
that I just cast.
Well, I am out of here, and I'll let this fella take it over.
Rich, Katie, great to have you guys on.
See you guys.
Have a good one.
Watch out for the wall.
Watch out for the wall.
It just came out of nowhere.
Come on.
There you are. All right, let's put you up here. Actually, no, let's do this. There.
No, don't make it so big. People can handle the face. No, watch it.
So, what do you have going on? If we are stupid at all during this, it's we've been drinking.
Well,
it's okay, man. It's like it runs in the family. It's okay. It's all good.
It's mostly Greg because I drink on a frequent occasion and I can handle my alcohol. Greg can't really because he doesn't really drink. So
yeah, I don't.
Oh, yeah, I don't. I hardly do any of that anymore. I'm doing my lesson.
He's drinking really cheap shit too, so that's part of it.
It's actually working though.
It'll work. It'll work.
So,
but yeah. So
anyway,
you're going to C2E2 in December.
Yeah, not to be confused by C3PO. So it is C2 to my first time doing the show. It'll be within a week or so. I'll be up there. I'll be doing the show. I'm taking all my other good stuff up there again. I just been taking a hiatus. I haven't done any shows since Baltimore. So what I'll be taking up there, I'll be doing cool stuff. I'm still in the middle of preparing things, so I'll be taking little things like this. I did been doing some sketch covers because it's a lot easier to have them done than to take them over there and draw them there. So I'll be taking them all over there. And this one was done with a buddy of mine, Robbie Dumbrian. This was this was not that good. And there's a lady I did one here and my tribute to Ghost Rider 15. I did it as well. That's with on the black cover and stuff. I'll be taking all that over there. I'll be having commissions available. I'll be bringing. These are samples of artwork of the ink works I've mostly done. So not all of these will be available, but you can see some of the stuff I do here. This is a recent one of the Skeletor. Some of these are that's not that good. This one, no. Okay, yeah, this one's pretty cool. I did this one the other day. This is from Choku. This is from Marcel Abreu.
Dope.
This is an 11 by 14, which is another big size I've taken. And then another good friend of mine, Diano Silva. This is an old piece of his that I redid. This is from the Aphrodite from Top Cow. And of course, I will have taking over there because Kenny Christensen is going to be there. So I'll be taking the canvases. The canvas, I'll be having that one over there. This one will be available. I don't know how many I'll take because these take up a lot of space. So I always take just a few of each. I got the Spider-Man one. Very appropriate since the movie's coming out the week after. That one's coming, and the lizard is actually in the movie now, apparently. And what's the other? And the number one seller of mine has always been this one. So a lot of people have seen it. It's the link. So those are the canvas I'll be taking. And let me see one more thing. Yeah, and on top of that, I recently did the metal prints. So I have 3 versions available. One's in full color. There's just a few things left in there. Let me put the light on so you can see it. Not too much light. There we go. You can see the metal part of it. Okay, this was a Billy Tucci piece from a few years back. Did it on metal. Then I did the link you guys just saw. There it is.
Dope.
This is like on the black with the silver in the middle and the same Spider-Man one you guys just saw, but in metal, as you can see, all the light reflecting on the sucker here.
Yeah, it's dope.
So the cool thing about this, I'm turning this also, you can see that these are very thick. These are unlike some metal prints you'll see out there that you basically do like this, and it sounds like they're gonna break. This is a nice solid piece. It's double. It has double pressing on each side, so you got.
What is that, vinyl in the middle, like kind of holding them together?
It's like a bit of a cork.
Yeah, like mat board.
Yeah, so it matted up. So basically, it's a lot thicker, and you can actually just put it into a frame just like that. And I mean, I sold out of these in New York, so I had to redo new ones. So for the next shows, and I did a whole bunch now for Baltimore, and then I'm taking the whole rest of them up to Chicago. And if anything's left, it'll be left for next year's shows. But for right now, those are the main things. And of course, I also have, where are my books? I don't know where I put them over here. I'll probably have enough space this time because they're giving us I put them away. An 8-foot table. So I'm going to have a section for my anthologies are going to be up there. I'm going to have the Modern Folklore is going to be there, the Stupendous and the Horrendous one. So, and my sketchbooks. So I thought I had them here, but apparently I must have moved them when I set everything up. So that's about the stuff I'm going to be having over at C2, man. It's and I'll be there. I don't know yet what table, because they still haven't told us, which is kind of odd. But it's odd, but not too odd because they're running 2 shows back to back. I mean, this next weekend is Emerald City.
Mm-hmm.
And then the same company is running C2 the week after. So it's 11 days from now, C2.
Is that like a COVID holdover kind of show type thing?
Yeah.
Like everybody that had
originally Emerald City used to be, if I'm not mistaken, in March. C2 tends to be like August, I think it was before. Florida used to be in May, and Reed Pop also has the New York Comic Con, which is October. So Florida's already gone back to its spot for next year in May. C2 will be back immediately almost. It's like in August of next year. So even in less than a year, it's going to be back up. And Emerald City, I don't know if they're going to leave it in December or move it until March of next year because they can't have it this quickly, I guess. I don't know what Repop will do, but it's kind of really tight. Let me see. I'm trying to see if by any chance the tables are up. Let me see. On the profiles, no, they're still not up for T2. So probably next week, the week before we go, I'll probably know where I'm going to be located. But this time it's going to be, I'm driving up there, so I'm staying in the hotel right in front of the convention center. So that's going to be a lot easier to, like in the cold, not have to move around too much. But a lot of good friends of mine are going to be up there. Keith Williams, Sean MacArthur, Becky Fuller, Shannon Meyer. I believe Jeff Weaver is going to be up there. I think Billy Tucci will be up there. So it's got a pretty good crowd already. So it's good number of people are going to be up there. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, this year I actually got into Emerald City as well. But the thing is doing 2 back-to-backs again on the road, and one of them being cross-country.
Yeah.
I did that a while ago when I did the Florida SuperCon followed by the Cincinnati show, that I did a 2-week travel out there, and it broke me a lot. It really plays on you because luckily I was staying with family in both occasions, but there's still the driving factor, 2 days to drive to every place. And plus the shows, the shows were like Florida was 3 days, Cincinnati was 3 days. So a lot of work, a lot of stuff going on. So I didn't want to do Emerald City and C2 back to back again. It's just too rough. And I said, no, I dropped out of see Emerald City.
It's always kind of amazing to me who, like, the artists that do circuits, that like will go to like in a year, like every single Comic-Con, and go to smaller ones, like, you know, do like a tour basically of the country and just go to all these different cons, like because of how much work it is and how much investment it is and all that kind of stuff. It's always just very like kind of amazing that they, you know, choose to kind of live that lifestyle for a while, you know?
Well, I did in 2019 36 shows in a year. 36. And Keith Williams was next to me in almost all of those. We did those straight up. We started the year together in most of them. And I have been teasing him, and I haven't counted because he doesn't want to know, but I think he already beaten that number this year.
Wow.
Because every week he seems to be at a show.
Yeah.
And now he is at a show this weekend. He just finished. He's at the Nor'easter. Last weekend he did one in Brooklyn. And then next week is going to be, I don't know if he's doing something next week or not. And then he's with me in Chicago. So it's like, keeps rolling down the line. And for some people, you got to think about it. You know, that's where, as an individual artist, they have an opportunity to really sell their wares. If you're not an online presence, you don't have an online store, your only opportunity is to interact with fans is as these shows. So if that's your main source of income for you as an artist, you have to do this all the time.
Sure.
In my case, when I did 36, was not for income purposes, was more for people to meet me, to know me, to see what I can do, network with other artists. And all that was leading to 2020, which obviously we all know what happened, which I was going to start expanding towards outside my local area in New York and New Jersey. I was going to move all the way to the Midwest. And then all that moved into this year as much as I could. You know, all those invites, I started moving down, and now I'm here. So, I mean, I've been waiting to get to Heroes for 2 years now. And now I'll finally be able to do it, hopefully next year. Because I've had that set up for 2020. But I coordinated it in 2019. Mm-hmm. I'm like, for example, Cincinnati, the Cincinnati show, the Comic Expo show. The agreement I did with them is that I will be a guest at their show every other year. So I went this year, so next year I'm off. So then I'll be back in 2023, which I like the idea to have some people miss me a bit. Because you're always there every week, everywhere. You know, I think some people may get starting to be like, well, there's Kike again. Damn it, man. What else? And when I did 36 shows, it put a lot of burden on me to have new stuff all the time, especially when you're doing it locally.
Yeah.
That, you know, like if I'm doing one show in New York and another show in New Jersey, there really is not much of a audience difference.
Right.
So I was constantly doing new prints almost weekly to have something new all the time. And it was like, now I have prints in there. I have to start giving them away because I made like 50 something. And out of those, maybe 10 are really good sellers. And the other ones are like, eh. So that's the thing, that it's a lot of work, you know. But for next year, I'm looking at a schedule more on the kind of one a month. Except that right now there's a big chunk between July and August, because in June there are going to be 2 shows, but in July and August they're just all piling up. All the summer shows are coming in at the same time. So in 6 weeks I'm at 5 shows. It's like local on the road, local on the road, local on the road. And it's one of those things I got to decide. Do I really want to be traveling, doing a show in Jersey in March? I'm there. I'm traveling to, if I'm not mistaken, this is on top of my head. If I leave from there, I go to Dayton. From Dayton, I come back to Connecticut. From Connecticut, I do a show somewhere in New Jersey area. From there, I go to North Carolina. And then we come back to Chicago. From Chicago to Boston. You know, it's like, those are the plans. I'm going, wow, that's a lot of run. That's a lot of mileage. So it's all planned, you know. And also is anytime I'm on the road is time I'm not doing any projects. I cannot do drawings. I can't do writing. It's hard. Because once you're at these shows, it really takes up your time, and
Yeah, it's your life kind of revolves around
I get tired. I am 56. And at the end of the day, it's after a while. All I want to do is just go crash for a while because I got another day, another 9 hours, 10 hours sitting at a booth. So you just want to crash, and sometimes you go, well, I got to keep drawing. I got a commission I got to take to the hotel or the house. So it is. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, woe is me kind of thing. It's not that. It's just that. Okay, I'll answer that, Richard, in a sec. It's just a mere fact that the body can only take so much, and honestly, after that 2-week period, I had a big crash that I started like horrible feeling, just felt wasted out away. That I needed to the point that after Baltimore, I was supposed to be a guest at Akron, and at the Akron Comic Con, and I told them I just can't make it. I was so burdened with projects. It just became the point that, look, I can't make it. And they'll say, okay, we'll put you for next year. Okay. The show I do in Dayton is the Gem City Comic Con. That is a big show that's been going on for quite a number of years. I did it this year for the first time. I had been invited before, but I had not been able to go. Now this time I was able to go, and I did it. I believe that was in June of this year, or May or June. And it's a 2-day show. It's really, really nice. I remember when, it's one of those things, you get invited and you go like, okay, cool. They're going to give me a table. It's going to be nice. But then I get a corner with 2 8x8 tables. I didn't have enough stuff. I was like, I didn't know this. I was going to have all this area. I was like, I didn't even have enough tarps and stuff to put over things. I had to go over to my brother's house and steal a sheet so I could cover things at night. No, but it's great. They treated me really nice, and always. That was the first time my parents had ever been to one of my shows because they happened to be visiting my brother that weekend as well. So I go, great. So my brother came in, my niece came in, my parents came in, and it was great. So and the weekend right after that, I traveled back home to go to Terrificon in Connecticut, and I did a really good show in Connecticut. But at Connecticut, I like to stay at that hotel. That's the Mohegan Sun. So for that one, I got the wife to come. When the hotels are good, she'll go. She'll come to the ones with the good hotels. Right. She won't go to the crappy motels I do and stuff like that. She'll come to the good ones. Go, okay, I'll go to that one. So, okay.
We're gonna try to do like 1 to maybe 3 Comic Cons before Hector moves to a different country. He's moving to New Zealand in June. So
he's going to go to live with the hobbits. Nice.
It turns out it is in fact the country.
The Kiwis and the hobbits. Yep.
So we're gonna try to do at least one with him, and then we have a whole plan with our like platform of people that we're actually gonna try to actually do a meeting with next year, early next year, and then we're gonna actually figure out a game plan. And because there's one that wanted to do it in October, and I was too busy with Chronicles of Horror, and he's like, "Hey, can you pay for this table?" And I'm like, "Hey, no, I got to pay for artists." And he's like, "Oh." I'm like, "Yeah, I can't really do that right now, bud." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, but next year you're not going to do Chronicles of Horror. You're waiting for 2023.
There's 2 years, and you're actually one of the artists. So
yeah, I know. Yeah. I finally got in, and now you're putting it on a hiatus. I love it. Hey, Rika, you're in. Hey, we're not going to do it for a year. Why?
Matt's like, why are we waiting for 2 years? Like, well, I already have 2022 scheduled. He's like, oh. I was like, yeah, I got our video game and 2 comics. It's like,
that's a lot. Yeah.
No, and I'm feeling it right now because I was just sent a note 2 days ago from the editor of a project I'm doing for a European anthology. He says, "Hey, don't forget that I need to see this stuff by this date." And I'm looking at it, go like, "Man, I just got into this thing. What are you talking about?" And he was like, "Yeah, you got to show me a page. You got to give me the script." I go, whoa, I'm still doing another one over here. I didn't. So we got an agreement. We'll get him what he wants. But it's like all of a sudden everything's stacking.
Yeah,
it's in the last second here, and I'm hoping to get that one done because that one is all he needs to see in this project. He wants to see the full script, and which makes a lot of sense, and the at least one page of art, and it makes a lot of sense too. I said, yeah. Unfortunately, all the other team members had a month, 2 months to get ready. I only have a week. So I told him, well, you'll see it, but and I told him the way what he's going to see is the end, the final page, because I work when I'm the artist of my own story. I work from the ending back. That's the way I always work. Sometimes the script will be fully developed to the point that I have the dialogue down, all the scenes are down, everything is exactly where it's supposed to be, and it's just like, here, I can give it to somebody, it'll be gone, and get it done. But most of the times, if I'm drawing myself, I have a basic idea where I want to go with it. I have a number of pages I need to do. So what I do is I start with the ending, and I work myself back, because that way I can see, okay, I need to cut something. Oh, I need to add something because not enough pages are covered. Oh, and I can adjust it, because sometimes you write it down and you pull it, oh, this is going to fit in these pages. And all of a sudden you're like, well, that doesn't seem to work. We need to have more development of this character, this movement, of this situation merits more than one page. You go like, oh, crap. And I got no pages left. So, and I got a little bit of free number here. And I already gave him a number of how many pages I'm doing. And he said, fine, but you can go up to this number if necessary. I said, great. So I started from the back to the front. And it's, up to now, it's worked perfectly when I've done it that way. When I've worked with other artists, like I did on a few other projects, I give it to them page by page if they want it that way. I've had an artist asking me to do it very specific, panel by panel. I go, okay. So I really had to sit down and basically do my own sketches to make sure it fit before I gave it to him as a script. And then another one was like, we'll do it the Marvel way. Just give me, this is the points that I need to see. Set it up whichever way you want, and then I'll write it in. And I do the dialogue and everything based off what I see on your page. And that works too. So, but right now for this one, I'm in that middle ground the project I'm working on now, I'm doing the inking on, was done very specifically. Like, this is what we need to see on this page. This is this page and this page. And the one I'm doing on my own, it's like, it's all over the place. It says, I know where I'm going with this, but I got to wait, because what I'm thinking is that depending on how the tone goes, I may confuse the reader. And that's why I need to see it all before I write it down fully for the lettering, which will be done by Carlos Mangual of DC Comics. He's done Raven, he's done books for Aftershock and stuff. So Carlos is great, because I basically don't have to go too much detail with him. Like, these are sound effects, do this and that, and he just goes bam, and it comes great.
I need to message you later. Obviously, we have 2 years, but like, did you want to write it, Chronicles of Horror, or did you want to just draw?
Well, we haven't discussed about honorariums yet. And
I know.
You never. My impression was
mm-hmm.
when you approached me about this, that I was just going to be some dude you're hiring to do some drawing.
Yep.
So,
okay.
But I am available. I can write it. You know, if you want to give me free reign to write my own stuff, I will do it, because I love doing my own stuff.
I was just wondering. Also, I'm not like all in right now. But that wasn't a real whistle. But
that was a whistle. Okay.
He tried.
I tried to whistle. But yeah, like there might be a character that you could do that I already wrote or whatever. Because Hector isn't going to be in it anymore because he's too busy with other things.
Yeah,
so,
I'm too cool for that.
He's too cool. So if you're cool with the Bobby T character, or maybe if you want a different character, then I can write that. Because I'm trying to get more characters. I'm trying to get more stories in general. Because issue 3 is going to be bigger, and Matt is like, well, that's going to be like more money.
Bigger, better.
Well, I know, but we're the publisher. So,
it's real simple. If you can look at it from the point of view that once you nail down the central theme of it, then you can tell, look, this is what it's about, and And if at that moment something sparks, because that's the way it works with me, I'll hear something and I'll say, yeah, I got something for you. Let me work it. And then we'll definitely can bring something in there. Otherwise, I can just work off of what you have. And, you say, this is this character. He's got to do this and this. And I'll say, okay, I'll figure it out and we'll bring it in there. And
okay. Yeah, because I still have to write that, but I'll probably do that at work.
Yeah.
During December or something. So cool.
Yeah, not a problem, man. I am available for that. Yeah, it's like right now I'm waiting to get the pages to do the Valentine Bluffs comic, which is of the movie that was recently funded through Indiegogo. Matt Parton and I are doing the artwork for that. And I'm waiting for that to come through. But Matt's been on the mend because he got mauled by a dog, literally, and his arm got ripped. And unfortunately, it's his drawing arm. And luckily for him, no nerve damage and anything, but it has obviously delayed him to get into work because he can't lean on it as well. He's got therapy to do. So, and he was cool about it. He said, "You want to start it?" I go, "No, I don't want to go." I could, but it's like, why? This is a team effort because he and I have another project we're working on. And he also said, "Look, man, you want to take it over?" I go, "No, I don't know. It's your baby. We'll wait." The cool thing about comics is, like, hey, you can wait until 2023 to get in a book. It can happen. we can wait. We can wait. There's no rush to make a book. No, but it's the reality. Some people just don't realize how much work and time it takes to do these things. I think a lot of the problem is on YouTube and on Instagram. We see some artists show how they do all this stuff really quick. And I've done it, I've inked stuff so quickly on a show. I mean, Greg was on one with me and stuff. So, I mean, I could do it really quick and people think, oh, that's real simple. Yeah, but that's sometimes a sketch is one thing. But when you got to develop a story and everything has to be done on pages and everything has to look the same, you can't have the character looking one way with hair down to here. And then also the next one, he's got a man bun and stuff. Wait a minute. We're not all Greg Land here. All right, let's keep it all consistent, So there's a little dig, but at least that's the hardest part for me. Has been that maintaining a consistent look sometimes with the characters, and on the piece I'm doing now, which I have up here. This is it's a story for the Stupid Kids anthology, which will be coming out in 2022, and the artist was working with me. He did a good job, but like everything else in life, he got delayed and stuff like that. So they came to me in an interesting format, but they were too loose for me to work on doing a blue line straight up on them. So what I did was I actually put them on. I printed them out in different formats, and what I'm doing is that I'm using a light box to see it over through it. So earlier. Yeah, so I'm just basically drawing them like that, and this is funny because this character over here, I might, he could show up in the Chronicles of Horror because I just created him for this story, and the thing is that it's just that it's not a horror story, but I wanted to give it that feel of the old EC comics and Creep Show, Tales from the Crypt kind of look, even though it's a funny story. Has nothing to do with horror, but we're going to keep it in that. I wanted to ink it very similar to Ernie Colon when he used to do that kind of stuff. So it's going to have that look. So it really has helped that I'm doing it this way. But then again, I have to look at how to keep all these characters consistent across every page. And I presented it to the editor. I said, "This is what I'm doing. What do you think?" And he goes, "Hey, it's cool. Not a problem, man. Go with it." Of course, I already handed in another one fully completed, and he loved it. So I got some brownie points for that one. So they're like, "Oh, that was so good. Well, okay, you can use this one. This one's okay." But no, that one's good. Hopefully, that'll ends up pretty good. So I'm still working that one plus the one for the anthology in Europe, and that one's an interesting story. That anthology is about AI, and this story that I'm doing in this one, I actually presented it as a pitch to another anthology, which I won't name because no need to embarrass them. And it wasn't accepted. It wasn't accepted for them. Apparently in Europe they like it. So that's why I tell kids, hey kids, if just because you're rejected one place, don't fret about it. Keep it in your pocket. You can always have a chance somewhere else. There's a story I tried to pitch for an anthology that was not taken as well, but I like the concept so much that I'm thinking, well, whenever I find some time, I want to develop it. Because when I wrote the pitch for it, I knew I had something good in my mind, because when I want to know what happens after that story, and I also want to know what happened before we got to that story, I know I got something interesting. Because I mean, it doesn't want to just leave it there. So it lives it's not in a vacuum. It has something that feels that it could be developed. So that's in the back burner as well. It's like, when can I get that one going? Because for next year, which is good that we're holding Chronicles for 2023, because I got the Jacko anthology I want to work on, which is a character from Not So Fair Tales. And that one will be developed into its own little universe. And the artist John Moeller, who worked with me on that, he's the editor and creator of Stupendous and Horrendous. We want to develop it. And I want to make it look like the old pulp comics, like Savage Sword with Conan, that kind of feel. So it's going to have, we're going almost all black and white with it. So it's going to be good. So that was a good project. That'll probably take us about a year to get off the ground too. So that's the thing. All these things are there, and it just keep adding up. And I'm very, very, very thankful for that. And I'm very lucky, and hopefully it will keep going on. Once I'm back on the road, we'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. And of course, Greg knows that my daughter is also doing a kick-ass job. She just finished doing Anime New York City, which is basically manga's version of the New York Comic Con. Yeah, and she just killed it. There's
actually a person on our platform that wanted us to pay for part of a table for that. I was like, I don't have any money for that. So,
it's actually pretty pricey when you think about it. New York is New York, so you pay that amount. Everybody, everybody knows it's $500 for non-invites. So this one was at a decent price, $275 for 3 days. It was kind of a little bit on the higher side, but when you have a sold out show like they did, wall to wall people, even my daughter went there with very low expectations. And on the Friday, she did so well. I was thinking, well, if you double this up on Saturday, you'll be doing good. And then she did. And then on Sunday, she doubled up Friday and Saturday combined. I was like, what the hell? How did that happen? Because usually on Sundays, she made more money on Sunday at this show than I did in New York. And I was like, wow. I was like, that's incredible. And for me, New York Comic Con, I went Thursday, then Friday was higher than Thursday, then Saturday was higher than Friday, and then Sunday was like everybody had spent all their money, I guess. But from what I saw, this show, a lot of people were just walking around taking notes. And one of the things I told my daughter to do, and I was doing it for her because I was there for a few hours on Friday, that when people were taking her card, I would write her table number on the back of it. This is the number, come back. And people would come back. And people would find her again, and she would hey. There was one on Sunday. They actually said, I came here on Friday where your dad was here. Well, your dad was at the table. But I told them I was going to come back when you were here. So I'm like, oh, wow, they actually came back. So I'm really happy for it. It's like I was telling her, it took me 40 shows to hit the number she did. She was like, that's how long. I was like, it shouldn't be this easy. It shouldn't be this easy for you.
That's a good idea, writing the table number down though too, because you might forget the name, but the number is really easy to look up.
Yeah, and it's not my own idea. I saw somebody years ago at a show when they handed out their card, they had a space and they would just write it in there every time they'd hand out their
yeah, because then you could print a bunch of them. Yeah.
And it makes sense because a lot of people will come back. when somebody says they're gonna come back, I say, well, then look, take a picture of my booth and stuff so you remember. Even for myself, I will forget. Sometimes you go like, wait, what was that booth? Where were they? This show had the lines for where the identification of the rows were only at the beginnings. So if you came in through the middle, it got confusing. People were like, so luckily some people still had their table tags up because you would look on them. This is a D. All right. This is A. All right. And then we go around. Because most people will like take them down. I take them down. I never leave my table thing. Though people like Uko Smith, I always tell him he always does the same thing. He pulls it down and tapes it to the floor. And well, I've never done that because I've always been weary that somebody will. I hate the idea of people stepping on my name. Just weird for me. I don't know why I have that, but that's one thing. And also, I think that if by any chance I put it there, if somebody gets stuck and slips and they say, "Oh, you put that there, I'm gonna sue you now." And I'm a struggling artist, man. What the hell are you gonna get from me? You know. So anyway, but no. So yeah. So it's just. I was really happy for it. And now when I talked to her, she's like, "Oh, the next one is in 4 months." And I'm like, "Oh well, you still got stuff." Yeah, but I'm gonna get better. I'm like, "Yeah, you will." So she's thinking about what's the next phase and stuff, and I'm like, "That's good." But for manga in this area, I think what happened was also for the show was there really isn't that much manga specific shows in New York area, New York and New Jersey. There are a few. You got Castle Point here. You got I think the Derpy show and maybe one or two more, which are much smaller. So when you got a big show like the anime one, it's like people just go bonkers. I remember when on Friday when they opened the gate to start the show at 1, the sound that people made walking in sounded like a freight train. There's like coming in like a tornado.
Yeah.
It was like this crescendo of people. It was opening up. People like, oh my god! And my mom was on the phone with me. She says, "What is that?" So that's the people coming in.
The guy that actually wanted us to have it pay for the table, he's actually like a manga artist that's on our platform. So I was like, oh, that makes sense. So. Because he would definitely sell his comic.
Yeah, no, I mean they are. I was like I make just about it that I didn't qualify. But then again, it's like my daughter says, "Well, you don't do manga." I say that's true, but she doesn't either. Her style is kind of like it, but it's not really. It's more a hybrid manga. It's not. She doesn't do purely anime or manga style, but the characters she does and the things she does, like little stickers and charms and stuff, that's the kind of thing you see mostly at these shows. But for example, when I did Florida SuperCon, half the tables in Artist Alley were manga people.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming to our show. So how about in this show? So at this show, I saw, I think it was Edgar Nunez, but he's been there since the very first show. Pete Vasquez, which is in the air, also a New Jersey guy, New York. So he's there as well. And I think Greg has his style is very cartoony, so it works for that show. So I want to see if I can get in next year, but then at the same time, when I look at what I have here, it doesn't sell that. I'm not going to make a sticker. I'm not going to do this stuff. I'll stick with New York, and we'll keep moving on. Let that to my daughter.
Nice. Well, I think we're hitting that time that the Facebook live feed cuts out in the 8-hour mark. Yeah.
Good, man. I'll leave you guys here, and so finally, Greg, the show, the other show, the breakfast is done, right? You finished that, the final episode.
I played just a game and drank, so that was basically the last episode of that. And then we have other shows, but we're mostly going to just focus on like getting our comics out next year and our video game finally. But yeah,
and marketing.
I'm hoping to bring back
marketing is like a huge thing next year. We're not rebranding, but we're doing a couple things that Dylan wants to do. So
cool. Yeah, don't forget that inside the craziness that I do have an MBA in marketing and marketing research, just to let you know.
And we're going to be doing having guests on our Sierra Nova podcast, which is our main podcast.
Mhm.
So if you want to come back,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Be a guest on that and stuff. There's someone else that we had on earlier that is going to be a guest on that at some point. So yeah, so that's
and I'm hoping to bring back the Inking with Kike, even if it's a once a month kind of thing, to bring in some guests and stuff. Because Inking with Kike was basically born out of the necessity of not being able to meet with friends.
Yeah,
and I decided to do this show to, first of all, expand the connections with other people I've never met, and also to have fun with some people I know. And it really turned into 60+ episodes, and I did all that. So I'm going to see how I can bring it in, not on a weekly basis like I used to do, but all depending, maybe once a month to have something in there, bring somebody who's got a book coming out or some project we're producing or something. So to keep it just flowing, flowing and stuff.
Our Instagram this year was mostly just podcasts because we were waiting for our artists to finish our one comic that's like getting remastered. So that's what we were waiting for. But yeah, so thanks for coming on. And
yeah, man, I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me be here for a while, and best of luck to both of you. Yeah. And just send me the message later if you want, and we'll keep in touch. And definitely we'll see how we get that
the right
Chronicles number 3 for 2023 up and running for next year. Okay. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Dylan. Thanks a lot, guys. Greg, have a great night.
Bye.
Let's do that. Okay. So that was our whole Comic Con Expo.
Con 21 virtual expo, because we like long ass names and
we're not on Facebook anymore, but we're on YouTube and Twitch. So thanks for still staying on, the last two of you. We're gonna be doing more on Twitch at some point. I'm not forcing anything anymore. It's just like this year was like crazy with the amount of stuff that we tried to do, and then we just couldn't do it. We were gonna do
we got a lot done.
Yeah, we still got a lot done. Video game weekends we were gonna try doing. March I did one, and then I just was like, no one wants to watch me run around as a fox for like hours. So I didn't end up doing that, but we'll figure things out as we go. Next year we're gonna be like rebranding as a couple things. Probably like change the logo up a bit or something. Whatever Dylan thinks we're gonna be doing. Hector. And then yeah, so that's our Comic-Con, and thanks for tuning in for the 3 days. And yeah, thanks.
You're awesome. Stay awesome. Good night.